Buenos dias, everyone. Good morning and welcome in to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero. We are looking for a fun day number 3 of action down here. Everyone came down nice and early, got the early morning reps in. Lulu looking so sharp out there this morning. That board under her feet looks absolutely incredible. Luke Egan's team, you can see there. Baron just getting ready for the morning. Pickles, the reigning world champ. Good vibes down at El Salvador. No one is ever not happy and smiling to be down here in the mornings, and every single day we've rocked up to fun looking waves here. Gabby Bryant, yellow jersey, current world #1. She is going to be coming up nice and early this morning, but again, another fun day of waves, good times, good people, and just what we love most, the surfers, the world's best surfers taking on one of the funnest looking right-hand point breaks in the beautiful part of El Salvador here, Punta Roca, La Libertad. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Mitchell Salazar and of course Strider Wasilewski. Guys, good morning. The conditions are looking so fun. Mitch, you've done this event so many times now, and today is like such a playful size, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It dropped off just a little bit, but at least 4 to 6 feet out there. I'd say 8-foot faces on the big sets out there, but the tide's dropping, which is really good for us. We wanted to hold a couple of times earlier on this morning. Feel like it's going to be another great day.
Strider, I heard you saying before, I just want to go surfing because it looks so just unbelievably fun. Obviously, you can see Gabby Bryant getting ready, the women heading out there. I feel like this is the big round, obviously round 2. There's big expectations for the women's this morning.
It's interesting, you know, when everything gets going and the first rounds are happening, it's almost like they feel like they're in the trials, and then they jump into these next rounds and everybody kind of like goes, okay, this is the real deal, and there's almost more pressure. It's so fun to watch. But I feel like I was watching the waves thinking, I want to go surfing really bad right now. I'm just looking over my shoulder. There's like another 100 yards of wave down below us. And then as you can see on the screen right there, the way that these waves wrap in from the top of this point, you can catch them from so far out there on different swells and ride all the way down. I mean, there's probably 700-800 yards of playing field out there.
Well, let's get caught up with exactly what is going to run today. Chris Cote down there with Lakey Peterson for the call.
Peterson, Lakey, we have all the technology in the world to make these calls and get the swell forecast, but this is an extremely difficult place to get a real read on it. What's your scouting report about the waves today?
Yeah, it's looking really fun. I think as the tide drops out, it's getting better, and the wind's still really good. I've been just texting Mike Parsons every day because he's the guru, and even he is struggling to figure out the wind a little bit. So I'm excited they called it on, though. It was a little funky first thing, but looking way better now. I think it's going to be some great heats.
Now, in my estimation, these waves have Lakey Peterson written all over them. Rippable section, couple ramps out there. You don't surf for 3 or 4 more hours, so what do you do to prepare, and what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, we got a beautiful setup here in the AC, but we can watch the waves, so I'll just be enjoying watching the heats. I'm such a fan of the sport, and just getting excited. Hopefully it stays clean. I love this wave. It's so much fun, and hopefully there's just a lot of opportunity. That's all you can ask for, really. So, yeah, but I love a good right-hand point break for sure.
All women, all day. Lakey Peterson coming up around the noontime hour. Good luck out there. Have fun. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Chris. Lakey, just such a light. She's such a piece of sunshine to have in the mornings. We have coming up in heat #1 though, a good looking matchup. Gabby Bryant, like I mentioned, world #1, back in the yellow jersey, and Yo-Yo, the rookie on tour. I love these two. I feel like both of them obviously really powerful surfer. Gabby, to me, is the most powerful surfer on the women's side of the tour. But Yo-Yo, she just is such a fighter, and she looks so sharp on that opening day. So Strider, this feels like a pretty cool matchup between these two.
It's interesting because, you know, Gabby's just a bigger version of Yo-Yo. So, you know what, when they get out in the water, and they're going to be going power for power and blow for blow, because I feel like Yo-Yo's got this kind of confidence in her right now, and we saw that on that bigger day where she was actually kind of slowing down the pace of her surfing and just settling into the rails and looking like she really had control. And that's something that you have to have, and you want to show the judges that, is that control factor when you're flying down the line out here, because this wave is really easy to outrun and outsurf, and really actually slowing down and going up in vertical into that lip line is the point.
And Yo-Yo hasn't actually made it out of this round this year. So this is a moment for her to try and break through. Gabby's got her in this round previously, back over at Margie's as well. So For someone like Yo-Yo, who is such a dedicated competitor, she runs 5Ks in the morning and then is still the first person out in the lineup right now. This would be a moment for Yolanda to be able to go, okay, I want to make this heat and prove to everyone that I'm a quarterfinal and beyond surfer Mitch.
Well, this is the toughest heat in the draw right now, too. You have the defending event champion. She's made 2 finals, talking about Gabby Ryan. And she has the second best score in history right here at this point, too, a 9.23. The only person that surpasses that is Carissa Moore with a 9.37. But statistically speaking, she is the best surfer out here right now. So the toughest draw, if you can make it out of this one, I feel like it just boosts your confidence a lot. And more than anything, as Strider said, you got to match the pace of the wave, and that's something Gabby's been able to do successfully before, Jess.
Yeah, Gabby looking to go back-to-back. So she took out the win here last year. She'd love to defend that title. We obviously saw Caroline Marks do that the previous 2 years before that. But thinking back to what Lakey said, they waited a little while this morning. We wanted to see that tide kind of drift out a little bit. We had a 7:17 high tide. We're looking at a 1:30 low tide. Mitch, for someone who has looked at this wave a lot, the call to just wait for that tide to drift out a little bit, what does that do for this wave as that water starts to rush off these rocks?
Yeah, less water on the rocks, as you're pointing out. The wave steepens up. You see the high right there, 5.6 at 7:17. So the low, there is a big difference right there, just over 4 feet. I personally like those waves a bit further up the point at this size, but to me, Strata, this is the perfect size out there right now. The first few days were good, but they weren't great. This is the quality size we're looking at right now. It does test your patience a bit more, though.
Yeah, you know, and with the tide, you know, with the size and all the elements you were talking about, I think each day has its moment, right? Because everything's changing so much, and today the moment will be right there on that medium tide when it can just be, you know, hug inside on those rocks, and you can try to connect those waves all the way down the line. We have seen waves driving all the way from out the back, all the way across, but there are still those sectiony ones too. So you got to have great wave choice and be able to get into that rhythm and matching that pace of the wave. For me, this is a hard heat for Yolanda just because of the fact of the power of Gabriella Bryant. I mean, I know I said Yo-Yo's kind of the match and she's just a smaller version, but it's unmistakable. I don't think there's anybody that does a turn like Gabriella Bryant.
No, I agree. And the highlight reel she put up a couple of days ago on Instagram was terrifying. I think I rewatched that so many times, and if you're a competitor, that's definitely not a reel that you want to be watching, and it's pretty cool to see now. Obviously, Instagram's been around for a while now, but all of these women put up highlight reels before, and it almost feels like it's kind of like, this is what I'm doing, like bring it on, and almost a bit of a puff up of the shoulders to their competitors. If you're someone like Yo-Yo and you're watching that clip of Gabby, are you thinking, oh gosh, I need to level up right now, Strata?
100%. And I feel like, you know, she's actually going to try to go to a technical side of her surfing where she's going to try and get free in the lip a little bit, use that to kind of put herself on, you know, on another side of the judging criteria to where she can elevate her scores, because she's not going to be able to match her power for power, but she can try to do something different, which will kind of catch the eye of the judges.
What's your take on that as well? Because obviously, Strata, when you were competing, like the Instagram reels weren't going out the night before comp to like I mentioned, puff your chest to your competitors. But now I feel like it's so involved in competitive surfing. I mean, do you feel like if that was an option when you were competing, like everyone would be dropping clips the night before?
Yeah, well, I think everybody did the warm-up surfs, and everybody was out there in each other's face, and everybody was just being present. And to be honest, I think that some of these surfers would probably opt out of watching their opponents.
Yeah. Put on mute.
You know, and unfollow some of these people.
Just to not watch.
You know, I would have to look. I mean, personally, I'd have to look away every time I saw Kelly Slater.
Oh my gosh! Of course,
when I was younger, trying to come up, I mean, he was just the doomsday for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. It's so funny. Like, I used to definitely type up my competitors on Instagram to see how they'd surf before heat. So it's quite a funny thing to think about now. But obviously, this round is absolutely stacked. Every single heat is hard. Eli Hanneman said in a post-heat interview a few days ago, if you're looking for an easy heat, heat, you're in the wrong place. And that really goes on the women's side of the draw as well. It's just such a stacked one. But for Gabby, coming up in this first one, I feel like she does set a precedent here. But let's take a look at the entire women's round 2 round. Mitch, I want to know a heat that really stands out to you right now.
I love heat number 8. They're 2 great friends that came in through the USA Surfing NSSA, the WSA program in the U.S. Caitlin Simmers, Bella Kenward. The heat 7 also great. That's 2 former runner-ups of the event right there, Lakey Peterson and Tyler Wright, Jesse. So the entire round is stacked.
And Strider?
I'm ready for heat 3. Luana and Nadia, I feel like Nadia's got that amazing backhand blast that just is so vicious. I mean, she throws so much water and she's got so much power. And then you've got the other side of it where you got a regular foot and their flow and their technical ability and they're kind of just like seamless surfing. So it's going to be power against this technique, and those 2 are going to be really fun to watch, the forehand and the backhand.
Yeah, I really love the look of heat 2 and 6 as well. Obviously, every single one in stack, but looking at that all goofy foot affair, Sawyer and Anat, they're coming up next. And then heat 6 is a big one too. Betty Lou versus Caroline Marks, 2 absolute powerhouses. So we're definitely got our hands full for some really solid looking matchups right now. This one, the ocean just taking a little bit of a moment. Like you mentioned, Mitch, the swell dropping a little bit in size. So is it taking a little bit of a toll on the consistency of the waves right now?
It is, and it's slowly easing too. That's what happens with the south and the south-southwest swells that we have here in this part of the Pacific. But as I said before, test your patience, and who does this work in favor for? I think it works in the favor of Gabriella Bryan. The experience of being out here with those slower heats, especially she's had the chance to compete when it's a bit smaller than this. Yo-Yo's been here multiple times before. She hadn't surfed this point that many times before though, Jess. So if you're Gabby, make sure that you're pulling her off just a little bit, find your waves. And if you're Yo-Yo, Chris actually mentioned something that's spot on about her. She's so brave. She's willing to go for the sections that nobody else is truly trying to go for.
I love when Yo-Yo, she's actually staying at the same place that I'm staying at, and there's a really gnarly beach break out the front, and every afternoon she's just going out there and belting these big closeouts as hard as she can, and I just love her effort and her dedication to the sport. That is her coach, John, there watching on and supporting her in her corner. But I want to really look at the positioning of these 2 surfers right now. Obviously, Gabby deciding to sit on the inside. Strider, obviously, right-hand point breaks. For me, it seems like a pretty simple equation at the start of the heat. You want to be on the inside while there's neutral priority. What's your take on the positioning right now?
I feel like it's a dominant thing, right? You're kind of asserting your dominance and where you want to be in the lineup, and it looks like Yo-Yo's giving it to her, which to me is I've seen people paddling each other way up the point, trying to establish that first wave, which it's hard to kind of like say what's better, what's worse. And in this situation, it's going to be interesting when a real set comes to see which wave they take, because the first and then the second wave, they're both totally different. They look completely different. The first one's usually a little bumpier and has a different line on it. The second one's usually smoother. So there could be some strategy in just saying, hey, you could take the first one, and I'm going to take the second one. It might be better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how this is going to play out. Obviously, 35-minute heat, so we're going to keep a close eye on this one, hoping that a set rolls through here. But Gabby Bryan, she's had such a successful run at this event already so far. Let's take a look at the CT by the numbers here. She's had 4 events already here at El Salvador, 7 heat wins. Her average place is 4th, which is pretty incredible. Max wave score is a 9.23, like you mentioned earlier, Mitch, and she has a 58% chance of winning her heat. So Gabby Bryan, to have that in 4 events, they're pretty high numbers already.
They are, and 2 finals already. That's the main thing right there, that you're consistent enough to be able to make it into finals day and have a chance to compete for the win too. And no slouches that she's either lost to, which is Caroline Marks, that runner-up finish, and then last year beating Isabella Nichols, who's also a specialist at a wave like this. But once again, I mean, the thing about her right now is that she's leading the rankings at potentially her best spot on tour. So are you able to replicate that success once again, especially in a big moment of need, Jess?
I love when I was looking back at just Gabby's trajectory, especially at this wave. If you go back to the very first year, her rookie year on tour when she competed here, she got a 9th in 2022, lost to Joanne. Then the next year, she got a 5th. She lost to Tyler in 2023, then a 2nd, and then a win. So every single year, she was bettering her position one by one, and I feel like that's a real testament to the type of competitor Gabby is. She is always striving to be better, Strider.
Yeah, and you can see her comfort level. She's looking so strong and comfortable and confident on the beach. Like, she's smiling. She knows that this is her spot. And I feel like every spot she feels like that now. She's just, once you get into that driver's seat and you feel that confidence, it's really, really established when you show up at each and every location, especially at a place you've won at.
And she turned on the inside on her. So she got the inside on her, and this is where Gabby, I feel like they're a bit too far up the point. Make sure you either keep her there or you're moving her down far, and you can establish the inside once again. But see how they have to paddle back in?
Yeah.
Too far out.
It's killing me watching this heat because nobody's riding waves.
Yeah.
And we've seen waves that you can ride. So, you know, like, for instance, like on a reheat, or a restart, it's like you can't really restart a heat that there's been rideable waves.
I agree, and if I just like look over my shoulder, I'm watching that last wave of that set, and it's completely rolled through down the line. There's plenty of sections there, so I feel like that also shows like how competitive these two surfers are. They're paddling themselves so far up the point right now. So Yo-Yo, I love the fact that she's even now taken the inside, but I kind of prefer to where she was earlier, sitting a little bit wider. It gave her that
spot.
room
Yeah.
to go wide and potentially get on one of those last sets, Mitch.
Yeah, and as Strider was mentioning earlier, this is the thing about dominance, right? You want to be the big dog out there in the lineup. You don't want to give an inch, but in the end, you're letting waves go. So this is a competition about surfing. You do need to be actually catching waves to be scored.
It's pretty funny because as a competitor, I'm sure they're probably both thinking at this point, do we just not catch a wave? Do we get the restart? But Yo-Yo, she's looking pretty hungry to get a wave. I feel like, though, is this something that maybe you've thought about in the past, Strider, where you're like, okay, none of us have had a wave. We're going to have a 20-minute heat if one of us catches one at this point? Or are you just thinking, get me on a wave right now?
Just get on a wave, open up the heat. There's plenty of surf out there, and here we go.
Yo-Yo, she's going to get us started here. We had a long wait for this opening moment. Nice swoop and carve for Yo-Yo. You can see she always tries and stays nice and tight in the pocket. A little bit of a wobble through that wave there. She gets into the foam. I feel like she read that really nicely. It's a start. She definitely, you could see, wanted to be attacking more, but I love the fact that she's just hungry enough to be swinging on waves right now and trying to create her own momentum.
One, establishes priority too. It gets the rotation going. Somebody's already up on a wave. There's a score. It gives your opponent something to think about too. And now you have more freedom to move around the point too, rather than just thinking that you got to be all the way on the outside at first. But wasn't a bad wave. Shouldn't be anything consequential at the end of the heat though, Strider. But some good rail surfing right here by Hopkins.
Yeah, you know what? The first turn was really the only one of substance. The rest of the wave kind of let her down, so you know she's getting out of there. But I think it was smart just to get the ball rolling, get this thing going. let's have it, you know. And the discontent there from the coach.
Yeah, John, not pretty stoked with that one. I think you're so right, you guys. I mean, just to get the ball rolling here, but also knowing that kind of does go advantage Gabby at this point, because if she can now get on a set and just tag it even once or twice, you know that's going to be a pretty solid score. So Yo, she's going to get that first number on the board. It's going to come in slightly under. Something that I really love about Yolanda right now at this event is she's trying out new boards. She's been trying out the CI, currently on a 5.5 Mikey February shorty, and I actually love the way that they're looking under her feet. It seems really smooth, and she's actually, I feel like, connecting with these boards really well at this wave in particular, Mitch.
Yeah, one of the few people on tour that have ever ridden traction pad on the front part of the board too.
Yeah.
Our good friend Nolan Raposa does that as well in the Challenger Series, but you know, at a point break that's warm like this, I mean, for me, that would be extremely difficult. With the rash guard, it might be completely different, but you know, your traction is something so important. Usually you're waxing it every single time, you're waxing your feet. Here, you don't have to do that every time, so it's another thing that you do not have to think about at all, Strider, but you know, it was something different, something cool. Flashback from the 80s, it seems.
I mean, it is a pure traction. You're not slipping. You have what you need always under your feet, which is, you know, unique to Yo-Yo. There's nobody else on tour that's running that game. So, and if it gives her the confidence that she needs to surf, so be it. Let's go.
Gabby Bryan looking to get her first wave. This one has a bit of a shoulder on it. You can see still deciding to sit just that little bit deeper. Seems like maybe something rolling through right now. We want to see that yellow jersey in action, but I feel like she knows exactly the wave that she's chasing right now. Slightly interested, but too far out. So this one's going to roll underneath Gabby Bryan here. Yolanda, she's going to make the most of it. I like the look of this bowl in front of her. Great bottom turn. Nice and into it on that first one. Float up and in the second. And is she going to hold on? There's so much impact on that section there for Yolanda. But like you guys mentioned it before, she is willing to hit no matter what section comes towards her, Mitch.
Yeah, I wanted her to be having a bit more speed going up into the floater. I think she was just caught in between two minds right there. Do I keep going down the line or do I go for a maneuver right here? She chose a floater, but just didn't have enough speed to ride out of it cleanly right there. And you can see right here, I mean, she goes up into it, but see how she's disconnecting just slightly when she actually gets into the lip and cannot ride out cleanly. Great effort though, but it is a bully section right there on the inside.
She threw the hand grenade.
Yeah, for sure. I actually
This early, huh?
That was crazy. Just
yeah, I actually love floaters like that when it almost like rocks on top of the lip line. I feel like Tanner and I were talking about it before, and there was a clip of Andy doing it in the men's on his backhand where the board almost just like drifts on top of the wave. I feel like Yo-Yo got a moment like that on that one, Strider.
Yeah, for sure. And interesting, you know, you said between two minds, Mitch. I feel like Gabby's in the same place out the back.
Yeah.
And the lineups, because so with the different swells and tides and everything else, you get caught between. There's a couple of different, you know, places to go, and it's almost like you have to treat it like a beach break at this point.
Yes.
You have to hunt. And that's what Yolanda's doing right now. And I feel like Gabby's trying to look at a lineup. And so I think she needs to switch the game and start hunting for waves, following swells down the point.
I like
really
that.
finding something else.
Yeah, move around. Why not? Especially with 18-20, you're listening to the scores out there. If one thing's not working on the outside, you still have priority if you move into where Yo-Yo's at right now, Jess.
I'm not going to lie, guys. I put Gabby Bryan as my power surfer at this wave. I was just so convinced by all of the Instagram clips and just her past performances here. And actually, majority of the world agreed with me when it comes to fantasy picks. I mean, Gabby Bryan, 30% of fans picked her to be their power surfer for this event. Obviously, we're into 18 minutes to go and she hasn't got a wave yet. But you know that once she's up and riding on her feet, right now, based on one wave, only needs that 633 because of Yo-Yo's scores to start. But Gabby Bryan is got to be, no matter what, the hands-down fan favorite for this event.
I would have thought it'd been higher too, just based off of her recent success at this event here too. Carissa, no doubt, one of the all-time greats, 16% right there. Caitlin Simmers has done good in the past, and Lulu Silva, in my opinion, deserves a bit more credit than that. She was leading the rankings at 1 point. She's coming up pretty soon in this round too, but good power surfer picks right there, Jess.
Who are your power server picks?
I had...
Oh, you had Steph.
and I had Felipe, too.
Oh,
I lost both of them already.
No.
Yeah. I like to be proved wrong, though.
Yeah,
I like to be proved wrong.
Same. I love an underdog story. It's great. Yo-Yo, she's going to have another look here. She's got a 283 and a 35 already. Pushing harder for more here for our young Portuguese lady. Drives into it. That bottom turn, just so much strength and power coming towards it. Love the look of this end bowl here for Yo-Yo. She's going to tuck in for a quick tube. She absolutely loves a barrel. And this one has actually got such great shape to it. It's going to keep coming through the inside, getting the finishing turn. So Yo-Yo building every single time she's on her feet right now, Strider.
You know what? Gabriella looked at that wave.
That was worth going.
That was worth going. She's stuck in this place where she's thinking she needs a bigger, better wave. She needs to get the ball rolling. And, you know, it was like you have to ride waves to win heats. I'm sorry, but you have to get in some kind of a rhythm. It's a relationship. And Yo-Yo right here, Mitch, she looks really good. She's looking like she's flowing. She's having connection and understanding the sections and really busting out some, you know, beautiful turns. Look at that, just, you know, crushing back into the corner. Look at this little barrel.
Yeah, no, and as you said, the read, that's the most important thing. And the only way you get that read, especially, you know, after going on hole for a couple times, maybe you did in free surf, that is by catching waves, Jess. So she's done her job so far, and she's going to be improving with each and every single score that she's got. And here goes the rankings leader, though, Gabby.
First wave for Gabby. Oh my gosh, just so much power and velocity in all of her turns. Tricky looking end section, convincing looking ride out there from Gabby Bryan. It was a long wait. We wanted to see surfing, and there you go, guys. Gabby Bryan.
Probably the best 2 maneuvers of the heat, too.
100%. But, like, you know, I'm just happy she got started.
Yeah.
Because that, for her, is like first gear, right? She's just warming up, and we're going to see her really just completely destroy waves, I feel like, if we just see her get into a rhythm. But those 2 turns in succession, that could be a really strong score.
It might even match the last one of Yo-Yo that we're still waiting on, too, Jess.
And Mitch, this wave?
Yeah, no, shorter one, further up the point, so she just made sure to get to her feet. That first turn's so strong, though, and a variation of a layback, but a little tardy on the second one made it even more spectacular, and this should be a great score for her to start things off. And as always, strides, driver 3.0 for Gabby, looking good out there on the Mayhem.
Yeah, and that first turn where she just stomps the pad and really kicks that back foot into the lip, you can just see the power and the way that the timing was in the corner where all the spray just explodes, because you have to place your board perfectly to get that.
So Yo-Yo's last wave score comes in at her best. It's a 4.67. When you watch that wave back, for me personally, it feels better than a 4.67 to me for Gabby's wave, that is, when you compare the two. Just with how vicious those turns were. For you, Strider, I mean, obviously less turns, but it felt like on Gabby's wave, it was probably quality over quantity in comparison to Yo-Yo's.
Yeah, and so the difference between Yolanda's wave and Gabby's wave, if you watch Yolanda surf, she's really heavily front-footed. She's over the front and she's doing turns and she's riding the rail a lot. Where, as you know, Gabby goes up and she'll get way back on that stomp pad and she'll really put the fins and engage it and blow the tail out. And so I feel like if Yolanda wants to get those scores, she's going to either have to go to the air or really lean back and start using that back foot more and not be so front-footed.
I like the fact that Yo-Yo is building. She definitely is a momentum surfer. So I feel like she's going to keep on swinging, keep on trying to get better every single time she's up on her feet. But scores locking in for Gabby Bryan right now, 6.17 for those 2 turns. And Strider, you called it. You said that's first gear, and to get a 6 in first gear, it's kind of like, ooh, what's going to happen when she finally clocks into second or third gear right now?
Yeah, I have to put this out there. I was searching in my mind for men who are matching Gabby's forehand hack. And I do think that they all have amazing power, and I think that they rip. But, I mean, maybe Leo Fioravanti yesterday or somebody else was doing those kind of turns. But it's really hard to match up against Gabby Bryan's frontside hack. I mean,
I agree.
She is stomping these. She'll go up, lay into the back foot, then hit the front foot rail, and then just finish it and sweep it all the way around. And I hope we get to see that in this heat.
I can't wait to see Gabby up and riding on another wave. We're at 12.5 minutes now. Yolanda Hopkins, couple of small scores, has her in the lead, but Gabby Bryan starting to heat up, needs a 6.17. But look at this, Tanner and Sawyer getting ready for that next heat. We'll be back right after this. The Surf City El Salvador Pro has had some really fun waves already so far. I mean, Mitch, it's starting to die a little bit now, but we know we've got a second swell on the way.
Yeah, and we had a lot of rain last night too, so smooth things out for this morning. As we had noticed though, early morning tides typically slow things down, but still a good amount of energy out there right now in the Pacific Ocean today, 6 to 8 feet on the faces. Should potentially bring up a little bit more with that storm that you're talking about, but the onshores will be coming up a bit more as well. So that's the thing that we're really on the lookout. That's why we're only running the 8 heats today of this women's round. But the next few days are going to be the difficult ones right here, Strider. Potential for tomorrow. After that, going to be really hard to dissect.
Yeah, we got bombing swell coming. 15 to 18 feet. I mean, 8 to 12. Like, there's just, look at that. I mean, that's what you want to see. We want to see the green all the time, but you know what? The orange and the yellow, it's just because of the wind, and we could be, you know, pleasantly surprised showing up.
Yeah, we've got the window all the way to the 15th. It looks fun at the end too. Wow, Gabby Bryan. I just cannot get over how powerful this lady is at surfing. Harking into yet another big carve here for Gabby. Goes high, gets over that lump in the middle of the wave right now. Attacks again for Gabby Bryan into a fin drift on the end. Are you kidding me? She is just so good at surfing. It really is not a joke, but that wave start to finish, the amount of power turns that she fit into just that small section of the wave is some of the best surfing you can see on this right-hand point break right now, Mitch.
100%, and actually, you got to correct myself, 5'10" step driver. So she's not the only one. Yago also riding the model, which is typically for a bit larger wave, but with the power that it has out here right now, she is just on fire. And we talk about those carves in the pocket. Her timing is so special. She has really developed a great relationship with this wave right here, Strider. And personally, my favorite turn of the wave right here, this last one. I mean, goes up in a lip, but look at how tough she goes in that blowtail.
I feel like she did a little hair bun claim right there too with the head shake at the end. That was amazing. Watch this power gouge. I mean, that was nothing but precision where everything, she's laying into those turns on the tail and then re-engaging on the rail coming out of it to find speed. This is some of the better surfing you're gonna find, and maybe the best, because that yellow jersey's on her back for a reason, and I feel like she's letting everybody know that that turn right there is almost unbeatable by anybody.
And just this next bottom turn into this big old hack, it's just like the way that she drives off that back foot. You said it before, Strider, like that it's arguably the best on tour, both men and women right now.
Beautiful surfing, and the fact that she's, you know, just getting warmed up, I feel like, you know, that's what we're seeing here. Like, we saw her first wave was a 6, you know, and her next score's dropping probably into excellent, as this one is, and I feel like she's gonna just continue to get another one of these scores. See the little hair?
That was a claim. It was a claim, yeah.
That was a
She's trying to get away with it. It was a claim.
That was a little hair bun claim, right?
When guys stand tall, girls shake their hair. And that's the female version of that claim. But I see the scoreline. Gabby Bryan going excellent. Thank you very much. First heat of the morning, 8-point ride, and it's undeniable. You cannot argue with that type of surfing and just how good it is, Mitch.
Well, the hardest thing to do right now, especially with how demanding the judges are, and that's, you know, the difference between the 80s and the 90s. They used to count distance and they used to count maneuvers too. Now it's quality over quantity. We saw that exemplified with the 6. But the hardest thing to do, Strider, is when you link maneuvers together in that pocket the way she did. Those first 3, picture perfect. When we talk about technique, maybe the best on tour between men and women with that front side carve. But more importantly, the timing here is really the key thing, and she has it on lock at the moment.
Yeah, let's look at this now though. Yo-Yo with a bit of pressure on her shoulders here, needing a 9.5. 0.5 of a 10 is what she needs. So I feel like Yolanda at this point, 6 minutes to go, just with how consistent you've seen it already this morning, Strider, is this now a one-wave game for Yolanda Hopkins?
It's either a Hail Mary, huge air, or it's the icebox. Put it in the fridge. And I'm going to throw this one in the fridge.
Going already there,
I mean,
with 6 minutes still.
How are you going to match what Gabriella Bryan's doing?
Yeah.
I mean, she is on fire. Not to mention the power that she possesses to iron out the surface of those waves, the way that she's cutting through the water, that is so hard to do. And she's just making it look like every wave has the sheets pulled tight. and they're not. They're bouncy. They're undulated. There's like 2 different lips when you go up to hit it, but she is making it look really good.
And because of how much we watched Gabby Bryan surf, we know that we talk about first gear. This is probably second gear, Mitch. She's got more to give than this.
It is, but I mean, once again, the timing in the pocket, she's always super well positioned next to the whitewater. And, you know, we talk about critical maneuvers. All 3 of those first ones were. I really enjoy this combo at the end, too, because it comes down to the timing. The first turn is nice. That second turn, she has to push through that whitewater to get the fins out. That takes a lot of strength, especially at that point of the wave, too.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to say, I mean, I was really into that heat with Griffin Colapinto, and watching that heat up against the Mexican, I feel like this surfing right here was better than any waves that they got in their heat.
I agree.
And that's just like...
Last heat yesterday afternoon?
Yeah.
I agree.
You know what I mean? And
Completely.
this is some crazy good surfing.
I just feel like Gabby she's obviously already won an event this year down at Bells, but then she's had back-to-back quarterfinals, and just with how good she's been surfing this year, with 3 quarterfinal results, it doesn't reflect how good she's been surfing as well. And it feels crazy to say that with quarterfinal results, because that's still a keeper. But for Gabby here, I was really interesting. I was looking at everyone she's lost to this year, and she's been defeated by a goofy footer so far every single time that she's lost, but she's got a 100% strike rate at the moment against natural footers. So it's going to be really interesting for Gabby if she wins this heat and Yo-Yo doesn't get that 9.5. No matter what, she's coming up against a goofy footer in that quarterfinal. So that'll be a moment where she needs to be like, all right, it's third gear coming up in that next heat. But I find that that's a pretty interesting moment to have lost to goofy footers 3 times in a row here, Mitch.
Well, you have an appreciation right there where it's apples to oranges when it comes to the judging perspective too. A lot of times it does come down to who's on the best waves. Just want to touch on something. During the off season, Gabby worked a lot with Jason Shibata back home in Hawaii, and outside of that, she spent a lot of time in Tahiti working on her backhand and her barrel riding. So the points of weakness, she made sure she was strengthening that, because of course on the rights, she's no doubt the best surfer on the planet right now. So the areas that she knew that she had to work on, she definitely knew that she did the work in the off season. And right now here during the season, focus on what's your best, and that seems to be the case right now with the 8th at 617. She's got the lead with only 2 waves ridden, Jess.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? And she didn't get her first wave until past that 20-minute mark as well. So we were all slightly concerned, but Gabby Bryan, for that sit and wait strategy, it's paying off today. For Yo-Yo right now, that 9.5, less than 3 minutes to go. It has to be done in 1 wave right now. But Strider, we spoke about positioning at the start of the heat. Let's talk about it again now. Even though Gabby has such a convincing win, look at where she's positioned herself to apply even more pressure onto Yolanda here.
Yeah, you don't want to be looking at the monster that's coming after you. You know what I mean? And she's putting herself in a position where, like, Yolanda's almost got no, there's no way not to see the golden jersey just glowing next to you and to feel that presence. And looking at the task at hand, it's a huge score. I mean, a 9.5, there hasn't been a 9.5 yet in this event.
No, I'd love to see one. Let's bring that one on. Obviously, Gabby Bryan looking to defend her title here. This is a really convincing way to start. And like I mentioned earlier, Gabby Bryan, being in the first heat, being world #1 right now, really needed to set a tone for this round. And it's quite the tone that she started to set here, Mitch.
She has, and consistency prevailing once again. Only 2 waves ridden. It has been a slow heat, though. I will say that for both of them. But once again, those 10 to 15 minutes that they lost at the beginning of the heat, they did let a few waves go on the inside that were much better than, a couple of waves that they're actually counting right now as scores. So 90 seconds, a 9.5. I don't think we've actually even seen something going to the 9 so far, right?
No, I feel like it's Eli's 8.83
yeah.
is the highest, and then Brisa got an 8.5 as well, and now Gabby with an 8. So we've seen excellent scores. I'd love to know what a 9.5 would look like, even on a day like today, or maybe towards the end of the waiting window when we get that second swell really rolling through here. But with a minute to go, Yolanda Hopkins needs a 9.5 here to take down our current world #1, Gabby Bryan. again. If you look to the next part of the schedule, Brazil is the next stop on tour, and Yo-Yo is going to throw herself at every section. But these are the highest scores that we have of the event so far. Brisa Hennessy with that 8.5, Gabby Ryan with the 8. So the only 2 waves we've seen go into excellence so far. So hopefully we get a little bit more of that. But Tyler looking good with that 7. Alyssa Spencer out of competition, and Nadia Aristabe coming up in a couple of heats time here. So this is, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully we get a couple more excellent rides today, but 30 seconds to go. I look over my shoulder and the ocean looking a little bit flat right now. It feels like Yo-Yo, unfortunately, is going to be going to Brazil and hopefully getting some big sections to throw herself at.
Well, she qualified there last year for the Challenger Series, so she has good memories, but as you said, she's hoping that the swell shows up. You know, not a bad performance. She did win a heat already in this event, so she's going to go at least looking into Brazil with something positive about that. She just came up against the best surfer here in the event's history, Jess, and on her way to the quarterfinals once again is Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, big smiles from Gabby. Unfortunately losing Yolanda Hopkins out of the draw, 14.17. Like we mentioned, she needed to set a tone. That is definitely the way to do it right now. Heat 1 done for Gabby Bryan. She's looking great in yellow here. And Yo-Yo, the rookie on tour, these are the moments where you live and you learn. You take every single lesson you can, and all of these lessons eventually do add up to a big win. So Yo-Yo, will see her compete over in Brazil in just over a week, 10 days time. But coming up next, Sawyer Lindblad taking on Anat Leilior. Come back for the all Goofy Foot affair right after this.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is up and running for day 3 of action. We've got an all-ladies day today. Looking at round 2, heat number 2, it's Sawyer Lindblad taking on Anat Leilior. Sawyer, current number 5 in the world, Anat number 20. So this is a fun moment right now. Rookie taking on one of the most informed surfers of this year so far. My name's Jessie, joined in the booth by Mitch and Strider. But Sawyer working with a fellow commentator of ours, Tanner Gadauskas, and that obviously worked great for them over at Trestles last year, so they're trying to create a little bit of that same magic here in El Salvador right now, Mitch.
Yeah, they got a good relationship, both from San Clemente, both goofy footers too, and they worked at the Lowers event last year. I know she's worked in the past with Ryan Simmons a lot back in California, but right here having that comfort at a location that, you know, is going to be big for her in the future, especially including right now with their position in the rankings, looking to build off of that runner-up finish that we just saw over there in NZ, Jess.
You guys would have seen a lot more of Sawyer growing up than what I have, because she was in your part of the world, but it feels like this year, that last 12 months that she had off to get ready for this season, it has paid off so much for her. I mean, we're talking a 17th at Bells, so that is essentially, can be a throwaway result, but then she rolled into 2 semis semi-finals back-to-back into a final over at New Zealand. It just feels like Sawyer has hit a new gear this year, Strider.
Yeah, and I feel like the off season for her, she just went surfing. She surfed so much. She went on surf trips. She hung out in Indonesia. She was just really using that time to connect with that joy of surfing. And when you do that, you kind of, you know, there's all this training and there's gym and there's all these other things that you do to be physically fit and mentally fit. But the joy of surfing is why we do it. And I feel like she connected with that on the off season, and that put her in a great, comfortable place to be, you know, competing, because you have to remember why you're doing it. You have to give yourself that feeling of joy. And, you know, sometimes you get caught up in the noise of competing and the process of making sure that you're doing everything right.
Yeah, I love that Sawyer's just channeled that energy. She's obviously worked the full season so far with Micro and working with Tanner here, but Tanner and Micro spoke a lot and figured out this recipe that's been working for her. So Tanner trying to add his own flair over here. And then we look to Annette Lelior. She took the last spot to qualify for the championship tour on the women's side of the Challenger Series, and it was out of her hands over at Newcastle. She had to sit and wait and watch just her future unfold in front of her. It all came down to Soph McCulloch. She needed to make one heat against Sol Aguirre, and unfortunately couldn't do it. Sol was working with Snake there and just went to town, just put on a backhand clinic. And so Annette getting on tour, and this is the first time we've ever seen an Israeli surfer on the championship tour, and she's had a couple of really great moments this year already, Mitch.
She has. That 8 over at Bells is definitely a standout. Up until yesterday or the day before, it was the only heat she'd had made on tour yet. Beat Stephanie already here. A lot of people's power surfers at this event, a former champion including myself, and you know, coming up against a tough draw right now, a fellow goofy footer in Lindblad. And the cool thing about Anna, first of all, she's an amazing human being, but second, she's willing to go for anything too. That's why she made the final over at the Challenger Series at Pipeline 2. She charges great on the backhand and on the forehand, but really good in barrels too. I want to see her succeed over there in Tahiti and of course in Fiji when we get there later this year.
Well, let's look at it. I mean, Annette beating Steph, or anyone beating Steph, is a big moment here. But Annette, like you mentioned, getting it done in round one, and the GOAT going down here, Strider.
Yeah, it's so hard because, I mean, Stephanie, she's the queen of the right-hand point. So in your mind, you would think that this is a walkthrough for her almost, because she's so good. But I feel like Annette got the better waves, and she connected, you know, with that corner, and she was belting it. I mean, the thing that you guys talked about, and I watched and was so impressed.
Wow.
I mean, is that she does not hold back, and she is attacking sections. And, you know, this turn where she just places the board perfectly and, you know, riding out in front of those sections on that inside, like, closeout part was so hard to do, and she executed, and she came away with the win. And that is a huge milestone in her, you know, transition as a rookie into becoming a veteran.
There's actually heaps of Israelis in El Salvador. There's a big fan base that have been coming down and watching Annette as well. So she's got this family environment feeling that is going on down the beach right now for her. And something that you mentioned, Mitch, obviously we've seen a couple of really gnarly wipeouts on that end section. I mean, Liam O'Brien obviously stands out as probably the gnarliest we've seen so far. But Annette, you nailed it perfectly. If there's a big oncoming section like we saw from Lobby, she's going for it, because similar to what we see from Yo-Yo, she's a put yourself at it and attack type of competitor.
Well, at this point on tour, it's the only way you're making heats too. Everybody's so talented, everybody's so good. Look at her results so far in 26th, the 9th over at Bells, at least guaranteed a 9th here. But everything else is 17th, Jess, so that's not going to get you requalification for 2027. For the rookies with the new format, it is very strange. You know, you have to go through a lot of people that you've already seen on the Challenger Series, new names that you've seen on the broadcast for those returning CT surfers that have been here for half a decade or even more than that. And now for her, are you able to get over that hump and eventually get those quarters and semis that you're requiring to make a push for a world championship?
So Lindblad is going to have a swing here. Her first roll of the dice, nice and tight in the pocket here for Sawyer. She's just had such a great read everywhere we've gone all throughout the season. Let's see how that translates over here in El Salvador right now. Pushing hard off the tail again for Sawyer. Loving that turn there. Just getting a lot of speed, attacking, drops out of that last turn pretty close to the rock, so you can see that tide is really starting to drain out now. But for Sawyer, that's a good start. I mean, got some nice turns done out the back, especially through the inside as well. And I felt like a nice wave selection, especially for a goofy footer. It bent back towards her, then Strider.
Yeah, she waited for you know, a solid part of the heat for that wave and kept position. So dropping into this thing, you could see it had the corner just waiting for her. Every time she came off the bottom, she executed a turn. And with that, you know, you're going to see a great rhythm. And there's no in-between mistakes, which is really fun to watch. I mean, every single time she came off the bottom, she found the lip line again off the top, and she was trying to vary her turns a little bit with the position of the board and the lip, which was great.
Yeah, different angles. You got to do that as a goofy footer. Not look repetitive either. It's easy to do that and complicated to really stand out differently right here, Jess. But a great placeholder score right here, in my opinion, for Sawyer Lindblad. Outstanding year, too. I mean, outside of bells, everything else has been, you know, a semifinal or better. So she has had the best year of her career so far. Ever so close to her first win on the CT up against Carissa. She was surfing so well over there in NZ. But once again, comes from an amazing surfing family in San Clemente. Brother Taj just qualified for the Challenger Series. We're going to be seeing him on the CS later this year. Her pops, Mark, competed in the PSAA back in the day, so comes from a great surfing family right there from SoCal.
Yeah, first score in for Sawyer Lindblad. It's a 5.83, so that automatically takes her straight to the lead. You just mentioned something, Mitch, and I feel like it sparked my memory. Obviously, we've seen two women this year being so consistent, Luana Silva being the other one, making consecutive finals, but both of these ladies, like you mentioned, not getting their first win yet. So Strider, for someone like Sawyer and Lulu, what's that next step for them to get them over the line of not being second and getting their first win here?
I don't think they're missing anything. I feel like they just have to come up with the right waves and continue to do what they're doing, because they're both surfing unbelievably well. I mean, attacking, ripping, like, you know, the lip line is their best friend almost. You can see them both wanting it. And that's something that will lead to a victory. And that's all they need. It's just to continue that voyage. I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's, you know, it's not if, it's when.
And it's really interesting to listen to people like Carissa and Steph say their time is coming, and those guys have been in their shoes. Let's take a look at Anat here. Great looking bowl. She's going to drive up into this first carve and goes big, but drifts the fins and loses it on that second section there. So Anat already pushing hard. We know she's got her head down. She's going to go for it on this one, but unfortunately just disengaging the fins there. Right now, though, we're just past 24 minutes to go. It's pretty interesting when you take a look at heat wins this season. For someone like Sawyer, who hasn't had a win yet this season, she's actually had obviously multiple heat wins, but considering she's made semi-finals and finals, and she's actually got the most of the season so far. 12 heat wins to Sawyer. Stephanie Gilmore and Lulu with 11 makes sense. They've both been in finals as Steph's won one. Carissa Moore with 10, and then Lakey Peterson with 8. So it's pretty interesting to see that Sawyer and Lulu, the only two from that new school crop, being in that top 5 right now.
And they've both made finals too, right? So, you know, it goes to show that right here you need to be winning events to be #1 in the world. Gabby Bryan there for a reason, but Sawyer, 12 wins. Pretty crazy to think she's been able to do that across 4 events already this season. Most importantly, though, as Strider was saying, it's a process. It's eventually going to come. You're not going to be able to get down on yourself with those results that you've had in the past 3 events. First one, wipe it away, just let it go, and of course, look down the line knowing that, as you said, you recovered that joy during the off-season, that downtime that you needed, potentially going to some better waves that you don't always see on what is called the Dream Tour, because here we have an event period, we have a waiting period. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get those best waves that you're always thinking of, Jess.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you think to the first 2 events, like, we had a couple of really great moments, but there were events that we struggled with the forecast. We were so lucky at Snapper. We got 4 days of pumping waves, and Raglan had some really incredible moments, especially finals day. It was just fun the whole time. But you're so right. It's not guaranteed to have pumping waves. We've been so lucky at El Salvador. It's our 3rd day running straight because the waves have just been so fun so far. When I look to someone like Anat, on the other hand, you know, we talk about Sawyer and getting her first win. This is her rookie season for Anat. For her, she's struggled through this first part of the season, but so many strengths. Strider, for someone like Anat, where do you see just the next stops, the rest of the season being a strong point for Nat Leilior?
Well, she charges, so I feel like we're gonna come around the corner and to the South Pacific again when we get to Tahiti and Fiji and stuff like that. I think that's going to be a place where she can excel. She's going to have to blow up in Brazil though. She needs a good finish. She needs some strong results in order for her to be in a great position coming around the corner. But I feel like all it is confidence. You know what I mean? You get to the main stage and you're just like, and a heat win like that against Stephanie Gilmore can give her what she needs in her head to get to the next level. It's just like winning an event. It's what Sawyer and Lulu need right now. They just need to remember they can do it. They can have it in their head.
Look what it did for Lulu. Beat her in the first heat of the season, and she's had an incredible run. Similar to Gabby Bryan, she's in the yellow jersey. She set an absolute standard in that first heat, and she's with Chris on the glass.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse Gabriella. What a way to start your day. You look amazing in yellow. Let's talk numbers here real quick. Of the 50,000 WSL fantasy teams, 30% picked you as their power surfer. Do you hear these numbers? Do you know that you're a favorite from the fans going into these events?
I mean, given that we're at a right-hand point break compared to like New Zealand or something, I can definitely say like maybe I have a little bit more fans here, but I try not to think about it. It's pretty cool though, like when people say like, oh, I got you as my like ×2 power surfer or whatever, and it's like, okay, it's a little extra motivation, although I'm not really thinking about it, but I'm like, okay, these people picked me, I better like make them proud or something. So no, it's really cool.
Any motivation is good motivation. Let's talk about the first 10 minutes of that heat. First heat of the day, pumping set rolls through right before, and then you had to kind of sit there and wait. What goes through your mind for those 10 minutes?
I just knew like that a wave was gonna come, and I just didn't want to go on a really bad one and then like just be scrambling. So I was like, just patience. I know they're out here, but like you said, there was like a beautiful set, 3 perfect waves right before the horn blew, and unfortunately, we didn't get any in our heat, but I guess it's a good sign for the rest of the day and the rest of the heats, and hopefully in my next heat I can get one of those.
We got an amazing 8-point ride, so that's saying something. Now, let me tell you about this storyline that's developing behind the scenes. Underdogs taking out the top seeds. You flip the script there, but are you aware of kind of what's been happening to some of the top seeds on the men's and women's side of the draw?
Yeah, no, for sure. There's definitely been a few surprise results, but it's kind of like how it is these days. Everyone on tour is so capable, and it's like, I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous before that heat, and even though like I'm not really an underdog anymore, I still feel like one. Like I don't feel like, I don't know, like at the top or anything, but so I'm like still like nervous, feel all the emotions, want to go out there, do my best surfing, not take anyone lightly, and that's the fun of this tour. Everyone's so good and everyone's capable of making it, and there's no easy heats.
No easy heats. Well, good luck moving through.
Thanks, Gabby. Thanks, Chris. And they're so right. I mean, I feel like for such a long time, obviously, there was domination, especially on the women's side between Steph, Carissa, Tyler, and then you look to the men's. I mean, Kelly dominated for so long, and then we saw Gabe and John and Mick, all those guys just have their own right of domination in their own times. But it feels like now both men and women's side of the tour is such a strong force, and both we've seen obviously underdogs do really well this event, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this trend keep continuing throughout the season, Strider.
Yeah, that's the thing that, I love it when Gabby Bryan's calling it out and saying, that everybody's on the same level. But the thing that kind of spooked me about that conversation was that she doesn't see herself as a top dog. I mean,
you're in yellow, girl.
And again, it's the same thing we were just talking about: confidence and knowing that you have established yourself to a position to be a world champion. And I think your head has to win first. You have to see it. You have to visualize it.
The only thing I will say against that, and the reason why she still feels like an underdog, is because she hasn't been a world champion yet. And there's certain people that have already had those expectations of her as of late, but to your point, during a 15-year stretch, only 3 women won world titles. It was Steph, Carissa, and Tyler. Then eventually Caroline was able to break that curse back in 23. And of course, the last 2 years, Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum. So it has shifted, it's changed. But until you finally see that guarantee right there at the end with the cup, you don't feel that validation yourself
I definitely feel like it's coming for Gabby at some point. She's just getting better every single season. I'm loving the matchup right now. Sawyer, 5'8'3". We're really waiting for a Nat to open up, but this goofy foot affair, we know it's going to go into fireworks. Coming up next then in that heat is Lulu and Nadia. We'll be right back after this. One of the surfers in this heat right now, Sawyer Lindblad, is a two-time US Open champion. And guess what? Live music returns to the US Open of Surfing starting on the 25th of July in Huntington Beach. Headliners include local natives, real estate, Matt Costa, and more. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now. Can never go wrong with live music, but especially at the US Open. Sawyer, she'd love to get another win there as well. Got Kanoa in here yesterday. He's a previous champion. He's going in the draw to try and win as well. But I actually haven't been to the US Open myself yet, but it looks like the biggest vibe ever. Now you throw music into it, I'm like, okay, maybe I need to get myself there right now.
Well, there's a direct correlation and a direct connection between Surf City El Salvador and Surf City USA over there in HB, so maybe eventually it happens, Jess. Be having a lot of fun. Maybe take you to In-N-Out one day too. Get some Mexican food.
Stop it.
Yeah, I gotta get you to SoCal.
I know. I need to go and try some of the food over there. It's definitely on my bucket list. Anyways, back to this heat right now. Sawyer, she had a 0.3 during that break, so still looking for yet another number here. Didn't like the look of that one, but I like the fact that she's starting to get a little bit busy. This heat, relatively slow in the scheme of things right now, Strider.
Yeah, very. And unfortunately with the tide dropping out, it's kind of slowing things down. But I think we're going to have enough waves. There'll be 2 solid waves for each surfer through these heats, and they just have to make sure that when they catch them, that they're executing on them, because you cannot have mistakes at this level.
It's really interesting, especially with how much the conditions change based on tides here. I feel like the positioning really does shift up and down. For heats that are in that moment where, okay, it's actually starting to shift a little bit more, how adaptive these surfers need to be. And I feel like right now you can see Sawyer trying to really find that new positioning to get her on some more waves here, Mitch.
Yeah, I think another big thing too, the swell has changed a bit. The direction we know obviously has been coming from a couple different places with that storm system that's been brewing for a few days right now. But it's also super different surfing a point break this long with only another person out too. And you don't normally see this during a free surf. So at this point, this glassy it is right now, it's not easy to necessarily identify which spot to take off from. There are a couple markers out there. I'm not going to mention all of them, but I know Brian has a few too that he uses to position himself well. And this is actually a great shot right here.
Mention them.
Well,
I want to know the markers.
I'm only going to say 2. I use the judges tower a lot. You see where the priority board is up there? That's where I know kind of where you're usually finishing your wave at. So you're not trying to catch a wave past that anytime. Another big one that I use when it comes to catching
that didn't help us.
Yeah.
Well, it does, because it tells you when to kick out. I mean, anything beyond that, they're either not seeing you or it's something that's not really going to count anymore. But to catch a wave, it's usually where that first flag starts. The Salvadorian flag, you see them on the beach right there. It's usually the one furthest to the right.
Okay. I'm going to take your word on that next time I surf out there, and I'll report back. No, I'm kidding.
I'm always lining up off the house.
Yeah, I feel like I was too.
I think, at least for me, that's a little too deep.
You're a little slower on the face.
Whoa,
Let's get back
dude.
to the heat. Let's get back
Uncle,
to the heat. Sorry about
he's going at me early today. It's 10:03 a.m.
No, please.
Mama Roca.
Mama Roca starting to rear its head. Now, we've seen some pretty cool shots of Mama Roca over the year. I think back to Italo in a heat against George Pitter, I want to say last year, doing a crazy air over it. Obviously, that straighty that Molly did. But Mama Roca seems to come into play every single year. It hasn't yet so far this season, but Mitch, do you see her just rearing ahead a couple more times throughout the rest of this event?
She hasn't really showed up so far this year. I think it's because of how big it's been so far. She's around, though. Don't want to counter her personally. You know,
I'll stay clear if possible.
there's a couple of barnacles around there too, and those things are sharp. More than anything, it's, to me, coming in and out of the water. Like, that's really where you're paying the toll. And it's a small price to pay for. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, look at how beautiful it is right here. You get perfect waves, amazing people. But those rocks, they're no joke. They make you earn your waves out there.
Gabriella Bryan had like multiple cuts all over her feet.
Oh, yeah.
She was notably irritable about it on the beach before she went in the water, but she said that's the price you pay.
That is it. And Nat Lelior, she's going to try and get herself into this heat right now. Nice looking first turn here. That's a better looking second one. Really vertical in. A lot of oncoming water. If she can hold on, that's going to be a good number. And Nat loves it. She beats the chest. She's thinking this is the energy she needed. Only needs a 4.51 at this point. So a Nat is well and truly back into this heat right now, Mitch.
Yeah, that is considering, though, that Sawyer doesn't have a backup, 10 minutes to go. So, I mean, this wave was well served, really far up the point, but it was one of those waves that closed out and gave her that good end section right there at the end with the whitewater, timed it perfectly, and 3 completely distinct maneuvers as well.
And much more consequence in those last 2 turns and that closeout wave, part of the wave. So I feel like this is going to probably better Sawyer's wave. I mean, first turn was really clean, hit it well, but this right here, vertical, straight up into the corner, and then this closeout section, she really connected well. Like, and for her to direct the board straight out to get out in front of the whitewater at the finish was solid. You know, there was a lot of water flying off the top of that wave. Then she throws it, vertical right in the hook. You know what I mean? It's really hard to position your board, but look at her throw the board out in front of her right there to get out in front of this wave was really hard to do. And I feel like that's where the energy came right here.
Yeah, just pure attack mode there for Nat Lelior. And I think as well, the transition off that second turn into a big finish, it definitely got the attention of everyone in the Red Bull athlete zone
Look
there.
at Matt, look at Matt.
Except for the 2 Biolas. The River Biolas and Matt Biolas did not like that.
Yeah, fair. It was a pretty sick wave. The judges giving it a really healthy number right now, an 8.17, highest wave score we've seen of the day so far. Sawyer Lindblad now only looking for a 4.18, but she's going to be probably chasing bigger to stay really relevant in this heat right now. First turn, nice. Second turn, even better. She's got such a great pivot point off the bottom here. Into it on the third, so 4 turns here. Maybe didn't have that same drama of the end section, and Nat, she's not wasting any more time. She's going to get up and riding already after just dropping an excellent score, keeping that momentum here under the lip hook, but really convincing bottom turn out of it, driving hard through that second turn here. Let's see another big end section. She's going to get out in front of it. There's the formula. 3 turns, big end section. Her team loves it on the beach here. So Nat Lelior, back-to-back waves. She has found her momentum in this heat right now, Mitch.
Good call right there with Sawyer probably needing something better than that. So the 4.18, likelihood that she's going to get that, but Nat's definitely going to improve by a substantial margin right here with her 1.83 at a critical point of the heat too. She's got back-to-back waves that are going to put her up into first. This was a well-surfed wave, though. Not easy to do either. First turn, very strong. I love the angle of the second one, too, just a bit more vertical. And, of course, right here, this is where it gets really difficult to fit in these last 2 as a goofy footer. She did extremely well. But then you have a big answer back right here by Lelior strides.
Yeah, you know, the power that she's displaying right here, I feel like that's the difference. I feel like, you know, she's going vertical, but she's also throwing a lot into those turns. And then the finish right here was kind of like, I feel like really strong surfing, but I feel like she's just found the confidence in her head that she could use her body language and her technique to give herself, a step above Sawyer right here, and that's what she's doing. You know, both of her waves are going to come over the top of Sawyer's wave, I believe.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for, Sawyer's going to have to get out there, reset, and really put some effort into really going more vertical and more into the critical section.
Yeah, priority is really going to come into it as well for this next 6.5 minutes, because if we think about how consistent those sets have been rolling through, there's definitely been a bit of time in between them. So right now, Sawyer opting for the paddle back out and Nat on the ski. But with Sawyer, if she can get priority, that's definitely going to be the better situation for her right now, to be able to sit, wait for one of those numbers. We'll surely find out soon exactly what she's chasing here. But maybe Sawyer just... Obviously, there was a bit of a slow point in that heat, but maybe in a little bit too much of a cruise control coming into this. And then in Nat, you could see she was just building frustration and then turned that into a big number there, Mitch.
Get a point. I mean, it's all pent up, and you're just trying to get it out some way, and she did it with her surfing. And it's not like Sawyer wasn't trying to back up the 5-8-3. She moved up and down the point, trying to catch anything, move up into the double digits, and add some more pressure to her opponent. But right here, that 8 makes a huge difference right now. And talking about somebody who was willing to risk it right there, and in my honest opinion, she doesn't pull that last turn off, she's probably way out of contention of making this heat on that 817. So right now, flips the script, and 5.5 on the clock. Good heat right here at the end.
Pretty interesting to see that you can also get excellence by sitting deeper on the point right now, Strider.
Well, I feel like it's just, the reason why I feel like she's got the higher scores is because she's catching waves that are steeper, they're larger, right? They're bigger in size, and she's also putting the board in that section where it's just completely hooking. It's the most critical part of the wave, and she's doing critical maneuvers, and that's exactly the formula for the judges.
Okay, scores are starting to lock in right now. Sawyer Lindblad, I see the score line. It's a 6-2-3. So she's got herself her best number of the heat right now. It briefly got her into the lead, but then a Nat score dropped in, and it's put her right back into that top number there. So she's put on a pretty hefty combo right now, 6-4-3 for a Nat Lelior, meaning Sawyer Lindblad chasing an 8.37 has to be the best number of the day so far. It probably has to be a set wave, thinking of how big that number is here. But look at that. I mean, just the judges all agreeing that it was the number to put a Nat back up into the lead on that one, Mitch.
Yeah, really tight scoring too. Just a point difference between the high and the low, and just over 4 minutes on the clock right here, as you said. Probably needs to be on a set wave, and outside of that too, it needs to be better than the 817. So you already have something to compare off right there. As Strider was mentioning, those waves further up the point, they're shorter, but tends to be more critical because it's so much shallower up there because of the depth that it has with the rocks. Now, Sawyer, a lot of her waves, she's caught a bit further on the side. I like that though, because I just think for her style of surfing, she knows what is going to benefit her. But at this point, she might be needing to go on a wave that is more suitable for a knot.
Well, let's think about as well this heat. It was slow at the start, so Sawyer actually getting the better of the first exchange. This one being a 5-8-3 here, Strider.
Yeah, Sawyer will pick a wave that will lend to her kind of pendulum surfing on the backhand. So she, and we talked about it. Her surfing, there was no in-betweens. It was off the bottom, off the top, and she had a great rhythm, but lacked, the radicalness of what we see right here from a knot. She's actually throwing it right into the critical part of the wave. I mean, really belting heavy sections, and her waves were a little bit more elevated. I mean, they're a little bigger, more powerful, and she matched it.
That last section pretty gnarly too.
Love the emotion from her as well, and then to go back into it straight away and get this wave here, Mitch, this was really smart, especially for a rookie.
Yeah, and didn't let a wave go either, so she saw some waves coming with that set. Got back to work immediately, backed it up with the 6-4-3, but 14.6 against somebody who's a top 5 surfer at the moment. Not an easy thing to do, Jess, and not that Sawyer surfed bad either. I mean, she's got 12 points on the board right now, a pair of 6s, so.
She's perfectly placing her board, but the difference is the size of the wave and the power of the wave. So when you get a bigger, more powerful wave, your turns are going to accentuate. Everything is going to look stronger and bigger. There's going to be more spray. It's going everything about it is going to be elevated, and that's why Nat's scores are slightly elevated because of that.
So Sawyer needing an 8 3-7 to get into the lead right now. She's had such an incredible season. She has had a 17th, 2/3, and a 2nd, and is currently sitting number 5th in the world. This would be an event where you would actually put Sawyer as getting a pretty good result here. I mean, she's had a quarterfinals here in the past, another quarterfinals obviously adding to that, and Sawyer is really driven. She's one of those surfers who wants to be in that yellow jersey too, so this is actually a moment for her to stay really relevant in the title race here, Strider.
Yeah, and there's, you know, when you're sitting out there with 90 seconds on the clock and you're like, oh, is there a set? It looks like there is a set. The fact that you have to surf excellent on your next wave, and you know it.
And your last wave too.
You know, it's the stack of it all. It's like Yago's frontside 3, you know, when he needed the 9.5 and gets a 10. Those moments, and I asked Yago about that. He said, yeah, I knew I could do it. I knew I had it. And that's the belief that Sawyer has to have right now. She has to will the wave to come to her and then go out and just destroy it.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like it's those moments that takes you from being a championship tour surfer to a world champion, by being able to adapt under pressure and know that you have to give it your all in that moment. If I look over my shoulder, it feels like some of those sets didn't really eventuate as well. So you can see Sawyer, it needs to be a big wave or a small one and just go crazy on it. Give us a backside straighty or something to think about. So this needs to be a big number here for Sawyer. And just with 30 seconds to go, it is really now or never here. And Nat, unfortunately, this is out of her hands right now. She just has to hope that the ocean doesn't provide anything for Sawyer.
Definitely a wave coming.
Yeah, we're going to see Sawyer take off on this one. There's more energy out the back as well, so I'm intrigued if there's more opportunity. Needs an 8.37 here for Sawyer Lindblad. Deep on this section, she's going to go into it, but disengages the fins here. And with 10 seconds to go, you can see that set is rolling through out the back now. Isn't Nat going to be in position to get this one before the heat is over? It feels like time is going to run out, and the rookie is going to take down number 5 in the world right now, Mitch.
Yeah, 2 major wins for her already in this event. Stephanie Gilmore, a former champion, NATOM world champion, and of course right here, as you said, a member of the top 5 currently. So now you get a sense of belonging on tour. Yesterday she was doubting herself after the performance that she had when it came to the heat against Steph. She left no doubt today, Jess.
Yeah, this is the best result she's ever had in a championship tour event. Moving on through to the quarterfinals, she's going to match up against Gabby Bryan. So Nat Lelior going excellent. 8.17, backing it up with a 6.43, all within about a 3 to 5 minute time frame. Sawyer Lindblad, she's had an incredible season. Unfortunately, she has been sent packing to Brazil, but let's remember she's finaled there before. So looking for another big result for Sawyer Lindblad here, but the rookie on tour getting the job done, taking another win for the Goofy Footers. So much support on the beach right now for Anat. We have a really fun next heat coming up. Luana Silva taking on Nadia Aristabe. We're gonna have Chris and Tanner for the call.
llegando al momento más esperado del día, el momento de ver el atardecer. Estamos en el peñón de Comasagua, en la cordillera del Bálsamo, y de Punta Roca se puede manejar acá, son aproximadamente 50 minutos. En estas cordilleras baja el agua a toda velocidad y eso hace que se generen las olas de Punta Roca y que se cree el fondo increíble. Está conectado con todo este ecosistema y aquí es a donde inicia todo, desde las cordilleras. Tenemos aquí enfrente el mar y este peñón que es bien icónico. Realmente es un lugar épico para poder ver el atardecer. Lo increíble de El Salvador es que podemos estar en la playa y rodeados de un ambiente totalmente tropical y en cuestión de media hora estar en un volcán, estar en las cordilleras, estar en un pueblo o ir a unas cascadas. Creo que por eso este lugar es tan bendecido y privilegiado.
Welcome back, surf fans. It's a party on the rocks for Anat Lelior. This is a kind of a creepy week to be a top seed. A lot of the biggest names in surfing have been taken out by hard-charging rookies. That's just what transpired in the water. Anat Lelior, beyond hyped. Huge run for this rookie on the 2026 Championship Tour. We're going to hear from her shortly. Before we get there, I'm Chris Cote. This is Tanner Gadauskas. We're hyped to bring you high performance, high action surfing from Punta Rocas. So far, it's been a wild run. As we said, today the waves look super rippable, and this is a unique situation. You were actually unofficially coaching, just kind of helping Sawyer Lindblad previous and during that heat. What was your experience like down there on the rocks before, during, and after?
So I think even within that coaching conversation, it's really interesting because there's a couple different layers. I feel like you can be in somebody's corner, which I was for Sawyer, and you kind of absorb the information they get from the lineup, and you just watch it for a while before the heat, and you kind of make a collective game plan. And I think at the top level of the coaching, you deal with guys like Tommy Witz and Snake and Glenn Hall, and they have a curriculum, you know. But for me and Sawyer, it was more just adapting to how she was feeling today and what she was seeing this morning, which, when you look back, is really wild what we're seeing here and how good the waves have become. It was almost undistinguishable this morning, and we were trying to see, okay, where are the sets coming from? Which ones in the sets are the best waves? And it was very, very hard to do. I feel like Sawyer did a great job on the game plan that she created. But Anat, hey, she's got that chi. She's on a great run. She was behind the ball in that heat. She started a little off-kiltered and was able to get back on the merit of that 8, and she set her campaign up. So she really put it to Sawyer, and good for her.
Yeah, that was another fun one to watch. And we're going to get right into it because we've got another great story unfolding in front of us. Luana Silva, world number 2, going up against Nadia Aristarbe. So you've got Brazil or Spain. And this is it's been 50-50 so far with the high seed, so we'll see. I mean, it doesn't get much higher than second place for Luana Silva, and definitely calling her the most improved surfer that I've seen over the past few years. She's come to 2026 to the championship tour, I mean, like a complete surfer. She has been putting together such great performances, and she's going to have to watch now as this wave reels off down the line. Great opening series of turns. Second turn, she's kind of reactionary, trying to get around this open section. Wave gets a little bumpy, lays down a little bit. Appropriate carve, back into the white water though. She's gonna wait for it to form up. So kind of just putting together some connecting maneuvers. She gets to this meaningful inside section, punches the lip, comes around it again, nicely placed there. So not pushing it too hard, but pushing it just the right amount to lay down a base layer score. She's going to feel good about that wave, I would say. I don't think it's going to go in the excellent range, but it's a perfect placeholder to get your heat started.
So here's what's kind of interesting in these first couple heats this morning is we've seen Gabriella O'Brien be forced to be sitting for quite a while. And then there's these big pockets, these big lulls in these heats. Sawyer and Anat had one in their last heat. What's the better strategy? Is it to ride a wave right in the beginning of the heat, get your rhythm going, get a score on the board, or wait for what you think is a set and hope that it comes? Because the trickiest thing on today's lineup is a set can come, but it might have the wrong angle, and it might be actually really fast. It might close out quicker than you can anticipate. I think Luana did a great job. That was a really well-surfed wave. And this is also a replay that we're going to see from Nadia, who, of course, her backhand is searing. It's GOAT certified off of Snapper on the Gold Coast. She's in form this year, so when you talk about Luana Silva and where she's at, she's coming up against a Goliath underdog in Nadia. But Luana staying on the board, she looked good, Chris. Like you said, she looked frisky and just loose and just kind of, in some regards, warming up through this first part of the wave, settles in, and she got some nice turns on the inside.
Yeah, and these two surfers have been battling for a long time through the Pro Junior rankings and, you know, the Key West on the Challenger Series, so they're definitely very familiar with each other. But what might be unfamiliar for Nadia is how improved Luana has been throughout 2026. She's made 2 finals already, and she's really, I'd say she's gunning for that top spot. Do not be, you know, don't be surprised to see Luana Silva maintain that top 5 position all the way through and put together a solid back half of the season. She's got to get through Nadia before she goes anywhere, and Nadia is a powerhouse. That was almost a nicely executed turn, but you saw just stalling a little bit in the lip, and even at this size, Punta Roca still has teeth. Just ask Nadia Arasari, who's just now coming up from getting pounded by that wave.
Some of these waves, too, they're riding so close to the rocks and the cobblestones that those last turns are right on the slippery bricks. We saw Joao Chanca coming out of free surf this morning and just took one wrong step and broke his fin out of his board. I don't know, hopefully that wasn't his magic stick, but it happens, you know, and this is the landscape that Punta Roca has. That was a nice wave for Nadia if she had pulled that turn. What I like about her surfing is that she's calm. She has a quiet approach on the back end, kind of similar to a knot. They focus on big, powerful maneuvers. As a viewer and as a judge, it's really simple to understand that's a good score. There's no extra noise. It's just a big turn to a big turn.
Big surfing equals big scores. 25:52 to go. Both surfers making their way back to the lineup. Let's make our way down to the glass. Strider Wasilewski is with Anat Lelior.
Thank you so much, Chris. Anat, amazing heat, great surfing, but there was 2 things in that heat that I was watching that kind of made the difference for me. The first was your wave selection.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, me and my coach have been watching the waves closely yesterday with the guys, and today, you know, it was a little bit funky, as we all said, but as always, the second wave was always looking the best one for us. But yeah, I try to, you know, sit down and be patient, and it definitely took a lot of belief to maintain my patience and, you know, belief in myself to move forward, but I'm happy I made it through. Sawyer is such an intimidated backside surfer, and you know, it was a good battle, and I feel like I did a good job.
Well, the second thing I noticed was a new sense of confidence after taking out Stephanie Gilmore and actually getting to see you as a surfer as a whole. I mean, your explosion, your vertical surfing, everything about it looked different. And is that because of your confidence now?
To be honest, I feel like in my free surfs, I was surfing the best I have in a long time, and it gave me a lot of confidence. But you know, it's a game. You know, you choose to play the game with confidence, or you know, you're always going to be afraid to lose. So instead of saying, "Oh, I'm really nervous," I'm excited. Just trying to hype myself up. You know, pumping myself in the chest and on my shoulders, like I'm here. I'm worthy. I can do it. So yeah, it was just about waiting for the waves and performing when the opportunity came.
Well, coming up with excellent scores. That was an amazing, you know, heat for you. We can't wait to see more out of you in this event, so congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to shout out Silver, Tico, guys. Thank you so much. The High Flyer 3.0 has been on fire. Thank you. Thanks, Ryder.
Back to you guys.
Great story developing there for Anat Lelior. Coming up as a rookie, I mean, it is so tough. Ask any rookie on the championship tour, men, women, they're going to say, this is the gnarliest thing I've ever experienced. This is so hard every single heat. So just to get through, you know, no big deal. 2 of the best surfers currently in the world in 2026 for Anat Lelior. I mean, that has to be a massive confidence boost.
That interview kind of hit me deep. You know, we were listening to her talk about her perspective coming on tour and having that self-confidence to believe that she was in the right place to take down these big names. She was giving respect to Sawyer. She had to give respect to Steph to step over the top of both of them. But it's interesting. She is one of one, Anat. Not only is she a rookie here, she's coming from a place in the world where it's not been represented on the World Tour. So she is trailblazing. And for her, she's got to knock that door down. We saw her exclaim after her 8-point ride, and you get the feeling, right? She's creating that energy from within her.
Luana Silva now demanding the attention from the judges, starting off with a 6-6-7. See what she can follow through with here. Waiting for it, unleashes, quick turn, comes around the section again, nicely placed carve. I love where she's positioning herself on this wave. You see she's hugging the white water, staying right in the power pocket. Now she extends into that oncoming section, throws herself headlong into the closeout, and rides out clean. That was a nicely surfed wave for Luana Silva. Great style, pure flow all the way down the line, adding some power, some flashes of speed. The judges are gonna like that one. So to me, I feel like that is equal to, if not better than that 6-6-7, just the overall act.
And then she's going to build that house way over the top of Nadia here, who only has a 4. This was a great wave, Chris. I mean, the tempo that she kept through this middle part of the wave and all of these carves was really nice. She was coming off the bottom with a lively whip. Here it starts. You get the first one, comes straight again, and she's not overthinking anything. That looked really good. Into this next one. Yeah, so a series of good maneuvers. Like you said, it's going to be probably close to, if not a little bit more than her first one.
Yeah, and then in looking at the replay, there was a speed difference between this wave and her opening wave, but I just feel like the aggression that she put into these first couple of turns, maybe the difference, and just that the positioning that was pinpoint precision on those 2 turns right there, and it set her up to get right back in the pocket. You gotta love this surfing.
Yeah, you can see where she's looking in these carves is really interesting. She sets the rail looking at the rail and then rips it back to the pocket, creating a little extra emphasis in her body frame.
So 21 minutes to go, waiting for scores to come through. Luana Silva sitting on the high mark so far. So this is a goofy versus regular matchup. Tanner, that was the previous heat was 2 goofy footers. In waves like this, in conditions like this, historically you'd think, all right, well, the regular footer has the advantage all day, but this is a new world. I mean, there's, I don't think any advantages or disadvantages for goofies or regular because everybody surfs so good. But if you're the goofy footer, if you're Nadia, do you have a slight advantage in being able just to watch 2 really good goofy footers go out there who both got some pretty big scores? Does that help you as a goofy going up against a regular footer?
Yeah, maybe somewhere subconsciously you're seeing that, and then you can apply yourself in those situations, you know? Like she might have been looking at a knot and saying, okay, the way she finished that 3rd turn, got up over the foam ball and clicked out of there before it all came down on her. I want to do that kind of stuff. As we see a replay of Nadia's, okay, so we didn't see that wave in live action. And who knows, you know, the pressure ratchets up in these heats. It is a little inconsistent. It's punishing. And we saw a knot actually in a similar situation at this time in the last heat. So you do have to buckle down. You have to put your seatbelt back on and say, okay, look, let's finish this heat strong, which we know Nadia absolutely can do.
Yeah, we saw that in the corner of our eye behind Luana Silva. And while it's unfortunate for Nadia, in a way it does feel a little good as a normal surfer who that happens to quite often. Even it happens to the best of the best, but she'll shake that off and get right back into it. 19 minutes left here, so the score comes through for Luana Silva. And in watching that replay, I think the speed was the difference. It did come almost a full point under, so 5.83. So thankfully for those replays, we can really kind of break down and decode things, and the judges do have access to a million different angles and replays, so they're a lot more level-headed than me. I just get hyped, you know. I just see the surfing, I'm like, 10, that's a 10, that's another 10.
I think to your point, though, Chris, when we're talking about goofy foot versus regular foot, and I was talking with Sawyer before the heat, and there's 2 parts here. When you come down to the beach and the event goes on hold and then is on call and then on hold and then you go, you have to be really flexible with the game plan you set up when you first arrive on the beach. Because what we saw, we were talking with Sawyer, is like, okay, look, it's disconjointed. You're going to surf for 1 or 2 big turns on a wave. That's probably going to be a good score. So when you're surfing, don't surf so lateral. Make sure you get vertical right away. But now, here we are as the day has unfolded. These waves have gotten progressively better, longer, and easier to understand as you're taking off. So I think you have to adjust your game plan just before you have game time. And then as a goofy footer, I think the advantage is the pivot and the verticality like we saw with the knot. And now we're seeing with Alana, she's able to have a bit more of a relaxed approach. She can time her spot on the lip with a different turn each and every time, which creates a lot of variety. And it's just been a theme throughout this event because we've had so many regular first goofy foot heats. It's a battle and it's a clash. It's kind of cool to see how they come up against each other.
We got 17:50 to go. Luana Silva, I mean, she's putting together a nice and tidy heat right now with a 6.67 and a 5.83. And it's always fun to put these waves together and be able to really decipher the differences that the judges see. The expertly trained judges we have in an international panel, male and female, they got their eyes on every single detail that these surfers put together here on these waves. So here's a side-by-side look at Luana Silva's 6.67 and 5.83.
And you know what? It can be splitting hairs, but at the same time, this is super crucial to how this heat will play out, because Nadia now is going against the collective score for 12.5. So Luana, we're seeing. Chris, what's your take on this, actually?
So the 5.83 is on the right, and the wave was a little bit smaller. Not that the judges, score by wave height, but the opening turn on the left, Luana Silva's 6.67, had a lot more punch to it. It just had a more critical section as well. And then you look at the finisher, so adding a couple more maneuvers on the left side. So a pretty easy call for the judges. Put together a complete ride on both waves, but the left side just a little bit longer, a little bit more punch on the takeoff. So fully agree with those two scores. I think they're right in the sweet spot. And now that gives Luana Silva a little bit of extra luxury to wait, hunt, and pick out one of these set waves that rolls through. And I have a feeling both of those numbers could potentially be deleted, at least that 5.83. The way Luana's been surfing, I mean, 5.83s, those are out the window.
Wait, how great, too, was Anat's interview saying that they had identified the second wave of the set. So think about that, Chris. You're in priority, you're waiting, your competitor's on your shoulder, good set's coming, and you're going to let the first one go because you're definitely believing the second one is the better wave. That's a lot of confidence.
I mean, I haven't been in a jersey in a while, at least for anything serious. And the second you put that jersey on, I'm talking about like being in like an Encinitas board riders event, right?
Oh, yeah.
Put the jersey on, and it's just like your mind starts, the Zach Galifianakis meme with all the numbers and stuff in his face. That's what it feels like when you put a jersey on, even at like a fun level. You can imagine, Tanner, you've been in every possible position in a heat wearing a jersey that sometimes can feel like lead.
Yes.
How do you just keep the bare minimum that you need to know in your mind as you paddle out for these heats?
Yeah, maybe that's the truth, is keep the bare minimum.
Don't think too much.
Don't overcomplicate it. And then you see surfers on tour over time, over years, and that gives you plenty of heat experience. And then you have to trust your gut that you know how to close a heat or you know how to make it through a tricky situation. So it's like set up a pretty easygoing game plan so you have a structure and a backbone. Mother Nature is going to throw you about 1 million curveballs. How are we going to deal with that? And then you try to make it through the heat.
Yeah, and then don't think about all these names that you could possibly be going up next. So women's round 2 continues on. We got Luana Silva and Nadia Arasarbi in the water right now. Huge heat coming up next. Carissa Moore versus Brisa Hennessy. Both those surfers absolutely ripping in the practice sessions. Molly Picklum versus Sally Fitz. That's a classic Heat 5. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson versus Caroline Marks. Another great goofy versus regular matchup there. Heat 7, Lakey Peterson versus Tyler Wright. Power v power. And then Heat 8. We get to watch Caitlin Simmers go against one of her longtime friends, Bella Kenworthy. They've been competing against each other since they were little kids. If you check out WSL social media, you'll see some rad photos of Caitlin and Bella. They look like, 10 years old or something in jerseys getting ready to go out and surf. So this is going to be a really fun day of surfing, and the wave's just absolutely rippable. Even with this little bump coming up the face, sometimes that gives you a little bit of something extra to turn off. I know when the wind whips up a little bit, it kind of can add to the fun element of the waves you're surfing.
Oh, and we're right in that sweet spot where it's like just a little bit of a coping, if you will, on the lip. And if it gets stronger, which it's meant to over the next couple days, it'll be more challenging. So right here, rippability factor is going through the roof.
All right, now what's going on here? We got Carissa Moore, husband Luke, talking about the conditions, breaking things down. And when Carissa Moore puts the game face on, I mean, I would say she's probably one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. Would not want to surf a heat against her.
Oh my gosh, and no way, especially when she's feeling super confident after a Raglan win and just she's in the glow, she's back. You know what I mean? That would be so affirming for her. So she's going to step into an event that she already loves, and it's cranking, so I'm sure she's feeling good.
Luana Silva, late drop, pulls out of that one. Potentially, I think she saw Nadia on the inside. So she gets to go. Nadia now unleashing on her backhand. That was a 2-turn combo right there that the judges are going to be feeling in their bones. Comes around again. A little bit of flow taken away through that chop. Can she get the good, clean finish? Yes, nicely done. All right, that's how you battle back.
Wait, that was insane.
Yeah, that was really good backside surfing for Nadia Arasarbi. Team's hyped. Her sister's in there cheering her on. So Luana, those are just little jabs, right? Just little testers, like, maybe I have a minute here. I can take a look at this one. She's going to maintain priority. She gets back into the lineup. Looks like a set rolling through here. And it's funny, just when you think it's slowing down and maybe some bump coming up the face, everything just cleans up. It's like when you do your sheets like that, whoosh, flattens it out. It looks so nice out there. El Salvador is pretty much a wave pool. This is a natural wave machine.
It kind of is,
on any given day. I mean, look at the forecast, and it looks like 360 plus days of the year. You're going, it's 6 to 8 again?
Warm.
Can I just like find a waist high wave and just have a little bit of fun? It's like always pumping around here.
Okay, Chris, here we go. Here's the replay for Nadia's last right, which was impressive. This second turn here, she made the most of that. Came down with the lip where you almost thought she would have got held up into the back part of this wave, but she didn't. She did a great job to keep the flow. And this is a fun last turn. You don't normally see the tail come up and over the foam ball because it's such a ballistic section that they've been having to hit. So Nadia did really well with that wave, and that gets her right back in this heat.
Yeah, really curious and interested to see where the judges go with that, because that second turn was radical. We got 11 minutes left. I'd like to give you the score, but you're going to have to wait. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the culmination of round 2, heat 3. Do not go anywhere.
We are at the 5th stop of WSL Rising Tides in our kind of expanded program, which is so cool. We're in El Salvador. We've got the top girls and boys in the Federation in El Salvador who are already competing. They're in the ISAs, World Juniors. They get to meet their heroes, and hopefully we see the next pro on tour in a couple years.
I'm excited to meet them because they're like the people that I admire. I want to be like them one day.
We got Caitlin Simmers, we have Steph Gilmore, Brian Perez, Alan Cleland, Luke Thompson, and we've got Nadia Arasarbi.
It's amazing to give them a little bit of our knowledge and of our time so they can dream about it and hopefully someday be here with us.
So excited to see so many young girls still involved in surfing, and the numbers of women in the surf around here in El Salvador is growing rapidly.
Every year it's been growing more girls, and I'm so happy to help them, and it's amazing that we can do it now that we are so safe in this country, you know.
¿Qué consejo le daría a ti misma hace 10 años atrás?
Enjoy it, be passionate, and be grateful.
Erin Brooks has done something that's absolutely incredible. She has donated a Lost surfboard at every single stop on tour this year in partnership with Lost Surfboards. The kid not only gets a board, but a custom surfboard to their dimensions. So we're really excited to give a girl here that board and kind of give her that next step into her career.
I feel so excited for this obsequio for Erin Brooks. She's one of my favorite surfers.
The goal is that every single one of these stops is to have the next World Tour surfer in our event. We want to see an El Salvador Rookie of the Year, an El Salvador surfer on tour forever. I mean, we hope to make that impact at every single stop, and yeah, we'll see her on tour soon.
Rising Tides presented by IC. Can you imagine as a grommet to get an opportunity like that, not only to surf with your heroes, but to hang out with them, be able to ask them questions? So WSL does that at every stop all year long. We want to thank all the surfers that participate in that, including Nadia Aristarbe, part of our Rising Tides program here in El Salvador. And it looks like that good karma has paid off. Great surfing for Nadia. Score comes through 6.20. Both Tanner and I, we were loving that second turn especially,
Yes.
right up in the most critical section. Super powerful. And during the break, Luana Silva actually had an up and out, so a potential priority error here. So you see Nadia was in second priority until this wave came through. Streaking down the line, I mean, I feel like that wave probably looked really good right when she took off, so I'm not going to quite call it an error. And she does still have 6 minutes, 30 seconds left, so either way, priority is now with Nadia Aristarbe, who could be feeling that momentum push.
For sure. And you make a great point. Like, what did that wave actually look like when she took off? And it's crazy because we've been in the booth and we've been calling these heats. And when I was outside this morning, really trying to analyze swell lines and directions, there's two different directions that come in set forms. One from way behind the peak, and you'll see it around the corner, and it's large, and it stays open the entire wave face, and it can almost be too mushy, even slow. And the other one comes almost from off the side of the WSL buoy, and those are super racy, and they can be very hard. And I think that was Luana's last wave.
Well, we'll see if this is a wise choice. Quick snap to start. This wave a little bit slow. Now it starts to speed off down the line a little bit. Third turn for Nadia. And it goes awry. She goes down to that boiling water you see in front. That is very shallow. So while it does look super fun and playful, it can be pretty radical on that inside section. I'm talking, you know, a foot or two deep.
Totally. No.
Slippery, slimy boulders that just want to eat your ankles and break your fins off.
That's the infamous Mama Roca. It's hanging in there.
Mama.
So with Nadia, great job creating an opportunity, creating a situation to ride the 6.2, utilize Luana riding that other wave, take priority, and get another good one, which drops as a 4.17. So we're looking at it and you think, okay, really needed to stay on the board on that third turn, which was her most critical turn of that wave.
Yeah, right now she's probably breaking it down in her head, like, what just happened? I'm Nadia Aristarbe. I don't fall. She had a couple of falls in I'm not going to say crucial yet. You know, you look at her score line, that was her 8th wave ridden. You know, waves 1 through 6, pretty much throwaway. So surfed it well, but I feel like at this level, you got to complete these waves.
But for me with Nadia, she's got great cadence on this wave. She swings right into the right spot in the pocket, and it allows her to stay projecting down the line. She does a great job. So she's in the game. She definitely is going to have a look at getting a 6.3. We're now into that business end of these heats where it's under 5 minutes. Luana, of course, is going to be coming closer to her with priority, just so they're looking at the same waves. So it makes it tougher.
Yeah, and Luana is very well coached, well prepared. She's done her homework, and we'll see if this decision to let Nadia goes will come back to bite her in the end. Quick snap there. I like that extension of the back leg. Just adding that extra flare, throwing tons of spray. So a nice looking wave. Sections weren't super critical like we saw in the 6.20, but it probably feels just good to surf. And you know, right there she kind of just made up for the mistake she made on the previous wave, completed that one all the way through. Will it be a 6.31?
You know, it's a bummer that that wave petered out at the end. To me, I was watching that. She was doing a great job of setting the table. I believe it was going to need that final turn to come to life. She has 3 minutes, 18 seconds right now, and she's created space from Luana. So she's now further inside, so she'll give it a go. But Chris, that is a dynamic turn. She turns from the midpoint of the wave and gets over the lip, comes out with a nice arcing carve. And that one was a little bit less speed within it, and she just said, all right, out of here. Don't want to spend any more time on this wave. Let's just get out the back.
There was a lack of a critical section on that wave, and just in very simple terms, that wave was half as good as Nadia's best wave, which is a 6.20. It came through a 3.20. I feel like the judges have been spot on throughout the entire week, so it feels like it's continuing. Appropriate score for that wave. 2 minutes, 38 seconds ago. Here's where things get tricky for Luana Silva, because we have seen these 2, 3, 4 wave sets coming through. And this is that time frame where priority can feel like a weight on your shoulders, and the decision-making process comes that harder. But again, you know, Luana Silva, I'd call her a young veteran. You know, she's been around on the championship tour for a few years now, so she's learned a lot of lessons. She's surfing better than ever, and when you add that level of surfing rising for her, together with more experience, together with the great coaching that she gets, you know, event to event, she is a steely competitor, and that glance right there tells a great story. She knows exactly where Nadia's heading, and that side eye. I mean, that is that would be a fun slow-mo look, just the side eye. Like, I see you. You ain't tricking me. Minute 41. This is where priority probably feels real good.
So here's the dynamics of this moment, with Luana having priority and Nadia needing her best wave of the heat to take the win. Luana opts to get inside of her.
And on cue, a set comes through.
Yes, she's a little further down the point, so she knows she's not going to look unless Nadia looks. So right here, we start to see him, and she's looking back at Nadia while she paddles in. She would only ride this wave if Nadia was going to go.
Well, we'll see if she can make it count. First turn was great. Comes around a section. The wave just kind of sped off down the line while flattening out, while bowling. It got pretty weird on the inside. I did like that first turn. It probably looked like a pretty solid wave from where she took off, but now that leaves Nadia out the back in an enviable position with options. So opportunity knocking on the door for Nadia Arasarbe. Big set rolling through, one of the biggest sets we've seen of this heat. Is she in the sweet spot? Is this the wave that will provide a 6.31 or above? And here we go. Put your judge's hat on, people. First turn, nicely done. Cranks it around the section, gets up into the lip, hangs on, adds the third, sliding the tail. And then the wave gets weird and she goes down at the end. Okay, so 3 turns on a pretty solid wave. So just remember, the 6.20, was that better than her 6.20 that she got just a few minutes back? In my opinion, in my estimation, you know, it's going to be a decent score, but I just didn't feel the excitement that I felt on that 6.20.
You almost could feel that she was tentative. She was seeing the moment that she had to deliver. It's tricky, dude. Oh my goodness, you're under a minute. You know you need your best wave of your heat, and she takes off here. She does great. This first turn is very, very valid. It's a great starting point for this conversation. Now here, she gets a little hooked up, and that turn to me is where she came off a little off kilter. Did great, but got held up on that third. So the rhythm and flow throughout those 3 turns wasn't necessarily in sync. So by the time she came out of the pocket for that final one and fell off the board, it felt a little discombobulated.
I saw the flow light flashing red just that second turn. She got hung up. And that was, I would think, the kind of case where you just go, in case of emergency, break glass, go off. It wasn't enough. Comes through at a 4.70, so she does improve, but just not enough. Luana Silva, convincing heat win there, 12.50, up in the double digits and feeling good. So a top seed survives to surf another heat. Well done by Luana Silva. See more of her later in this competition. Round 2 will continue. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We got Carissa Moore and Brisa Hennessy coming up next. Stay tuned.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Surf fans, get ready for a classic. This is going to be a roller coaster ride of radness. Had to, Tanner. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gadauskas. We are live from Punta Roca in La Libertad, El Salvador. And it's all happening down here. El Salvador is such a rad, unique destination. Take that back, a surf destination. And you know what? Forget about the numbers on the bottom. This is a classic matchup between two powerhouse surfers, Carissa Moore, Brisa Hennessy. These two have been going at it for years and years, and anytime they match up, we're in for something special. So round 2, heat 4, just put it in the books already. This is going to be a super heat to watch. 31 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Big set rolling through. Tanner, before one of these surfers rides a wave, who's got the edge in this one?
Oh, don't even dare.
Sorry about that.
Come on now.
Oh, saved by the bell. Brisa Hennessy is going to open this one up. Now, Brisa, you know, I did say forget the numbers, but going back to number 22, I mean, that is not indicative of how good she's been surfing. And it does show you just how gnarly the Women's Championship Tour is in 2026.
I mean, these two women have given us iconic duels in the years past. And they're both in an interesting spot within this year at different variances. Carissa just won an event, so she's feeling the ultimate glow. Yet yesterday, Brisa posted, I believe, some of the highest scoring waves of the event. So she, right here, in a very present moment, is feeling that sort of glow.
Quick snap to start this wave. Brisa Hennessy, foam climb, gives her plenty of speed. There it is, the money turn from Brisa Hennessy. They're just good, tidy, clean surfing. On rail, looking for the finish. Wave dies out beneath her feet. A solid start for Brisa Hennessy. Pura Vida Nation always shows up when Brisa takes to the water. And I think this heat right here is going to be a really telling sign for the rest of this contest. If you make it out of this heat, you're putting yourself in pole position as a potential winner.
Well, you know, we saw Anat. She took down Stephanie Gilmore yesterday, and now today she takes down Sawyer Lindblad. And when you take out these big players, you know, there's a lot on the line, and you can take that confidence and almost take their confidence as you move forward through the event. Really bumpy, lumpy wave. Brisa did a great job of just making the most of what actually was being offered on this wave. Her board looks electric. It is different than yesterday. I'm not sure if that's bigger or smaller, but kind of interesting to note that she wouldn't take out the same board. But look, she didn't fall, and it's young in the heat, so there's something on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I like that second turn a lot. Just a nice, beautiful, elegant, yet powerful carve. Number 99, Brisa Hennessy. You know, she's going to be feeling very comfortable here in El Salvador. She spends a lot of time, of course, in Costa Rica. She spends a lot of time in Fiji. She pretty much has a really great life. A lot of time in Hawaii. She's in all the best places, basically.
And you can see it in her surfing. It's really well-rounded. Her approach is powerful yet elegant. And I find that really interesting because sometimes when you lean into the power surfing, it doesn't have that like approach where it is light and airy, and she has both sides to her. It's like almost, it's vibrant and it's powerful at the same time. So when she clashes with Carissa, I think it's a really good battle, actually, to be honest, because Carissa we know her for those iconic power wraps and her forehand. So we'll see here. Chris looks like she's going to opt to get a wave going, or not.
And style-wise, too, they do surf a lot alike. You know, if you squint and they go into those wraps, it looks really similar. You know, Kristen Moore, her resume speaks for itself. Multiple world titles, gold medal in the Olympics. I mean, she has literally done it all. And now she's added, you know, she's got that added mom power that Italo addressed on the stage in Raglan. And then, of course, you know, Carissa, she wears her heart on her sleeve, and it's just, she's probably caused more tears of joy for surf fans than any other surfer in the world. seeing her being chaired up the beach, holding her baby.
Yes.
I don't know if that's an NBD, had never been done, but it sure felt like it, and I don't think there was a dry eye in any house.
It's so good to see Carissa have such emotion when she's competing. I remember the heat that she beat Tia Zabrowski.
Oh, yeah.
On the Gold Coast.
I cried. I'll be honest with you. I cried.
Yeah, like that was wild to see it pouring out of her, and it means so much. And I think for us, we've all grown up in that Carissa Moore era, and she's given so much to the sport, and it's incredible to see where she's at now, doing it as a mother, and still being in the cutting edge of progressive surfing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if anyone's going to identify a ramp out here in this heat, it's going to be Carissa. She's got front threes pretty much on lock. She's
right?
Been doing those forever. So with 26:57 left, Brisa Hennessy, her last score comes through at 3.83. We'll see. I mean, she's probably hoping that's not going to be a keeper score. Obviously, you want to get up into at least the 6s, 7s, and of course, everybody's searching for that perfect 10. We haven't seen many scores in the 8 to 9 range yet, but we know the performances are just going to go through the roof. So as both surfers wait for the next set to roll through, gives us a chance to catch up with Luana Silva, standing by now with Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Chris. Down here with Luana. Luana, your first wave, you went about, I don't know, 800 yards down the point.
Yeah, it was a good first wave to start off the heat. It got pretty slow towards the end, but that was a keeper. I'm glad I waited for a little bit, and yeah, I felt like I surfed pretty well on that first wave.
We were talking just before we started this interview. You said you made some mistakes.
Yeah, I broke it down a little bit with Leandro just now. I felt like I kind of gave a little too much space towards the end of the heat. I made some mistakes with priority that I shouldn't even have made, shouldn't even have paddled for, but you know, we live and we learn, and for the next one, I definitely won't do that again. Just leaving the door open. I just wanted to surf. I just wanted to belt some waves, but yeah, you can't leave the door open.
So learning from your mistakes while winning, we love it. One more quick question. Superstitious or not, the bikini, the bathing suit, your surf shorts, you've been wearing that every time the water's warm.
Yeah, I guess I am a superstitious person. I like to listen to the same music, and I like the suits that Billabong's making me. I wore this suit at Snapper, so every time it's warm, I'm gonna put this suit on, and I feel good. It's light, it's blue, it's pretty. Thanks, Billabong.
Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see you hit the lip again.
Thank you guys.
Back to you guys.
I love that, because I think surfers are low-key very superstitious across the board. They don't always want to admit it, but when you start to see, like, wait, are these the lucky trunks? Is this the lucky bathing suit? You start to kind of see a pattern here. So I like that Strider identified that. And yeah, now the secret's out. When the lucky suit goes on, watch out for Luana Silva.
Yeah, it strikes fear in the eyes of the competitors.
Now Carissa Moore, first wave ridden, 24 to go. Just slams it. Back-to-back turns there, but the wave has nothing else for her, so she is out. That leaves Brisa Hennessy out the back with priority, and she's gonna use that priority quickly. Nice bowl on this one to start. Just beautiful bottom turn, slidey snap. Extra flare on the end of that carve. She's got a good closeout section to work with, has to stay on her feet. Nicely done, matching the power of Punta Roca there for Brisa Hennessy. So both surfers, two-turn combo. Oh, that one's gonna be a tough one to break down. Pretty similar waves.
In some ways, it almost felt like two moves for sure, similar waves, but Carissa's was one turn into the bigger turn, whereas Brisa's, that first turn was electrifying. That was
dynamic.
Super cool. It was unique. And then by the end of her wave, it was almost, the tempo was slowing down, the wave was getting smaller. So fun to see the contrast of these two rides as we take it to replay. This is the turn I'm talking about here. Brisa takes a conventional carve and throws a little bit extra spice on it, and it looks really good. So here she does just really well to stay in front of that as it's converging water behind her, and she rides out clean. The first turn is my major takeaway point there on that wave. Now Carissa, I liked this, but it was her driving down to the bottom turn line to get up into the lip and make the most of that end turn. The merit will be on the back end of that wave.
This is where I would not want to be a judge, because It's easy, you know, when you see the perfect 10, right? It's easy when you see a 9-5, just a wave that knocks you out of your seat. But when you're looking at two waves like that are, you know, going to be in the mid-range, like how do you differentiate the subtleties of those two waves? Because I agree with you. I loved Brisa's first carve, just that added little spice at the end of it, super sick. The end section hit was a little bit messy. So again, the flashing word flow comes to mind. It was a critical section. She did ride out clean. Whereas I like what you said about Carissa, one seamless line, you know?
Yes.
So that the flow element was all there. So it's going to come down to power. You know, they were both going plenty fast on their waves. So have fun with that one, judges, because a 3 or a 4 could be the difference between a win or a loss. And by the looks of the score lines coming through, those waves are going to be pretty much equal. And they've dropped, yeah, so Carissa Moore, 393, Brisa Hennessy, 450. So the judges giving the edge to Brisa. I would say most likely due to the radical nature of that opening turn. The extra little slide, tons of spray too. You know, we're looking for critical maneuvers, radical surfing, high-speed lines, and she gave us all of that in one turn.
Well, I think it's funny, like you mentioned, as we take it to this replay, of course, this is the turn that merits the 4-5 right there. It is a slice, and she releases the tail. It just had a lot of personality to it, and that garnered the higher of the exchange. But Chris, you mentioned here we are in the middle point of this heat. It's going to come in at 4s, which at the time when you're plugging it in, doesn't feel that important because you know both of these surfers want to get better scores, but it's been pretty slow today. There's been these opportunities where we might actually look back to these two waves and the contrasting scores, and it might be very important for the winner of this heat.
That could be Brisa's most important 4.5 of this entire event.
And here it is coming into that back part. She really did lift over the lip. I love that about Carissa Stout. You can tell she's driving forward. I love that. She almost can hunch forward into the bottom turn, set the line, and then get the speed off of the bottom and really release. She's always been known, like you said, she has the air game. She's always had an explosive, radical element to her surfing. So we'll see. 20 minutes left. These two are going to be looking for more.
And, you know, coming from an insider, everyone on the championship tour is nice, right? They're all good people. We've talked to all of them. These are two of the nicest right here, but two of the most savvy veteran competitors. So this ocean is huge. The takeoff field is massive. There's no reason other than intimidation for them to be sitting this close together. So when you have Carissa Moore in the priority spot, Brisa's in second priority, why is Carissa Moore just to the inside of Brisa? Because we've seen in the past when surfers have priority, they kind of like go out to the shoulder a little bit to maybe assess and block and drop in on the person, the other surfer they're going against?
So what I'm seeing here, I'm more focusing on Brisa because Carissa, we know she has the priority. We're assuming that where they're at in the lineup is the spot you would sit for the set wave. You have the choice of the lineup. Now Brisa, and we've seen it in other heats, like Nadia, that last heat, you want to paddle away from the competitor, create space so there's more opportunity down the line, yet Brisa kind of has the 4.5 and a 3.8. So we could assume that she's thinking, this portion of my heat is done. I now need to level up. You need to ride a set wave at some point in your heat to get that major score, and especially if you're going against Carissa Moore, who has a 3.9 and priority. You're thinking she's not waiting for a 2.5. You're thinking she wants to get herself onto the premier wave.
No doubt. Well, speaking of premier waves, Carissa Moore rode a lot of them. The last event in Raglan, New Zealand was shining during finals day. And get out your handkerchief because we're about to take an emotional ride through Carissa Moore's massive win. I'm going to call this a comeback victory. You know, her return to the championship tour was so exciting for surf fans, probably scary for all the other surfers on the female side of the championship tour, but this right here is just elegance personified. Perfect surfing in great waves. And there it is, the never been done chair with the baby. You can see the emotion coming out there. Joe Turpel's crying right there to the left. And that did huge things for the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. Lost on top with 57,260 points. So Matt Violas definitely saying thank you to his golden girl, Carissa Moore, for putting him and his brand on top of the Shaper Rankings. DHD second, Sharp by third. On down the line, and there he is. Mr. Matt Biolis. And this is when you don't go and ask him if your board's done yet. He's working right now. He's watching Carissa Moore. He's probably watching every nuance and detail of the water coming off the rails of her board, how it's sliding down the line. Not an easy wave to surf, but this is Carissa Moore we're talking about. Third turn completed. It's a good little bonus inside section here. Goes vertical on her forehand. Vertical foam climb. That is a unique trick name to surfing. I don't know any other sports that you mentioned foam so much. And right behind her, Breeze Hennessy. Big snap to start. This wave's looking good. Speeding off down the line, patiently waiting. Big closeout slam. So probably a familiar feeling now as Breeze Hennessy got the highest wave score so far with that 4.5 with a wave just like that, but that one might have been a little bit bigger, a little bit faster. As Carissa Moore takes the Red Bull ski back out to the takeoff zone, 16:55 to go. I like that we're seeing this, you know, we knew this was going to be a solid, even matchup, but now we're seeing wave for wave, which is really cool. They're really utilizing every set that's come through so far.
And we're getting great exchanges within the two of them clashing. Like you said earlier, Chris, they have a similar-ish approach. So for us, we're not having to contrast a goofy foot versus a regular foot. We can say, hey, they're both on rail. They're both carving into the pocket. This, to me, was a patchwork of really interesting maneuvers. Carissa did great with this ride. I just don't know ultimately if she's going to be relying on this score at the end of the day. It grew with some intensity. She did good, got vertical there. But as we see on Brisa's wave, this wave had a little bit more impact from the beginning. It was bigger. She was able to get a pop off of that lip and did great to not 2 for 1 right here. She set the line, relaxed, came into this final section, and made the most of pretty much what that wave was going to give to her. So in my opinion, I think Brisa, who we know has the higher of the exchange on the prior, is going to possibly go there again on this one.
Yeah, both Brisa's sections were pretty critical too. It's not easy that when that whitewater comes at you, we've seen the best of the best get taken out by the convergence of whitewater here at Punta Ruca. This wave's super powerful. 15:30 to go. Wait for scores to drop through. Looks like Brisa Hennessy using paddle power to get back out there and get priority. I don't know if I've seen that quite yet.
That's interesting.
Outraced the Red Bull ski, put herself in that priority position.
Wow. Okay, that's smart.
Yeah.
She might be used to tropical temperatures.
Definitely.
You know, there might be something where she's feeling okay. It is hot outside. And anything you can do to relax yourself, get on the ski, take a breath. Brisa opting to paddle back up the lineup, which gives her that priority. And here, as we go into the back part of the heat, that could be paramount, actually, to how this plays out.
Yeah, it felt like Carissa was kind of fighting against that wave the entire time. You know, she did, I feel like she did as much as she could. Yeah. Surfed it really well, but it was just a tricky, rough wave. Comes through to 4.30, and the score for Brisa Hennessy, nice and tidy, 5.33. So Brisa maintains the lead, gets priority, 14:30 to go. And we are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. This heat is just starting to fire up. Stay tuned. Round 2 continues.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our One Ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
Para mí es muy importante porque soy surfeador. Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
So what we've been doing is collecting plastics before it gets to the ocean and recycle it into usable products.
Now you can go to the beach, Punta Roca, you don't see that many trash because they save it. It can change so many lives. And see that, for me, is so beautiful to see.
Well, we've got 12 minutes to go in a surfing superheat. Carissa Moore has to give way to Brisa Hennessy. We'll see if she can make her pay. Nice opening snap. Comes around the section with the quickness. Hard carve. Gets over the lump. Pushing down the line. Strong finish. Wow. That wave was like the first bite of a fresh papusa. Just fiery hot.
That was epic. So she's looking good. She's looking informed. You can feel the rhythm as it's growing in this heat.
Yeah, that was a really fun combo to watch. And she didn't waste any space on that wave, but she didn't make it look forced, and she was able to intimidate the champ right there.
Again, that word cadence, it's so hard to find in these kinds of conditions, and she did great in the back part of this wave here to get up and into that, and had a good spike of spray coming off the back. We just got word that she's on the Mikey Feb shortboard a half an inch shorter than what she rode yesterday, and it's looking really good.
Ooh.
As we see Carissa here. Wow, what was that about?
It happens to the best of the best. So we'll see if she can regain composure on this wave. If it offers her something through the inside section, carves back into the whitewater. So, you know, just cleaning up after that opening slip. Again, that wave just felt very similar to the 393, to the 430. The waves that Carissa's put herself on are just, I feel like they're harder to surf than the waves that Brisa's been riding. So Brisa, the 533 and a 487. But back to Brisa's board, you just mentioned the Mikey model, which has become a very popular part of the stable of the Channel Islands brand. Board looks really fun to ride. What happened here, Tanner?
So that's really interesting. I mean, great job to stay on your board. I don't know why that bobble would have occurred. I think you're nailing it here, Chris. Carissa is not making it easier on herself with her wave selection. She's surfing incredible. Her body language is great. This last turn, she does great. Like I said, get into the bottom turn and create the space so she can create a flare on the lip. That's not just a one and done sort of ending turn. She did put personality into that. And look, that speaks to the water texture that we've been dealing with these last couple of days. It's like a sea breeze that is really hard to deal with at times. So Carissa got bobbled off but pulled it somehow.
And what do you think of the decision to just keep going on this wave after that slip on the start?
That's a super good question. To be honest, 50-50 shot. I'm not looking down the line, and she must have seen this section and knew she was going to have to deliver something really large, which she did.
That was cool.
She kind of hung the entire merit of the score on that final crescendo maneuver. But Brisa, again, like she's been chipping away and building her scores slowly and slowly. We're seeing 3-8, 4-5, 5-3, 4-8. So her bar it's almost like a tidal rise. And Carissa now is probably feeling the pressure being a little bit behind that.
Yeah, 8:52 to go. Good news for Carissa Moore at the moment. She needs a mid-ranger of 590. That wave is out there. The high mark for now is a 533. Brisa had on her fourth wave. There's an overview and potentially some of the landmarks that these surfers are looking at. You know, I think what's cool when you have the structures and the flags and the bleachers and kind of the added elements that, you know, that are set up when you have a championship tour event is they can actually give you even more of something to look at and pinpoint where the takeoff zones are.
Yes.
You know, hopefully you talk to someone like Brian Perez or a local and say, well, usually, you know, you can look at that house and line up with it, and that works. But now we can triangulate it. That house, that WSL banner, and this flag right here, that's the takeoff zone. So Carissa Moore, she's keeping herself in it. Score comes through at 483. I feel like most of that number happened with that last turn. Vertical snap on a closeout section. Going frontside, underrated for how hard that is to do.
It is actually very underrated. it's a awkward positioning, and you have to punch through the lip and get over the board without crouching over, because you need to release the fin somewhat to get back down the wave face. A couple things, Chris, I want to chat on real quick is the fact that Brisa Hennessy was riding a similar curve yesterday at a larger size. I think a lot of the crew on the CT do that. So we'll use the Mikey Feb's shortboard as an example. If you're able to scale a curve and you get your entire quiver off of a curve, I was talking to Kauli Vast, he's on the Forget Me Not with JS. A lot of these Mayhem riders are riding step drivers, and they go up and down with that design and that curve. It makes you feel at ease changing through your board. So yesterday was bigger for Brisa. She got really big waves. Today's a little bit smaller. You don't have to wonder, how is my board going to react under my feet? It feels a little bit more in synchronicity. And the other thing is, Luana was talking about a superstition, and not that a surfboard design would be a superstition, but you're trying to control what you can control when you compete, because then you present yourself to Mother Nature, which is all of these X factors. So wearing the same bathing suit, listening to the same music, and occasionally it just helps you feel the confidence and just be at ease so that you can deal with the adversity that these heats bring.
You know, look good, feel good, and I think that goes for surfboards as well. My podcast partner Todd Richardson and I had a long conversation about, you know, when you look down at your surfboard or your skateboard, your snowboard, whatever, if you are sponsored, how you put your stickers can affect how good the board rides. Totally.
Yes.
I mean, this is the psychology of us surf, skate, snow weirdos. You put the stickers on wrong, you could totally ruin the board.
Oh, 100%.
Take them off, start over. If the airbrush that you got isn't quite what you pictured in your mind, that could ruin the board. I mean, there's so many little things that go into the, you know, savantness that we have on the championship tour. So, I mean, even I know you've done this, I've done this, everybody's done this at least once. You put on the traction pad a little crooked, and if you've ever tried to take off a traction pad, you just sell the board. It's over. So there's so many little things, you know, when you look at your board and you have that just visual connection, that can help you as well.
What you're trying to create is confidence, you know, and what makes you feel good gives you the self-esteem to then relax and do your best surfing.
Or you can just be Carissa Moore and be incredible on every single wave, no matter what it looks like. She is flying down the line on this one. Now that is the Carissa Moore wrap we've come to love over the years. Finishing with a couple quick snaps here. And I mean, that's why.
Wow.
That's why, folks. Carissa Moore on that wave looked at least easier to ride than the previous few that she's had. And she definitely capitalized on everything that wave had to offer. That leaves Brisa out the back with priority. Looking for a 5.37. It's not super obvious because the wave wasn't like super tall, but it was nice and long. She was going really fast. Perfect flow all the way through. Thank goodness I'm not a judge.
This has been a really hard heat to score,
oh, yeah.
actually. So let's walk through this replay. There's a couple points I want to bring up. She has just a huge bag of frontside maneuvers that she's tapping into. These two turns, even though they're not major, it sets her up perfectly for a wrap. And then this turn right here is epic. She does a sweet little carve that creates a space into this last turn and delivers with variety. On every single turn, they were slightly different. So, like you said, Chris, the wave quality itself wasn't the best, but she did the best with it.
When here we go again, Brisa Hennessy on a bigger, better wave. And that section was just calling to be punched, and she did it. Now it gets a little weird. She's got to get a big, strong finish to make it abundantly clear to the judges that she is going to deserve and earn a big number. I mean, just judging from that first carve that we saw alone, that's going to be a solid score. That was the best turn we've seen of this heat so far. And it could have been just in time with 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Pura Vida crew is going wild on the rocks. I'm just putting my hands up. I just want to watch the replay and try to figure this out.
Brisa Hennessy is here for the fun. This first turn is something that we haven't seen. That's radical.
It was better than the other turn that she did to get that 5.33.
Yes, hangs it so perfectly. So for her right here, she's looking to just solidify. She knows she's already onto a good score. That turn is pretty dynamic, and she makes it happen on that third one. again, we've spoken a little bit about her rides. They're so big in the beginning and they kind of peter off at the end, but the scores have been indicative that they like these kinds of maneuvers. They like her putting it on the line when it means the most. That board looks really good under her feet.
I'm getting pink and blue rails on my next board.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
I've decided.
I was trying to describe it with words earlier and I couldn't. That first turn is what I believe makes Brisa Hennessy a unique entity on tour. There's power, it's like a carve, but then she's able to slap onto the wave face and create a slide of some kind, but it doesn't take away from the power of the maneuver. Yeah, man, this is epic. This heat is really unfolding.
Well, check it out. Carissa Moore now has taken over the lead on the strength of a 6.17. So, and I agree with that score 100%. She was going so fast, did every trick in the book all the way down the line. No wasted space, but nothing forced. So the judges have spoken. 6.17, Carissa Moore in the lead, but we are waiting for what could potentially be another solid score. Brisa Hennessy's looking for a 5.68. There's a minute and a half left. No priority on the board. This is exactly how we wanted to see this heat end up. Will there be another opportunity? With 1:24 to go, everybody on the edge of their seat or the edge of one of these burning rocks just waiting for what number Brisa Hennessy will be rewarded with.
It's crazy because we thought it was going to be fireworks in terms of high scores, set waves, big. But it's been fireworks, but it's been for exchanges. It's been in these nitty-gritty, smaller waves, getting rhythm. And this heat's actually been very, very exciting to call and to watch as we're all waiting to see what they're going to put on the board for Brisa Hennessy.
So what's happening in the judging area right now? What are they looking at? What are they talking? Like, how does that work for somebody who's never been to a big professional event like this?
Well, you definitely stick to the curriculum, correct? You start there. That's your first point. But then you talk about the narrative of the heat and the exchanges that have gone down. Who's won the exchanges? Okay, let's go back to their scoring rides. Carissa has a 6.1. Oh my goodness, Brisa Hennessy's score just drops at the exact same score as Carissa's.
We knew this was going to be a tight battle. It's lived up to that and more. A pair of 6.17s for both Brisa and Carissa Moore for their high mark. Then we go back to the second score. Right now, Carissa Moore, the 4.83. She's now looking for a 5.34. She's got to hope for something special to happen to this wave. I mean, a couple quick snaps to start, and it just kind of, well, don't give up on her just yet. Flying down the lines, growing a little bit. You can tell she's hunting a ramp. Will it appear?
Go.
We see the fins
Yes.
fly. She does.
What?
Can she ride out?
Oh,
Get
my
up.
goodness.
Go, Carissa
What?
Moore. With
Wow.
the front three. Could it be a buzzer beater? We haven't seen an air like that yet today.
Oh my goodness. Chris, you called that. You were calling her air game earlier in this heat. She's put on the blocks right there.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
10 seconds left. That wave is not offering you much. What are you going to do?
Well, I bet I mean,
that's insane.
Back to the judging conversation, right? So we've been watching power surfing through the entire event. We've been watching Carissa make a lot out of a little. Same wave right there. That wave was so hard to surf. But this is Carissa Moore we're talking about.
Yes.
And I said, don't give up on her. I almost did. The wave looked like it got really weird. And then a potential miracle happened.
Arguably, you could say she rode this from the beginning because she kind of had to.
She's coming in.
Yeah, there's 10 seconds left. There doesn't look like there is much on offer here. And then she starts to get the speed going. And you see her eyeing off this section. And now it's a change in the body language. She knows what she has to do, and she delivers. That's super hard to do in air after that much extension and pumping.
Tail high, too.
Wow.
I mean, that's what makes her magic. That was not an easy section either. And so, okay, so we're looking at, you know, is it a make? Now we have to think about that. I mean, she did all the hard work. If that was a, you know, a video part or a photo in the magazine, you'd say make all day, but we have to meticulously look. So we did see the nose of her board right there pop through white water. This is where...
I'm giving that a make.
This is where the judges are going to earn it because that's kind of right on the edge.
Either way, I'm loving the effort. She's reminding us right now why she is Carissa Moore. She's competing like a world champion. that was a very tricky situation to be in.
She gave us a little more, didn't she? Sorry about that one.
Wow. This is insane.
She
Chris.
did what we asked, right?
What
we
are we
wanted
gonna
to see
get?
fireworks. She provided, but give it up to Brisa Hennessy. I mean, power surfing all the way through. She got some really good waves. Be careful, that board is so beautiful. Coming on those rocks is sketch. Here comes the score to drops, looking for a 5, 3, 4. And she gets it.
Wow.
I was like, I didn't get the score.
We're listening in to the voice of Iksa, one of our technical beach announcers, loud and clear. The score was enough. And I mean, the judges had to, right? That was the most radical maneuver that we saw in the event. We saw power surfing, we saw big slides from Brisa, but when you throw the tail high in the air like that, you know, she fought. See the nose.
I mean, what a great heat. Carissa fought the entire heat. She was somewhat behind Brisa for most of that heat. And for her to be put on the blocks like that, come up with her biggest maneuver of the event to get the score just barely and get the advancement, that is insane.
Thank you. I did just enough. I'm sorry, I was waiting, but can I go get my
Yeah,
hat
just real quick though, just the reaction right there. You get the score right at the end, especially needing a section. You got it. You threw the air. What was it like?
Oh my gosh, I'm just so happy. I think I knew. I heard this, like, I didn't know what Brisa got, and I was in the lead, and then they announced their score, and I was like, there's less than a minute left, and I need a score. There wasn't much, and I'm like, okay, this is my last chance. And it was so small in the beginning. I'm like, okay, I got to do something big if I want this score. So there was really no losing for me. It was, if I go out, I go out swinging.
All right, we'll talk to you in a bit. Go get some rest, guys. What an amazing one.
Thank you so much.
That was an epic finish. I mean, leaving us all on the edge of our seats. Carissa Moore just gets the edge over Brisa Hennessy. You gotta feel for Brisa right now. She surfed such a great heat, but guess what? There's more to come, surf fans. Molly Picklum, Sally Fitzgibbons coming up next. We're gonna bring Joe and Strider into the booth. More radical surfing coming right up. Stay tuned.
You're watching round 2 action here at Punta Roca. Molly Picklum versus Sally Fitzgibbons. Molly getting position. Sally's up in front of her. Molly looks confused. She's stepping out, and now Sally Fitz is looking at her Apple Watch and looking just as confused as we are. What just happened to start off this heat?
Joey,
Oh my
what is going on out there? You know, I guess their hunger is real. They want the waves, but that looked like a drop-in to me.
That was wild. Molly just deepest on the point. You know, when priority's not set yet, you can just try to out-paddle each other and be deep. That was Molly, but Sally just dropped in, one of the most experienced surfers on the championship tour. Wild. Welcome to the booth. Joe Turpel, Strider Wazalewski here for the call. Carissa Moore just got the buzzer beater against Brisa Hennessy.
How fun was that?
And then you're predicting Sally's going to go for the air. I'm not thinking Sally's going to start with a mistake and a drop in on Molly Picklum. Still waiting for signs of any situation on our screen right now. But this is a wild way to kick this one off. Molly, number 3 in the world, and Sally, number 16 in the world. Molly's the reigning world champ, and Sally's one of the longest serving members of the championship tour. And she is going to have to start off this heat with an interference. Dropping in on Molly on the opening wave. It might have been a timing situation for her. Maybe in her head she wasn't quite sure when the heat was on.
Yeah,
I've never seen Sally do that before.
That was a very, I mean, I hate to say it, but, you know, sometimes you just go into shark mode. Your eyes roll back, and you want to wave so bad, and you just don't look back. Because I don't think Molly would have went, ho.
Strange way to kick off the heat. Let's see if Sally just starts trying to launch airs to recover from the sting of that big mistake. She passes Mamaroka, and now starting to look for some energy down the point. She'll step off. Sally's had a lot of trouble with Molly Picklum this season. Losing to her at Winky Pop and also losing to her at Margaret River, both by a severe combination that Molly achieved over Sally in the first half of both matchups. But this one's starting off in a very tough way. Already going to be an uphill battle with those past results, but now with an interference and just a drop-in that was just unnecessary.
Well, it was uncalled for, but I think, you know, there was obviously some confusion there. And I feel like there's going to be, you know, something that set that up, right? There's something happened before that. So there's the, there had to be a paddle, something that they were waiting for some kind of priority to be called. But I think it was still open when that happened.
And just to keep you guys posted, I think Sally and Molly were a little bit confused because maybe there was a technical error. Well, stand by for a full update, but this heat has been paused. And that's all we know for now. So heat is on hold, and we'll see if what happens with the clock and that first situation of that interference with Sally dropping in. The tower announcers are going to relay everything to Molly and Sally, and then we'll get the news as well and send it out to you. So with the timer stopped, there's definitely a situation that they're talking about upstairs.
I can't wait to find out what happened, because now that we're on a hold, they're up there deliberating of what it is. There's, you know, sets are on the horizon, and obviously, you know, no surfing is going to take place during this hold because they're, you know, are going to be waiting for the decision that's coming out of the tower. And for us, I think we're just as curious as you watching.
Yes, we're already getting messages starting to come down. I think they're also getting information to Molly and Sally. I mean, for Sal being on tour as long as she has, you never see her do something like that, so there's definitely some confusion there. As we're getting the official word right now, that was a priority malfunction, and they're going to restart the heat. So now we've got clarity on that situation. They'll have a brand new clock, clean slate, no interference. Let's get this thing on.
A priority malfunction. That's unfortunate. But clean slate, like you said, let's get back to work. Let's find out.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys posted. But I'm really happy that we're starting off with a clean board. I mean, Sally is ready, and she knows about the history she's had with Molly that has been going against her this season. Last thing she needs is her low score to be hindered. So we're back to business, starting off the heat. Molly looking like she'll take the pole position and sit deepest here at Punta Roca. As you look back at this beautiful judging tower, it's also going to be used as a high performance center moving forward. And you have priority displays right there on the tower. So they just wanted to reset this heat and kick things off.
So no priority.
We're back to the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of wind on the face out there. Got a little bit of a ruffle from the wind blowing in from what looks like the southeast. So we got a little bit of chop on the face, but once you get on it, it looks really rippable. It's got that kind of coping on it. You can just come off the bottom and just belt it, or throw it to the air like we saw Carissa Moore do.
Yeah, definitely seeing a little bit of difference in the texture, but this is how this heat started. You know, that was Sally throwing her hands up, and maybe the thought was there that she had priority then, because she just had clear intent to paddle for this wave, knowing that Molly was behind her. Look back going, why are you sitting there? So all this doesn't count for the heat because we restarted, but it does count for the aggression that these two had.
I love it.
Open up with a big first score.
You could see that part where they were both paddling for the wave and they both didn't go, but you could understand and feel the vibe of trying to, you know, establish the dominance in the beginning of the heat. The mind games are happening already.
Really cool to see that big tower you just saw just moments ago. Construction underway for the High Performance Center. The tower is the first phase of this big project that's happening. Future phases are including training facilities, more gyms, hotels, restaurants, and other amenities designed to support surfers who want to train on this wave for extended periods of time. And that's why they call it Surf City USA. Last year, Surf City welcomed 4.1 million international visitors, a historic record for the country.
That's amazing.
Visitors generated more than $3.6 billion in economic activity and supported over 340,000 jobs. Pretty amazing things happening here in Surf City and the country of El Salvador.
A lot of people I know, just I'd run into them and I'd be like, hey, how's it going? You know, small talk, and then I'd be like, you've been surfing? They're like, yeah, I just got back from El Salvador. I was like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah, I just went down there, had a vacation, got waves. Like, it was really fun and atmosphere, like kind of party vibes. And everybody was, I mean, it was really refreshing. And to hear all these stories about people coming down here and having a great time.
That's pretty cool. I mean,
my buddy Doug just got back. He was all pumped. He was down here with his family. And I just feel like, you know, this place has established that for people.
And you're in LA, quick flight, easy to get down here.
Yeah.
About 40 minutes from the airport to get down here to Punta Roca. And you can get some world-class waves as we look at officially the first scoring ride of this restarted heat. There's a snap off the top from Sally Fitzgibbons and controls the combination of turns. Now Molly Picklum on her opener, up and out for the world champ. And she'll try to stay deepest up the point. Just 23 years of age. Molly in her world title defense, hoping to go back-to-back this season. Started strong, made the final with Gabriella Bryan at the season opener. But wild when you look at those individual rivalries on tour. Gabby Bryan's now had 5 straight wins over Picklum in her career. Then we saw Molly go down to Luana Silva at Margaret River, who went on to make the final. That one's pretty even, 2-2 in that one-on-one history. Sawyer got her at the Gold Coast. Sawyer's undefeated over Molly. And then we look at the whole history with her and Betty Lou. Betty Lou got her at Raglan. And Betty Lou's won the last 3 consecutive matchups over Picklum.
So do you feel like there's like a little bit of headspace there that they just have over the top of Molly?
I just think it's a testament to the tour being the gnarliest it's
how
ever
deep
been.
it is.
Yeah. It's like now there's the belief in the system. I was just making a comparison to the Brazilian Storm on how everyone's learning to win because of each other. That's within a country and a region. I think that's happening on the women's tour. You know, they're looking at their peers and going, wait, if she's winning, I can win. And
yeah.
we rarely have a situation in the history of the 50 years of the World Tour where we have 3 consecutive new champions. You know, from Caroline to Katie to Molly. Usually there's just dynasties of just a few people that can win events, let alone a world title. Tour is completely different now, along with the top 24 in the world for the first time.
The confidence is building across the board. which is really fun to watch. I think there's more growth in women's surfing right now than there is in men's surfing. I feel like we're watching them take walls and bust them down. We've seen that in bigger waves at Chopu and, you know, cloud break and different waves around the world. We're seeing more technical, more radical surfing from the women, and they're actually breaking down barriers there too. So I feel like above and beyond, they're the most exciting group between the men and the women. The men are obviously amazing. They do, you know, crazy stuff, but I don't feel like there's huge leaps and bounds above what they've been doing over the last 5 years.
Well, there's just so many amazing changes that have happened, you know, over the years of the WSL taking over the organization. You know, equal prize money, equal events from start to finish, adding pipe and returning to Chopes on the calendar, and cloud break in Fiji. So that was sort of the statement that these younger surfers on tour were making. Like, are these legends that are returning going to be prepared as much as we are for pipe, for big Tahiti, for cloud break? Because we've been hitting it headstrong for the last few seasons. Sally stalling off the tail. She'll hop out.
In that same conversation, you know, with the growth of women's surfing, you know, that the training center that we were looking at earlier that's right next to us, you know, is so that they can, because they've got the men on tour through the trials, you know, Brian Perez, Ayala, you know, they stepped up and they were in the event, and they want to bring some women into the event as well. So they're really looking forward to getting the women up to par, you know, to get into these main events so they can go out there and show their stuff as well on the women's side.
Paddling into this one, we'll have Sally just chasing waves under priority. I have a feeling she's looking for air sections after Carissa got the score in the last heat. That one's going to shut down quickly. But now Molly's got a better looking wave. Bigger wall, lays the rail down. Starting to drive down the line and looking for some whitewater crumble to project against. Beautiful snap from Molly. And the world champ lights up that one off the top for a nice solid finish. Molly Picklam's best wave so far.
She liked it. I love the end result of the body language. It just tells the story of the entire wave. And that kind of stuff is just so fun to look at. And we all do it. Like, you know, we as free surfers, Joe, we kick out of a wave, and when we have a good one, we're like, yeah, you know, we're kind of looking at our friends, or, you know, a little posture, you know, like we point at them. But you can see, like, when she kicked out of that wave, the shoulders went down strong, and she just kind of went, and she, you know, pulled out of it. So it feels good to see that.
You ever have a friend who pretends like they didn't see your good wave? Like, as soon as you do the big turn, they look away real fast?
They're out there for sure.
There, yeah,
there's a.
Let's take a look at what happened. Sally, one turn moment, then Molly won the exchange.
Yeah, nice setup snap, but then she was, like you said, trying to identify a section, but just, I think, was thinking about it too much and missed her opportunity. While Molly out the back, nice opening gouge, but cut it short to get back up into the power zone of this wave. You know, trying to transfer some speed, just trying to fit in another maneuver. But the finishing turn right here, to me, was critical. It had a nice bowl on it. She pushed the tail out the back, so showed the fins and gave herself, you know, a great exclamation on the end of that wave.
Yeah, great to see her in that flow. That board looks great. Doesn't really like she has to search for speed at all. She has it out of the gates. On a nice round tail as well from Darren Hanley.
Man, these shapers are so connected to their athletes and the equipment, and that symbiotic relationship has now just been so showcased with, you know, the Surfboard Empire Shapers rankings and that whole world coming into play. I'm just so incredibly enthused about the conversation that happens from all of that.
It's fun to see what they're coming up with. It's so important to have a good relationship for a world title, for just being on this tour. Sally's switched shapers a few times in her career, and she tries to mix it up as well to bring something different, even in her performance, from airs to barrel riding. Just so well-rounded throughout the years. Waiting for scores from that last exchange. Fitzgibbons 4.67 came on her opener. 1.83 is her low score. And now last of Molly Picklam, close to excellence, a 7.83.
solid, just so explosive on that final turn, and that wave had the heaviest section of the wave, so I think that's where most of the score would have come from. You know, putting the board up into that vertical part of the wave where it's just hooking out and throwing. She found a lip line and then threw the rail and the tail right up in there.
Great job to Molly Picklum, who's on a streak right now of making 10 consecutive quarterfinal appearances. That goes all the way back to Burley Heads last season. And then she also had a quarterfinal at Raglan. Both those heats she lost to Betty Lou. But she's on a hot streak of consecutive showings on finals day. As we have an opportunity showing up for Sally Fitzgibbons. Setting this one up, the 35-year-old from the south coast of New South Wales lays down a nice tracking open face cutback. Floats the whitewater. She's got her rhythm and she will drive into the pocket. Sets up the carve. And she's got a little low road inside corner that potentially could grow and give her a little slap on the inside. Look how shallow it is. Keeps her rails nice and above those little boulders, and she will get rid of a 183.
They don't call it Punta Roca for nothing.
Yeah. Bob Rotherham naming it Punta Roca many years ago, back in the 70s, when he set up the first kind of surf hostel hotel where you could come down here and stay and surf this perfect right-hand point break.
I went and visited him with Marty Hoffman and Terrence McNulty, and we took a little trip over there and said hi and checked in. It was really cool.
Oh, that's epic. What'd you see on this one?
I saw some aggression. I mean, that power hack on the face right there, that was deep rail gouge right there. So the rest of the wave, you know, she got a couple more turns in, but there wasn't a lot of consequence in the rest of this wave. So it didn't really lead me to believe that there was much more scoring opportunity. She did try to, you know, she got a little closeout turn here, but it was so shallow right there over the rocks. So she might have added a little bit, but, you know, I feel like Sally needs to find those heavy sections and try to put that board vertically into the lip. And she's a little bit lateral with the sweeping surfing that she's doing. The first turn she did, though, was really deep gouge. That was a lot of power and engagement on the rail back into the power pocket, which was cool.
Scores coming in for last of Sally Fitzgibbons. Remember, her start was a 4.67. And now her last wave coming in at a 5.4. So still a lot of separation between Molly's best of a 7.83, but with your top two scoring systems, Sally out front, and Molly needing a 2.24 to advance. Sally enjoying the Red Bull ski. She came on tour back in 2009, had a top 5 finish, was battling with Coco Ho for Rookie of the Year that season, and she ended up always showing up in the quarterfinals. From 2009 to 2014, 6 seasons in a row, she did not miss a quarter. And what's interesting about Sally, comparing her to Lakey Peterson, Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, and the surfers that have put a lot of time into the tour, she's got perfect attendance. You know, for an athlete to have to fight through little injuries all the time, she's been so focused on being a professional in her surfing performance, but also taking care of herself physically, that if she's on tour, she's ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't she do 5Ks every morning as well?
Yeah, gosh, she's just an
Is she
athlete.
doing that here?
I would not be surprised.
So
I mean,
hot.
5 in the morning would be smart because it does get pretty hot. But she does like to be the first one out on dark. So when she's in the event, I think her focus is getting some waves, feeling out the lineup.
What a professional.
12 championship tour wins, representing Australia in the Olympics back in Tokyo 2020. And always just ready to look at her career in new waves. Doesn't mind the Challenger Series. Never even thought of the R word of retirement. She just gets more motivated. You can see her now trying to find ways to upset the world champ. She doesn't want it to go 3 in a row in Molly's favor.
So I feel like, you know, I think we talked about it a little bit on that last little exchange, but, you know, in order for Sally to be victorious over Molly Picklum, she's going to have to do the type of surfing that Molly did on the end of that wave, where she would went straight up vertically into the power pocket. I think that we've seen the judging, and all of it has come down to those more vertical, more consequential sections, and putting the board straight up into there and breaking the fins free and doing something that kind of is, you know, it was high risk. And those face turns are beautiful. They're lateral, though, and we need to see that kind of change to go vertical, and then we're going to see her get a higher score.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation when you've had a couple of heats together that kicked off, you know, Sally's comeback to the jersey, because she was on the CS jersey to requalify for 2026. And then Molly's just gotten some unbelievable numbers against Sally. A couple of her best waves this season, in fact, was against Sal over at Winky Pop 8-6-7. Then she got a big main break left where she did a giant snap in the overlapping format for basically a single maneuver. Excellent range score of an 8-5. 18 minutes to go. Molly does look interested in this wave, and she's setting up a nice wall there. Nice easy pace to get that little top turn out of the way. Now she's just rushing a ton of whitewater, but she's got enough speed to come around the corner here. Gets the first arc under the crumble and will put it up a bit better on that finish. Didn't have that obvious little target off the top. She had to chase a bit, but you could tell her board's perfect. She's got all the speed she can ever desire out of it. And to spice up a whitewater end section, that says something, where you're just in rhythm to try to spice it up for the panel upstairs.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you're trying to do it for yourself too, right? You're just trying to get something out of a wave that when you were taking off, you're thinking, okay, this is a score. That little bit of onshore breeze right there, though, it's blowing the lip line over, and you know, I think these first waves are really hard if you're going to have a long running wall to execute any kind of open face or vertical maneuvers on. So you're kind of maybe even looking for the second wave, something with a less of a long line on it, less of a more of a shoulder, and be able to, you know, have a wave that's got a smoother face. But she did well on that last section, but I don't know if this wave is going to be, you know, it'll go into her top two, but I think it'll be replaced.
Molly Pickham scored, winning a world title, but then had maybe one of the longest off seasons in World Tour history. And she enjoyed every bit of the media that she did, the talk shows, TV shows, the places she got to fly to, the superstars she got to meet. She said she really enjoyed just having that much time, knowing that she wasn't rushing and then having to prepare for the tour coming up quickly. She had so much time to think about it. Did a lot of fun trips just to kind of escape the noise for moments, and then would just return to it. And just really enjoys defending her world title this year. Here's Sally, smaller wave, and she'll throw down an arc and step off. So I suppose the obvious topic on the first half of the heat is wave selection at the moment, was.
Yeah, I feel like, and I don't think Sally's wave selection has been bad. I think that she's attacking them in a way that isn't giving her the scores. And I feel like that she needs to switch up the game plan a little bit and get a little bit more, you know, her deep bottom turns just need to continue back up into the lip line instead of out onto the face.
Yeah, we've seen Molly with a big wall on her 783, had some size to work with, and her long wave that stretched out on her, and she had to chase it. She ended up salvaging a 4.33 out of it. That was enough to get the lead change over Sal, as she wants to keep her quarterfinal streak alive.
Wow, look at these lines, Joe.
Solid.
Beautiful.
Pumping southwest. Surfline told us a few weeks back that we have a good opportunity to score this place with unbelievable swell in the forecast.
Look at that wave, second wave of the set, just nice and smooth.
This might be the best wave Sally's looked at in the matchup so far. She's driving with some speed, chunky section in front of her. She'll be patient. And now sets up a little top turn slice. Nice transition and speed, and she belts it with the drift on that finishing move. Well done for Sal.
That was really cool. I like that. I love it when you can see the kind of back knee drop in and the tail sliding across the lip like that. That's so technical and stylish.
Let's take another look. Sally took a small wave before this and still had priority to get this gem.
Yeah, this thing was winding down the point from, outside for 100 yards before she took off on it. So, there was opportunity. The wave was holding back for her just enough for her to hit it. And that closeout turn was technical. Throwing the tail like that in the closeout can be risky because you can come down, the whitewater monster takes your board away real quick, and she stayed over the board and made a nice completion out of it.
So Sally Fitz working hard in this heat already. 4.67 was her start, and maybe one of her better numbers about to lock in for the 3-time world runner-up. As we check out what happened at the start of what we thought was the heat, we saw Sally kind of put her hands up, waiting for maybe a priority to get started in her mind. That's where she thought things were going here. So she drops in. Molly looks confused. Sally looks confused. This is how things started with these two in the water. Then the clock stopped, and then they were counted into a fresh clock to kick off this matchup once again. So we waited for all the messaging to come through, and now we have Mitchell Salazar standing by with Renato Hickel.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Renato, of course things happen in the sport of surfing. Could you just explain the priority malfunction right there at the beginning of the heat?
Yes, Mitch, yeah. Incidents do happen in every sport. Our sport's no different, and that's why we have these rules on the WSL rule book. There was a block situation at the beginning of the heat. Whilst the priority judge was assessing the colors, it went briefly on blue. Blue obviously saw and thought she had priority, and then the disc went blank. And that's when Molly took the wave because she had inside position for it and received an interference. The head judge, when realized the mistake, immediately put the heat on hold. We have this rule, like I said, to address that. And because there is no advantage at that point, he decided to restart the heat from the beginning, which you do. It's the best, most fair outcome for both competitors in the water.
No harm, no foul, Joel. Back to the heat.
Thank you very much, Renato and Mitchell Salazar, for that update. We have a big WSL rule book with all the on the site, worldsurfleague.com. Rule 10.04E. Head judge can suspend the heat, like Renato was explaining. You heard that horn go off, and review the incident that may affect the current heat situation. They looked at it, reviewed it, and reset the clock. So that was a nice call from the guys upstairs. Last thing you want to see as fans is seeing someone start with an interference, as Sally got a clean slate along with Molly Picklum, a fresh clock. Now we've got 11 minutes to go, and Picklum with priority and the high single score of a 7.83 and out in front.
Looking strong. I mean, that last wave for Sally, though, does go into her top two, so she's pretty, feeling like she can kind of get in the driver's seat here. She doesn't need much, right? 6.77. You got that.
For sure. I'm actually surprised Sally hasn't really reached for an air at this point. She did that a lot at Winky Pop, and I guess it didn't work out there. But knowing that she works on their air reverse quite a bit, and Carissa did get the score to turn it on Brisa in the dying seconds in the heat previous, maybe she'll reach for that if she gets put into a corner with less time on the clock.
I feel like it's one of those days where the waves are really hard to read, as far as building up enough speed to get that lip line and get up above it and do the airs that you're looking for. It's I think the second wave might be able to produce that, though. If you can get a wave that's gonna kind of smooth itself out a little bit, you can identify those sections.
Molly pacing below Sally down the point here at Punta Roca, looking for a better backup than her 4.33. She's looking at this wave starting to drift her direction now. She's still fighting to get her yellow jersey back, it's being worn by Gabriella Bryan, who's already made the jump into the quarters. Sally looks interested. Molly will decide to make a move here. Driving into her first. Beautiful carve. Picklum greases it well. Second turn, she gets stuck. She will ride out of it, ends up still surviving the closeout section, but a little bit of disruption of flow on the second move.
wave had a nice smooth face on it. So it was the second wave of a set and really looked like it had something to work with, which we saw.
Fitzgibbons will take the next opportunity. Riding the TNC surfboard, she will still hunt, gathering more speed right in front of Molly. There's that tail high reverse we were expecting, but can't quite spin it around.
Oh, that was so close to perfection. That was a radical move on a heavy section. That would have been a great score, I think.
You're starting to see the bowl on some of these opening sections, and for Sally, she's identifying that as a good spot to project and throw that tail towards the beach. She hasn't been very consistent with that maneuver this season. However, we've seen her pull it off quite a few times over the years.
It looked like she had it right there so perfectly. You know, she winds up, you can see her identifying that she's gonna, you know, go to the air, because when you're kind of looking down the line like that, when she puts it up there, everything's perfect, lands perfect, but then when she came around and swung the board down to face the beach, the implosion of the wave coming back up caught her. I mean, all that tail high, everything was great. And then right there, she just got bucked off as she tried to ride through that whitewater wall.
Wow, really close. And then to Molly's wave.
Super clean wave, you know, and a great job. Beautiful arc to begin with, you know, to put her back right where she needed to be. But the turn was a little high on the top of the lip and kind of slowed her down so that she kind of lost pace for the wave.
So judges didn't like that little hang up there from Molly on the second move. That's going to be a throwaway score. Doesn't even get out of the 3 range. And Sally incomplete on that reverse attempt. Now with 7:15 to go. Gabrielle O'Brien survived in the first heat of the morning. It was an interesting start with Yolanda Hopkins, I think almost in her mind thinking that the heat was going to restart. But with 35-minute heats, you got to wait 15 minutes on the clock. So Yo-Yo knows that now moving forward. And then we had Natalya Lior upset world number 5, Sawyer Lindblad. So we've got a not taken on Gabby Bryant, quarter 1. Lulu got past Nadia Aristarbe. Carissa with the buzzer beater. So Lulu versus Carissa Moore in quarter 2.
Ooh, that's a heater.
And now this is all working out the bottom part of the draw for what could be running on finals day. Hard to predict though at the moment, was, because we've had some days that have maybe shown maybe some tough wind to deal with. We waded through it yesterday, got a lot of heats done. I feel like it's kind of a wake up and check it type week.
I think that it's very hard to predict the weather down here in Central America. There's so many local storms and different things that are happening. And you could kind of, you know, try to get a handle on it, but we have been surprised, and we're deeper into the event than we thought we were going to be at this point, which is a plus. More surfing, you know, and viewing for everybody. And I think tomorrow morning they're hoping for really solid surf, and from what we're looking at, maybe less wind, so we could be 10 to 12 foot faces and just throbbing down the point.
Yeah, this place gets a lot of swell, man. And I think when you are looking up pro surfing, there's a lot of events happening in El Salvador, and a lot of different divisions, from WSL longboard titles, a lot of ISAs that Sally's been involved with for a long time. Down at Bocana, over here at Punta Roca as well. There's just so much activity to watch pro surfing. Molly Picklum out in front, 7.83, 4.33. And Sally's fishing around for a 6.77 and trying to avoid a 3rd straight loss against Picklum this year.
Looks like there's a little set coming though. Picklum's gonna have first choice. Lines out the back. There's been no shortage of swell during this window.
Well, I'm loving the new system now too. There's been a few just all championship tour days in the lead up to big events where they can really work out their equipment and their lineups. So they're so prepared for this. Molly will just use priority to try to get more than a 4 here. She's gonna ramp up, frontside grab, extending that punt. Couldn't find the landing gear. Well, talk about height. That definitely would have been the air of the season if she could have pulled that off.
That was pretty sick. You know what's fun too is that having the twitch muscles to put yourself in that position. I mean, she's working on that. You can tell she's definitely done some work to be able to get that height and get the grab and really kind of try to execute airs like that above the lip.
These are the matchups that we've been talking about through this heat. First one was at the season opener at Bell. Second one was at Margaret River. So back-to-back matchups, all of them happening in this second round of competition. And Sally seems to bring out the best in the world champion. 8.67 was the number that Molly got on a crazy little running right at Winky Pop. And also an 8.5 on a single turn at Margaret River going left at main break, which wasn't really happening at the time. So Molly showing off her ocean awareness, her rhythm and heats, and still has the highest single score in this one. But the difference now with 3 minutes to go, Sally's not comboed. She was comboed in both those matchups before the halfway mark. So this one's still wide open.
Look at this wave, looks pretty clean too. This could be damage done right here.
Sally now taking off on her 8th wave of the heat so far. Starts with a slice in the pocket. Wall's looking pretty fun. Just a quick tag. And going for that little tail waft again. You could almost see her trying to find a place to put that maneuver in the wave.
It hurts my heart a little bit watching that. She didn't need the air on that wave. She needed a 6.77. She probably could have got away with a couple more turns and come away with a pretty solid score right there.
Yeah, definitely was fishing for that section. She did come very close on the single maneuver option before, but that one she ends up just throwing away that opportunity for a decent score. Sally still chasing that 6.77 as she's hoping for her first quarterfinal appearance of the season. Starting strong through the challengers last year with a big final appearance in Newcastle gave her the hope that she'd be right back on the top 24 this year. She's got some incredible events to look forward to coming up. One of the greatest stories in Sally's career was winning over a cloud break with the burst eardrum and taping her head together, going back to back in that era of her career at that heavy water wave.
Pretty sure the doctors were not advising her to surf.
They actually told her, no way. And she got fired up, going, yeah, I think I've got other plans. And that happened in round 2 of that event that year against Mahina Maeda. And she was
Did she go on to win the contest?
She went on to win.
Yeah. Impressive.
Down to a little over a minute. Sally's going to fish around on the inside. Can she find an air section here? We know she's looking for it. Still hunting, waiting for it now. She'll just throw the tail off the top and end up incomplete. A maneuver that hasn't been helping her in these heats with Molly. She's tried plenty of them this season.
I guess for such a vet, you would say that, you know, she knew she was going to go for that big air on that second to last wave, but I just didn't feel like she needed it. She had such a great, it was a wave of substance. It had a great wall.
Molly Pickham will pick up her final wave of the matchup and lay down some tracks on the open face. Inside bowl's looking fun, tags it off the whitewater coping. Another nice frontside snap and styles her way through her finish. Meanwhile, Sally did find some space and just doesn't have a section to work with. It'll go 3 in a row. Molly's favor here in 2026 over Sally. And now 11 straight quarterfinal appearances for the world champion as Molly moves on. Interesting start of the heat with a little bit of drama.
Yeah, but you know what? They reset. They're professionals.
Yeah, but it just, I mean, even though they got a fresh clock, that's part of the matchup. They were aggressive to start. Sally wanted to block. That was entertainment right there.
It was. And I hate to say it, but I think Sally made a mistake by trying to do the air on that one wave where she had so much opportunity left on it.
So Sally will regroup and now prepare for Brazil, which will be stop number 6 of the season. And We'll get to see Molly compete again in the quarterfinals. Board's looking great. Nice round tail from DHD. And as soon as she stood up, she had all the speed she wanted to lay down some just really fun turns on the open face here at Punta Roca. Coming up next, it'll be Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on a world champ, Caroline Marks. Let's bring in Matt Biolas to join us for the call right after this.
It's gonna be fun.
We'll be right back.
Llegando al momento más esperado del día, el momento de ver el atardecer. Estamos en el Peñón de Comasagua, en la cordillera del Bálsamo, y de Punta Roca se puede manejar acá, son aproximadamente 50 minutos. En estas cordilleras baja el agua a toda velocidad y eso hace que se generen las olas de Punta Roca y que se cree el fondo increíble. Está conectado con todo este ecosistema y aquí es a donde inicia todo, desde las cordilleras. Tenemos aquí enfrente el mar y este peñón que es bien icónico. Realmente es un lugar épico para poder ver el atardecer. Lo increíble de El Salvador es que podemos estar en la playa y rodeados de un ambiente totalmente tropical y en cuestión de media hora estar en un volcán, estar en las cordilleras, estar en un pueblo o ir a unas cascadas. Creo que por eso este lugar es tan bendecido y privilegiado.
You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero. Surf City is a part of El Salvador's digital asset ecosystem. You can buy anything from a pupusa to a house with cryptocurrencies. That's attracting a lot of people that are into their crypto to come down here and live in El Salvador and surf great waves with warm water and wonderful people. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Strider Wazalewski, and Matt Biolas of Lost Surfboards joining us for the call.
The Shaper's here.
That's Strider's nickname for you, Shaper? Does he? What are some of the other ones that you could say on television?
I don't think we can say it.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Matt, what's the difference between a shaper and a board builder?
Not much of a difference. I mean, a board builder is a guy would be any step of the process. There's certain guys that are just incredible, like one-stop shop board builders. Timmy Patterson always stands out in my mind with that. He used to design blanks for Clark Foam, and he'll shape it, paint it, glass it, sand it all in one day, and then hand it to like Matt Archibald, and we would all be like, whoa, what a legend.
That is so cool. Great stories are going to be coming through with Strider and Matt sitting next to each other, and Matt's here for good reason. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Caroline Marks have been riding his boards. Caroline to a world title a couple of years back, even the last 2 years for Caroline. She's finished runner-up in the world. Here comes Caroline now to kick off this heat with the opening ride over Betty Lou. And just getting a little warm-up. She'll step off, and now we'll wait for Betty Lou to get started. Basically, we're looking for some board details to open up this heat. Let's start with Caroline, Matt. What you think she's riding right now?
Caroline is riding a 5.6 step driver, which is like our kind of step up. But for the World Tour, you know, they end up riding them. Well, some of the girls ride them all the time. Some of the guys ride them all the time. It's just a board designed for waves with push. It doesn't even have to be that big. This wave has a lot of push. We've seen a lot of broken boards this week. And so she's riding a 5.6 round pin step driver.
And then for Betty Lou, newer addition to your team, I suppose, in the last couple of years. What's she riding today?
Betty Lou is riding a brand new board that she just got for this comp. And it's also a step driver. It's a 5.8. She's a bit taller than Caroline. Brand new board. She loved it. She rode it in the free surfs, and she's using it in the comp. Very similar boards, just a 2-inch length difference.
Matt, I found one of Strider's boards once, and it said liar on the stringer.
Oh, we're already going there.
Wow.
Too early?
It's way too early.
Oh.
I kind of already opened it up.
Well,
but
there
I
might
was
be
like,
a
wait,
wave
your name's Strider.
There might be a wave written right.
You might get saved by a set.
Okay, here we go. Waves on the way. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson looking to capitalize on this. Arcs it with some zap. Wow, board's looking great. Snap to slide and ends up missing what would have been a really nice combination. Next wave is setting up our goofy footer. The world champ now off the tail. Ooh, clean rails. Passing Betty Lou now. Drives it right in the perfect spot in the pocket, and then a backhand float. Well done for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, that was solid surfing right there. And the second wave of the set being all nice and clean, kind of like, you know, we talk about it, pulling the sheets tight and really able to go to work right there. Precision backside surfing right there. Board looked good.
I mean, Betty looked fantastic as well. That first carve, she just got really aggressive on the closeout maneuver. But both girls looking sharp. They look locked in. It should be a good heat.
You've spent so much time with Caroline, and you know, through a great World Championship run as well. Noticing, you know, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, she brought reinforcements along with Luke, bringing Mike Parsons as well. That's a pretty amazing camp, and I think for a lot of that was to kind of spark up her season. She's had some, you know, tough losses to kick off this year. Matt, have you talked to her about how she's feeling this year, or do you kind of just focus on making sure she's on the right board?
I mean, my #1 focus is obviously the boards. I don't get involved in the technical, like, heat coaching or any of that. Leave that to the experts, guys who have lived that life and been successful at it. But we try and keep it fun. We try and do a lot of cool social things when I'm able to go on tour with the kids and make it that way. Yeah, that was a great.
Wow. How was the transition? You know, she got a little too feisty right there, but that first turn had such a beautiful arc on it. The way that she came back into it was so fast. And then this way from Caroline just opened up and had so much flow. I feel like she's so good at putting your board in the perfect place, Matt.
Yeah, talking about her coach, Luke, he during the world title year, he had a simple thing he just kept repeating, you know, stay deep and put your board in the steepest part of the wave and turn as hard as you can. and I thought that was like just great coaching.
It's sometimes just a thought in your head, you know, like in golf. Golfers have a swing thought, you know, and that's like her surf thought, you know, of just like stay steep, push as hard as you can. Caroline always lands on her feet. How about that number, 767 for Caroline Marks, and 2.5 on an open face carve because Betty Lou fell on the combination. But that's exactly what Caroline wanted to do here. It reminds you of her being a 2-time champion at Punta Roca was.
Yeah, and the rhythm of that, you know, whether, you know, she had priority or not, catching that second wave of the set and having that clean face to work with, and the hastiness and the ability to get off that last turn, that last maneuver. She was a little late to the party, but ended up, you know, executing a beautiful slam to shut it down. So rewarded pretty well for the almost
a couple 8s in there.
Not bad on the IC scoreline, 767 for Caroline Marks. This was her venue where she returned to the tour after taking that break a couple of years back. As we look at the backhand technique, was.
Yeah, quick whips, just, you know, digging deep off the bottom as she always does, but then, you know, pushing to finish. And look at the hastiness to throw it up there. She was late to that thing, but then just was able to push the board off the lip and click it down into the flats, which is, that's all technique and lower leg strength to be able to push that hard to get the board out and back out in front of her.
Matt, we throw around all these shaping terms all the time to fans watching around the world. Do you mind defining some for us? What about concave? Can you explain that to people that don't understand what that is on a surfboard?
Concave is the curve from rail to rail across the bottom of the board. So when you say concave, that means that the edges of the rail of the board hang down below the stringer of the board. So you have a concave, like a convex, like an upside down cereal bowl, you know, and it gives a lot of lift. It allows you to run a straight line through the center of the board and keep more curve out on the rails. It tends to work best in, you know, performance waves and smaller waves. As the waves get bigger and heavier, we tend to use less and less concave because you don't need as much lift. You want more control. So basically the difference between like a small wave board and a big wave board is a lot of times is not just in the outline, which is easy to see, but there's subtle differences in the amount of concave.
Love it. Here's Caroline Marks setting up that little backhand snap there. She already has the 7.67. She's got the confidence she needs even on a smaller wave, but she will let the rest of it go by. So keeping the door open slightly, that'll be a smaller backup score for the moment. Would you say the majority of your surfers surfing Punta Roca are on single to double concave on the bottom of their boards?
Yes.
And explain what that means.
Well, that means that in the back third of the board, we try and keep some curve in the stringer line, and for the turning, you know, to make the tail easier to turn and maneuver in the pocket. Here she goes.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson looked great on her opening carve, and that one just didn't line up the way she wanted to. So she felt priority was a bit more important. She's got a little space there to that designated takeoff zone. Betty Lou's been, gosh, on a tear lately, turning in some just great performances in the last 2 seasons. Got to feature in the Final 5 as well, and even had a heat with Caroline there over at Cloudbreak in Fiji. So it's her first taste of actually being in a real world title showdown, Strider.
Yeah, I think she's got what it takes. I mean, she's so feisty. The way that just even in this heat on that opening wave where you saw the speed that she generated through that turn, that was like next level surfing. And I just hope we get to see more of that right now, because I haven't seen that in a while, and that was just like, it's just gave me that rise of like, wow, there it is, you know, and you know she's got it. I want to see more.
I like how she surfed really aggressive on that wave and took a risk. I think the girls are being, you know, they're forcing themselves to up the level. They have to start surfing at that level, really high risk and radical surfing more consistently to get heat wins, you know, to win contests. She won 2 events last year. It was a great year for her, and she wants to do more.
Yeah. I feel like the women are progressing faster than the men right now.
There's more room for them to progress, yes. The men are at such a high level right now already. I think what's happening with the men is more and more men are getting to an elite level, where there might used to be 6 or 8 guys that were really heavy duty, and now I think that expanded is, you know, there's maybe double that amount of guys that could really go out and win events.
Gosh, every heat is crazy. This is round 2. You know, this was part of the Final 5 showdown last year, you know, so it's like you're reaching heats that feel like finals before we get to the quarterfinals, as Caroline is out in front with that 7.67. Matt, if someone's going, hey, I want you to make me a board with a lot of drive, what kind of elements are you thinking of when you go in the shaping room to make that happen?
Usually a lower rocker. Sometimes a more parallel outline, but typically in this day and age, more drive usually means a little less rocker. Maybe run the edges up a little farther, spread the fins out. There's a lot of things that can do that. If you want to stay on the same board, but I want more drive, then we'll make subtle adjustments to a board, maybe without changing the rocker, to try and add more drive to the same board, which would be like fin placement, more edge, less tuck. But if someone just says, I want a really drivey board, and they're starting from scratch, then you tend to go with the lower rocker.
You got a lot of success here at Punta Roca when you think about Griffin Colapinto, Iago Dora reaching the final as well. Caroline Marks, a couple of good wins here as well. Gabby Bryan winning as a defending champ, and also in the quarters. Are they all on completely different models, or do you kind of find a good recipe that fits the curve of this wave and what's going to be reliable for the team?
Pretty similar. Gabby rides a step driver almost exclusively. Carissa's on a driver 3. Her and Griffin's boards are very similar, little 5'10", 5'11", driver threes. Iago kind of moves around. He's pretty freeform. He'll ride a step driver. He'll ride a driver three. He'll ride a Formula One. He was riding a Formula One in New Zealand. So, but in general, the boards vary based off their bodies, body size more than anything. We have, maybe 3 designs that are being ridden quite a bit on the World Tour, and the biggest difference is adjusting to the different surfers' physical builds. Especially like Cole Houshman down to Aaron Brooks. That's just a massive difference in human beings.
These guys riding your board for so many years, like a Caroline example. Do you ever watch them surf for a while and you go, you know what, try riding something like this and kind of surprise them a little bit to see if they bring something different to their performance, or do you kind of just listen to their feedback and go from there?
Sometimes you step outside the box and just feed them something new, of course. Or if it's working for someone else, you feed them something new. Caroline's been having a lot of fun on the Formula One lately, a little round pin, and even a squash tail. She hadn't ridden squash tails for years. So sometimes you just move in and try new things unsolicited, but there's also a lot of pressure. There's a lot riding on these heats. There's a lot of talk with the surfers and the coaches, and in general, it tends to be pretty minute, adjustments and changes across the whole tour, not just with us, but with the other crews as well.
Is the stability of the round tail kind of what they're going for mostly, I feel like?
Yes, but in the last year and a half or so, you're seeing more and more squash tails come back. Last year, Cole had a great run out here on a squash tail. Jordy went all the way to the final on a squash tail. We made him. He ended up winning on his father's board, Go G. But so kind of like about a year ago, we started messing around with the big boys with the squash tails, and it sort of trickled down. The girls are riding them, Sawyer and Caroline, and Carissa surfed most of her heats in New Zealand on a squash tail.
Squash tail is definitely trending as we look at Caroline Marks zipping down the line. Tags it right there well. Her mom, Sarah's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone watching this as well, and she put together a nice couple of finishes at the end of that wave. That'll go with her 7.67 for a backup at the moment. Kind of saw this in the previous heat, where Molly had her big 7, and then it kind of was just trying to find a backup for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, once you get a score like that, you will be searching and really trying to just put something else up there, like on a mid-range at least, just to put yourself in a better position. If your opponent like Betty just started out with that whip but then fell, so it kind of put her in the back seat. Now she's just searching for, I think, maybe more than she thinks she needs more than she does. If she just gets herself a nice medium wave and puts a 6 on the board, she'll be right in it.
Matt, what's Strider's contract like? Does he do trade-ins? Does he have unlimited boards in a year? Are you trying to keep tabs on what?
Take.
Yeah, is he,
I give him sunscreen all the time.
What are his needs like?
Strider's carte blanche. Yeah, I go over to his house and steal all his booze to make up for it. But yeah, Strider's on carte blanche. He gets what he wants.
Make the finals.
He makes, not this event doesn't look like you're making the final. Here we go, Betty Lou.
Betty Lou's running after this one. Beautiful setup. Wow, nice carving sweep with sharp rails, and she makes sure that she will shut that one down. Easy call. Best wave so far for Betty Lou.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. She's back in it now. I think she realized that she just needed to get going and found a nice little wave with a great canvas. That first whip was so quick. I feel like that board just looks amazing under her feet. She looks faster than usual.
Her surfing's really punctuated this right now. Like each turn's finished with some pop and pizzazz.
Yeah, right here. I mean, she just whipped it, and then that little extra kick at the end of the wave is pretty cool. The way that she can, push as hard as she wants, it looks like.
Great to see that read from Betty Lou, only 21 years of age. Caroline Marks, a couple years older. This is that new school generation. Caroline doing well in that old Final 5 format. She loved it. She didn't mind what seed she was. She was ready to play upset and spoiler. Now it's going to cumulative points and finishing at the Pipe Masters, which I think is really setting up Betty Lou well. I think one of the best heats I've seen on tour was the semifinal.
Oh, that was
herself
amazing.
And Molly Picklum, where she was getting 8. She's good backhand at pipe and also really solid at backdoor as well.
Yeah, she was charging, and you know, that's going to be actually really fun for Matt to make some surfboards for that kind of an event.
Yeah, we love making boards for the pipeline.
I mean, you feel that energy, don't you, Matt? Because you have been involved in many world title showdowns and you've been successful. As we will transition to watch Betty Lou throw down an arc. She just came off a 617. Tags it there, finding some clear water, and she ends up back to the pocket and picks it up again. So not the easiest road map to follow on that one, but no falls, which was great, and chasing a 518.
Yeah, that was pretty clean right there. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the score or not, but she's building confidence. You can see the comfort in her surfing, so I think maybe she's just getting into a rhythm out here in a flood. Plenty of time left on the clock for both of them.
These two have had a lot of heats together. They've even had a semifinal out here before. Caroline won that onto a road to one of her victories. As we watch this one again,
she never really got to open up on this wave.
Flat face.
Yeah, it wasn't one that she, you know, the finishing turn had a little bit of lip line for her to attack there, but you saw her even taking off on that wave. She like faded back into it, trying to, you know, set herself up for anything that had a lip, and that one just didn't do it for her.
last heat was a won by Molly Picklum, and Molly's with Mitchell.
Molly, congratulations. After that little hiccup at the beginning of the heat, how did you reset? Just think blank slate. It's all good. I got to go out there and perform.
Yeah, for sure. It was an interesting start. I was just competing and like doing with what's in front of me. I looked up, no priority, so I was like, all right, I'll go. And then, yeah, whatever, what unfolded. And then it was definitely like a moment where I was like, all right, this is where champions like either reset and move on. And personally, I love those moments, you know. It really shows my character to try and stand up and come back in one way and just wash that off. But yeah, a whole new 35 minutes. I obviously paused the heat, and then Sally and I just like went for a little surf off, and yeah, obviously happy to have gotten through that.
Do you think that kind of mentality improved or even changed a little bit once you got the validation of being world champion last year?
Yeah, I mean maybe, but to be honest, it's something I'm like edging towards every day, and something that that inspires me to just kind of take the better ground and higher ground and just keep rising above any challenge. And that was a really testing moment for sure.
You got a very warm reception when you came in to the development of this place, Surf City El Salvador. Obviously the waves are the standouts, but just the people, the fans that have come here from other places. What's it been like to see the development of this area?
Oh, it's actually insane. I mean, Surf City in El Salvador, it's incredible. Every time we come back, there's new facilities and better restaurants and just more, you know. And you can see now, like, there's crowd that come around and way more surfers. And I mean, it's cool because there's so many waves around here to share. And yeah, it's always a good time. And this time of the year, like, it's not too hot, you know. I think last time when we were here, it felt way hotter. So it's a nice temperature. I love being in swimmers and in my bikinis and out there surfing for sure.
Congratulations, keep doing your thing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone who tuned in too and who woke up, because that was a terrible time for us Aussies. So cheers, guys.
Thanks, Molly. Guys.
Thank you very much. Molly Picklum did a good job to reset with the fresh clock, and then she got that high 7 and now is into the quarterfinals again and will take on the winner of this heat. Will it be another classic with her and Betty Lou, or will it be with the world champ Caroline Marks? That was for the world title last year over at Cloudbreak. This is what Caroline just did, Strider.
Yeah, nice, clean, open face again. So just a 2-turn wave, but, you know, solid surfing. I don't know if that's going to go into the top 2. Maybe it'll jump up over the 4 or 5. But, you know, she's keeping busy, which I like.
That was the 4-5.
I think that was
it was the 4-5.
Yep, that was the 4-5 for Caroline, using that as her low score. And Betty Lou is now chasing a 6-0-1. To try to fight for the lead. Caroline out in front, still enjoying our conversation with Matt Biolis of Lost Surfboards. We'll take a quick break and return to action here in round 2 at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Cero. Thanks for being with us here at Punta Roca. Still enjoying round two. Caroline Marks and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, both on Lost surfboards and helping out the cause. As we focus in on the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by VEA, Lost is back out in front. As we know, Matt Biosa and his great team have just completely dominated this event ever since it was created a few years ago. And even with the new format, scoring their top 2 performing surfers, Lost has regained the lead. Matt, it's been really fun for us to follow it, into stop number 5, because there have been some lead changes. And is it making it more fun for you that you're kind of getting tested by some of your peers and colleagues in that way?
Well, I mean, it was kind of like that most of the years as well. Some of our guys are a little sleepy at the start of the season, kind of pick up momentum towards the back half. But I think it's just great that the WSL is putting a spotlight on all of us sport builders, and it's fun to be a part of it.
Yeah, you guys can all get a piece of what the world's best surfers are riding if you scan this QR code on your screen. With the Surfboard Empire, world's best surfboards, shop all those boards with that QR code and maybe get what Caroline and Betty Lou are riding right now. What a good program. Got to check out a lot of those surfboards through the Aussie leg and in New Zealand. And I think that's one question I get the most from people back home. What are they riding? What is it like? What's their height and weight? They're trying to compare it to their style of surfing. And this idea of, volume and figuring out your volume has kind of been tough for a lot of people, Matt. I had a really good look at Instagram the other day, and Adam Rapogel was kind of going, I'm over this volume thing, He sells surfboards up there in Santa Cruz, and he had some classic lines about this extra thing that popped up on the dimensions.
I actually reposted that.
It was amazing.
It was too good. Adam Rapogel is one of those, he's a pro surfer, he has a surf shop in Santa Cruz, and he's just like, there's no BS. He's just giving it to you straight, which is really fun.
He's the best.
The rodent.
But also, he was trying to make sure people are getting the right amount of foam. He said sometimes it's just about feel. Pick it up and make sure it feels great under your arm, and you probably need more foam than you think. Where do you stand on the volume talk, Matt, and the volume calculators out there?
It's absolutely true that people have become too attached to it, and they're using it almost verbatim, and they don't understand how, it can kind of ebb and flow, and if you make a board 2 inches longer but leave all the rest of the dimensions the same, it actually jumps up dramatically in volume. Some people are just getting a little carried away with it. For us, at a custom board at an elite level with the surfers at this level, you can make subtle adjustments, and it's just another way to pinpoint exact details in a surfboard. It's using 4 dimensions to fine-tune, length, width, thickness, and the overall volume, rather than just the classic 3 dimensions. So it really helps when you're fine-tuning and detailed, but it's true, the greater market and a lot of surfers get too married to it, and they start throwing out crazy numbers that they're asking for a specific volume, and it actually doesn't make sense, and it can be detrimental to designing a surfboard.
He actually yelled at me one day. I said, yeah, I want to get this board, 28.5, liters. And he just looks at me and goes, you're not, Griffin Colapinto. You're not riding these dims. You shouldn't be riding these boards because you're not that good.
You don't rip.
and he made me a board with 32 liters in it. And
right.
I love it. I'm catching waves.
You could probably write 25, but actually
Oh, yeah, we do that one too. Yeah. Little ego dims.
Yeah, ego dims are good.
But thanks, by the way, because now I catch a lot more waves.
That's what it's all about.
Wow, there's some people, though, that will always ride just blades for the tour, like Mike Parsons. He still rides shortboards that these guys are riding, and he's almost 60.
Yeah, he's like, I think I'm going to go up to 5'11". 5'11", 18 and a half, 28 liters. The guy's in his 60s. He's amazing.
Ripping. There's a lot of great things happening in San Clemente, Matt, with Molinos and Bashams, and I know Timmy Patterson's opening up and just moving his location down to that corner.
Yeah, he's right there.
Right next to Cole and the whole crew, man. It really feels good. It looks good, and there's a lot of history people could learn about all the great craftsmen that have been in San Clemente for a long time.
Right around the corner from the old Lost House.
Right there from where it all happened, huh?
Where the movies were made?
Oh, yeah.
What was your favorite movie you were a part of, Strider?
I think On the Road with Spike.
That was a great one. I mean, that was a part of your program, Matt. Was like the funnest part about the brand was, yeah, there's these amazing surfboards, but when the movies came out, that was a really significant part of the business.
And just
fantastic.
just kind of like have fun with it. You know, it's there's always going to be pro surfing and the best surfers on earth doing the impressive thing they do, but you know, we just like looking at things, and we still do. Our brand is still like, we celebrate the fun in surfing, the chaos, the buffoonery, everything around the core of like the best surfers in the world. There's so much other things and so much more stories to what surfing is. You guys do a great job with pro surfing, and we like to sprinkle the fun around the perimeter.
I like that. Any ideas about a movie coming in the future? I really enjoy everything you guys come out with, from the 5-5 series that kind of was relived recently as well.
Yeah. You want to tell them about the Wazumentary?
The Wazumentary. How you got the name The Liar?
Oh, wait. Hey, I didn't.
We can break into the story right now.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes.
Oh, we got 3 minutes. Why?
Oh, sets are approaching.
Why did I see Liar on the stringer of Strider's board?
I was leaving
Who wants to start? Okay,
I was leaving Tahiti, and David Dixon needed a board, and I'm like, I got to take these boards back to Matt, and he's like, come on, and I'm like, okay, so I gave him a board, and I got home.
Did you give it to him or sell it to him?
So I gave it to him, and then I got home, and Mike Riola and Matt were like, where are the boards?
Where's the trade-ins?
Where's the trade-ins? And I said, oh, I broke one, because I had another one, and they were like, oh, okay, and then David Dixon got a huge barrel and a photo in the magazine on the board that I supposedly broke. And they were like, you lie! You liar!
Well, it ended up benefiting everyone at the end.
It benefited me because I never told another liar.
Yeah.
Not even a little one.
Glad we got there. That's a great story. So all kids out there, learn your lesson. 2:50 on the clock. Important ride here for Betty Lou. Oh no, stumbles.
Was that a leash pull?
That was just out of the ordinary.
I thought she got Burkhardt right there by Caroline Mars.
Let's have a look here.
No.
Right.
No, she's way past it.
And wow.
That looks like me taking off on a wave.
Wow,
So
that was
think
very
she gets stuck on
uncharacteristic.
something? Interesting. And just a worst time of the heat to do that. Caroline with priority down her lead.
I really wanted to see these two rip some more waves.
Focus in on the
Really
history
slowed
they
down.
have here. It's been wild over the years. This is their 10th matchup at the championship tour level. Betty Lou leads 5-4. We have that heat score there from Caroline, 13.77. That's her best that she's put up against Betty Lou, and that was a semifinal here back in 2024. But when it comes to pipe, Betty Lou's undefeated, 2-0 in that format, but they've had a classic rivalry, including a heat at the WSL Final 5 last year, which Caroline won and went on to world runner-up for the second consecutive season following her world title. It's getting crowded out there. That is Lakey getting ready for Tyler Wright. Minute 25 to go, and Betty Lou hoping that she's got more waves to shake off what would have felt like a terrible little wipeout, Strider.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate, very uncharacteristic to happen like that for Betty. She's so sure-footed. She looks so strong every time she jumps up. So that was a real bummer to see. But I mean, in this heat, obviously, you know, there's going to be you're going to win one, you're going to lose one, Matt. But in the bigger scheme of things, do you look at these heats, and if your athlete's losing, do you feel like, you know, are you thinking about shaper rankings? Are you thinking about?
I'm definitely not thinking about shaper rankings.
You know, what's going on there?
I want them both to win. It just doesn't happen.
No, but when you're going to lose one, like Sawyer earlier.
That hurt. Yeah. That was a bummer. She's surfing really well, and you know, she just Annette got 2 really good waves and did them well, surfed them well. Yeah, it's just hard. Obviously, it's a tough business, but it's a heck of a great lifestyle. So that's what I tell them.
22 seconds. Betty Lou fishing on that small insider, but she knows that probably wouldn't have been enough to find a 6.01. Caroline was hoping to really get a rhythm going at this event. After taking that time off the tour, this was the event that brought her back against her peers and turned into semifinal, then won this event 2 straight seasons. So it's a happy hunting ground for the world champ from Florida, who's been in San Clemente for a long time. Caroline gets the victory, and we'll get the matchup with Molly Picklum. which was the world title matchup last year over at Cloud Break.
What a great shot. You can see the defeat out there from Betty. She's upset.
It's a bummer.
Then there's the beautiful smile on Caroline's face coming in with the victory.
The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Here we go. Thanks for being with us, Matt. That was a lot of fun talking shop, surfboards, stories with Strider.
The liar.
Let's do it again. We've moved on. That was a while back. Turn the page.
No, it's forever.
#1 team rider.
Thanks for watching. Coming up next, it'll be Lakey Peterson taking on a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, here at Punta Roca. We'll be right back.
Punta Roca es una ola realmente perfecta. Yo creo que Punta Roca lo hace especial la naturaleza misma. Está ubicada en un lugar privilegiado, tiene una exposición para que el sol entre y sea sensible y hayan olas casi todo el año. Y además es un orgullo nacional. No es solo el lugar donde crecí, el lugar donde aprendí a divertirme, sino que también es un lugar en el que me siento orgulloso, porque la gente habla de Punta Roca como un lugar perfecto. Estamos en Playa San Blas, al lado del Cocal. A mí me gusta el atardecer acá porque tenemos una mezcla perfecta, un escenario en el que tenemos arena, tenemos piedras y también tenemos el escenario donde están todas las cordilleras entrando una detrás del otro y el sol entra justo en el mar.
Slice of paradise, Punta Roca, La Libertad. We are so lucky to be back here for yet another year of really fun waves competition. The world's best doing their thing out here. In that last one, Caroline Marks getting the win over Betty Lou. So another one of the seeds coming in from that first round, taking down the top seeds there. So Betty Lou, unfortunately, is sent packing on her way to Brazil. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tana Gadauskas and Connor O'Leary. Woo! How are you, Connor?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
Great.
We're hanging in there. We're loving the heat.
I feel like this is a really fun booth right now. I'm so stoked. Connor, this has been so much fun having the surfers come in and putting you guys on the spot to get your opinions, and this is going to be the best 30 minutes of my life to do it to you now.
Oh, thanks. Joe texted me the other day, and I was at home, so I was like, oh, I can't come down. But today, obviously, Dog's working with Tyler, and I lost yesterday, so I was like, yeah, I'll come down and support Tyler and come in and talk a bit of dribble with you guys.
I love it. I love it. And Tanner, obviously, you and Lakey, good friends, so I feel like this is going to be a cool kind of take on both right now out in the water.
For sure. I mean, what a great matchup we have here. Both of these girls have been on tour for quite a while and are coming into an inspirational event. Tyler was a part of the call this morning for sure. She was passionate about having that extra time as she finds her way into a good little ride and comes bubbled off at the end there.
Tell me, obviously, Tyler, she has been doing this for so long and joining the dog tribe over last year and this year. I feel like she's a cool person to have a part of the team.
Yeah, no, it's a great addition to our little squad, and yeah, I think with Tyler, you know, she's been on this tour for so long, and you know, done everything, world titles, events, and you know, really good surfing. And I think she just lost a bit of that, you know, that fun factor of, you know, the tour, and you know, it can get pretty lonely if you're kind of trying to do it by yourself. So yeah, to create that kind of positive environment around her during all the downtimes and things like that, and all the prep that we have to make it fun, for them to see her shine when she's having fun, she's kind of unstoppable. So yeah, it's cool to see, you know, that new leaf of life that we've got from Tyler this year, and to be able to just, for me to like just watch someone who's had, you know, done it and won world titles and things like that, and see how she kind of goes about life. Yeah, I'm definitely taking notes on her, you know, little routines and things that she does. So it's great.
I've been loving her vlogs on Instagram too. She's been pumping out some content this week as well.
Yeah, she's been pumping it out. It's cool. She's coming out, which is great. You know, like she's, you know, I feel like I would have never thought as a kid I'd be able to get this close to Tyler, and to be able to, yeah, just nitpick her brain and think how she thinks, has been really fun.
So these two over the years have had 17 head-to-head matchups prior to this, 9 to Tyler Wright, 8 to Lakey Peterson. But could you imagine, since 2013, having met up with someone 17 times, Tanner?
Well, yeah, and Connor, give us a little psychology to that. If you have that much data based off of another athlete, and you're coming into this round, like let's just say they've met up 17 times, do you approach that differently? Is there scar tissue there in the relationship?
Depends who's winning more than others, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you match it up with someone 17 times, you nearly forget. It'd be back and forth and up and down. Yeah, I guess these guys know the ins and outs of what, you know, ticks for them and what works for them. So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I don't think I've ever matched up with someone 17 times.
No.
You're talking a lot about Tyler Wright being, it's actually got to be so interesting being on the inside of what makes a world champion tick. What do you feel like you're learning from being within the dog crew and just having that exposure to her? Like, what drives Tyler Wright?
She's just so confident within herself. You know, she's so happy and confident with her and how she is as a person, that everyone else around her is just a part of the process of her. They're just there. They're just beings, I guess. She's not reading into anyone else. She's not looking at anyone else, comparing herself with anyone or anything or equipment or this and that. She's just like, yep, I'm happy being me. I know that being me is world title contention. And yeah, so I think that for me, not being a confident person, learning from that and being really happy with my personal things that I like believing in, and what's good for me and what works for me and what doesn't, is, yeah, it's kind of things that I'm taking notes on.
Yeah, I think when you're around someone who is so full of life and so just happy to be themselves, it's kind of like for us getting to hang out with Vaughn Blakey. He's just so full of life and so happy to be Vaughn. Lakey getting her first wave of this heat right now, a little bit deep on that one. So Lakey, she's just going to hit the reset. Small score already for Tyler Wright, just a 2.5 right now. But obviously in that last heat, we had a really fun matchup between Caroline and Betty Lou. Caroline getting the win after being knocked to round 1 for her first time this season, but into the quarters. She's there with Chris Cote on the glass.
Thank you, team. You know, life can be very unpredictable. The world is a wild place, but one thing you can always depend on is that Caroline Marks is going to come to El Salvador and rip. Tell me about your relationship with this wave.
Yeah, I mean, I love it here, and I guess it's been really good to me. And I came here in the off season with 2 of my really good friends, and we got great waves. And I love it here. I love the vibes, love the waves, and I got my mom, my little sister over here, so I'm just having a really good time. And yeah, I love Punta Roca. Mama Roca, she's been good to me.
You obviously got a little bit bumpy during that heat, but I want to know what it feels like for you when you paddle into a wave and you set your rail into that patented Caroline Marks bottom turn. What are you thinking when you're looking up at the lip?
I'm not even thinking. I think that's where I usually surf my best waves, is when you're not thinking. Yeah, it's definitely tricky out there. Like, finding a wave with clean wall is what you're looking for, but there's only a few of them, and I think in that heat we only had one, and luckily I was on that one. So yeah, you just got to roll the punches. I free served this morning, and it was like a different day to my heat now. So really happy to get through that one.
Well, of course, we got a lot of tour left and a lot of event left here. Tell me about your macro goals for the next few days in this event, and then looking forward to the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think just try to be in the moment as much as possible. I think I've had an interesting start to the year at events I normally have been good for me. So, you know, it's fun. Everyone's so good, and every heat's so gnarly. So I'm just trying to be in the moment, be where my feet are, and of course I want to win as much as possible. The goal's pretty simple, so just stay the course and have some fun.
Love to hear it. Caroline Marks, Punta Rocas, BFFs.
Sorry, one more thing. Happy birthday to my uncle. Love you.
Happy birthday, Uncle. We love that. Obviously, Caroline, she's just been an incredible surfer, world champion, second in the world last year. There's been such a dominant force from all the goofy footers this year. Connor, yourself, I feel like you set a new standard for goofy footers out snapper as well. But Caroline, she brings her own edge. And as far as like representing the goof team, especially at a wave like El Salvador, she's such a front charger for it.
She's so good, man. Far out. So good. I mean, what else can you say? You know, she's literally, like they say, she's a, you know, a woman version of Oki, and she seriously is. Like, just the line she draws and how she just keeps her fins in the water but just drives through turns backside, it's so hard to do. So, no, I tell her a lot. I'm like, I watch a lot of your surfing, see our free surfs and things like that, and copy it. As much as she definitely never always says she doesn't believe me, but I do. So yeah, massive fan.
Keeping it on the goofy foot realm here, any of
Here
the younger girls, yeah, dude, we have to keep the right foot forward. You know, today we watched Nadia. Vahine is looking so spicy. Is there other girls that are on tour that you are inspired by, not just the Carolines?
Yeah, I mean, the first person that comes to my mind is Sawyer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, massive fan of how she surfs. You know, she's like, I think like, you know, on similar paths with Caroline, backside for backside. You know, she's, how she, you know, looks at a wave backside is pretty similar to how, you know, we look at, you know, how we look at, you know, wave backside. So, yeah, people like, you know, Sawyer, even Anat was doing some amazing surfing today, which was really cool. Like, it's just cool to see the progression of backside surfing in women's surfing.
Nadia as well at Snapper.
Yeah, Nadia, unbelievable. Yeah, they're all just pushing the limit. They're all finding places, they're finding the right places to place their turns, you know, backside, which is so important. You know, you can get so flat and a bit tabletop-y and things like that. So they're actually putting it, you know, really tight in the pocket, vertical, but coming out with lots of speed, which is the coolest part.
Yeah, I feel like there's been this like new wealth of creativity from the goofy footers this year. As far as natural footers go, Lakey, she's been so dominant this year, obviously already won an event. This wave, a 417 Tanner.
Yeah, I love seeing the refresh on Lakey Peterson this year after the win and just keeping as much mojo as she can. Conditions challenging, right? This wave didn't really offer much in general, but she did a good job of bobbing and weaving through the turns to create as much energy as she could. That last turn is, to me, it's been pass or fail with that section. Connor, you've actually had to hit that section, but when it was bigger, guys like Liam O'Brien, there were so many different ways you would approach coming into this final turn. What is it actually like surfing it?
Yeah, the last turn's such a wild card, right? That last section is, it can either be your best friend or your worst enemy, and you can't read it until it's pretty much staring at you in the face. So I think, you know, getting there as early as possible with as much speed as possible to come in and out of it fast is the way to go, and it looked like Lakey was kind of doing that, which is cool.
Lakey making Tyler think about this wave. Just a bit of a slip there from Lakey, unfortunately. So still just some small scores, nothing really crazy out of box right now. Tyler is interested in this one behind here. Let's see if this one holds up. Bowls really nicely across the reef right now. Can see, drops that first turn, weird little wobble on this first section. Now starts to steepen up a little bit. Tyler pushes hard on this first turn here. This bottom turn comes around again, just that kind of tail whip that we've always grown to love over these years. She's got that so on lock. I feel like I watched those turns growing up wanting to do that. So Tyler still using it to her advantage here today. Gonna pick this one all the way through, hit it for a finishing turn. Smooth surfing from Tyler. Looks like maybe her legs were burning a little bit there. It is a long wave, but just that textbook tail whip, she's had that forever, and using it there, Tanner.
Yeah, no, this wave to me, like, You know, when I think of Tyler Wright, I think of she's just had such a long run, but this patented frontside arc that she has, she would always bring it into our hometown of San Clemente, and it looks so good at trestles. And I feel like seeing her here in El Salvador and the way she's able to handle this section, get around it, not be phased by it, and start to unload into the variety in the back end. Would you agree with that, Connor?
Yeah, I think, you know what, I guess the little intricacies of what we've been doing in the prep here, especially with Tyler, you know, going back and forth with her, being in the water, is like, you really got to take your time. And once you're in front of the wave, you set yourself in such a good rhythm to stay in front of it. Well, it only takes one turn to be a bit late or be a bit stuck behind, and then you're stuck behind for the whole wave. So she did so well to space all these turns out to keep in front of it, so then she was just in front of it for every turn. So yeah, good one, Ty. I guess she's listening to Dog.
Dog would love that as well. He's such a passionate coach. I love the fact that he's always right there by the sideline to be the first person to greet you guys as you come back up. But him and Tyler seem to have a really deep connection, and I always love, if I'm doing the post-tee interview with Tyler, I love to eavesdrop on their conversations, because they just go so into detail about every little decision across the heat. And it feels like Tyler as well, over at Margie's, obviously she pulled out of the event there because of an injury, but she still sat with Dog and was such a team player for you guys, and felt like she was adding to that as well, and in more of like a coaching role for Tyler.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, I think, like you said, the relationship between Tyler and Dog is kind of like a relationship I've never really seen from surfer to athlete to coach. Like they don't really talk about surfing much, you know. And I think for me, looking at that works really well for Tyler, because she's been doing it since she's bloody started walking. Yeah. So like the last thing she really wants to talk about too much is surfing, and Dog is so interested with everything that is also not surfing as well. You know, he knows when to switch on and off, and you know, for someone like me, I love surfing. I love talking about it all the time, and he's kind of like, for me, you know, can we just stop for a bit? I don't care about that snap you did. While with Tyler, you know, she's not as, you know, she is when she wants to be, but when she's not, she doesn't want to talk about it. So no, it's cool to be able to see their conversations. And
yeah, both of these ladies pretty cool as far as surfing goes. Yeah. Lakey trying to get a real score on the board right now, has a 4.17. Better looking first turn here for Lakey Peterson. Needs this wave to kind of bowl through this inside, a little bit of bump to deal with, comes in and just came at that at a bit of a weird angle there, but there was a lot of wobble on that wave. So it feels like the tide, with how quickly it's drawing out right now, Tanner, we're almost at dead low tide. It's getting a little bit tricky towards that end section. Feels like it's bending away.
Oh, for sure. And Connor, you were talking about it, but I think I like seeing Lakey being aggressive to get to the turns and the sections. Both of these surfers are students of the game, like we're talking about, so we're in a bout right now.
Tyler straight back into another one. Last wave came in at a 6.5, just starts to find that momentum, find the confidence here. You can see highlining over some pretty turbulent water on this wave right now. Goes into that third turn. You can see just trying to make a little bit happen through this inside, then gets into it for that finishing turn. Hasn't really put a foot wrong on those last two waves. 6.5 for the last one. We saw this type of energy from a Nat in an earlier round in this heat, where she turned 2 scores back to back, and it felt like Tyler finding that same energy right now, Tanner.
Yeah, she's definitely finding the energy. She's clicking into gear, and Connor, because I'm sorry we just keep pitching it to you, but you're in her camp, and this board actually looks really electric over the water, even though there's so much undulation under it. That turn specifically is insane. She creates so much personality, comes out into the pocket and stabs it again. So Tyler is finding something a little bit magic under her feet.
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty simple with boards, to be honest. Like she likes what she has, and she just sticks to it. She doesn't overcomplicate boards too much. Like she's like, yeah, I got these 6 boards, I'll deal with it, kind of thing. which is sick, because she's simplifying it. And yeah, it looks unbelievable under feet. Just it's sitting up so nice, and she's not having to move too much, you know, like body-wise. She's kind of just letting it go, projecting forward, and then picking her moment to create impact. And then in between turns, she's just kind of letting the board run and trying to find that next moment. So there's no rushing or no, like, you know, overall frantic body, you know, behavior. So no, it's good. It's good to see Tyler lighten it up.
We talk a lot about presentation on a wave, especially at a point break, and it's bizarre to see a glide in
Yes.
conditions like this, right? Like I feel with the wave condition, the swell size, it keeps you in motion and you feel a little frenetic to get to the next turn. And it is interesting, like you said, like Tyler looks relaxed. She's not really stressing where she's placing the turns. It's almost like it's coming to her. We've had a lot of these different kinds of heats to this event. Regular foot, goofy foot, pair-ups. Do you feel like it's an advantage being on your backhand at a right-hand point break, or do you feel like surfing, now that you've had Raglan, on your forehand competitively is an advantage?
Depends on the conditions, right? You know, I think, you know, I had a heat against Barron yesterday afternoon, and you know, with the onshore and the bump and the weird tide, you know, I feel like for me I found it very tricky to find pocket and find a place to place my turns. There wasn't many waves with shape and things like that, so it just made it, I feel like for me, less opportunity because I'm finding a certain type of wave that is going to suit my surfing. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely advantages and disadvantages. I think overall on this wave, being a goofy foot is probably an advantage. There's just a certain little space of conditions that is maybe more advantage on the natural footers, but yeah, it's probably, I don't know, 70-30 or 80-20 or something like that. Obviously, me and a goofy foot, I'm a bit more biased.
Yeah, I'm going to be like,
the natural
you are
footers
wrong.
might be different.
I get it.
But yeah, I mean, you watch what Gabe did yesterday, Cowley. You know, when they got a heat with a lot of waves that were steep with a bit of clean face, they were seeming to get pretty crazy scores. So go the Goofs.
Go the Goofs.
Thank you for saying it.
They've been so dominant this year too. Obviously right now 2 natural footers in the water. Tyler starting to make a little bit of distance here. 6'5" and a 6'2", She's got a hold on this heat right now. Let's see if Lakey Peterson can fight back right after this.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
In 2012, Lakey Peterson won the US Open. In 2014, Tyler Wright won it. And guess what? Live music returns to the US Open of Surfing starting on July 25th in Huntington Beach. Headliners include local natives, real estate, Matt Costa, and more. Scan the QR code on your screen to get your tickets now. I was talking to some of the boys about it earlier. I've never been to the US Open, but it just looks like the most fun time. Now you're adding a festival music side to it as well. It's more of a reason to come over to Huntington, Tanner.
It is actually kind of a festival event, specifically on the Challenger Series. It breeds its own energy. It feels like you're right in the heart of downtown Surf City, Huntington Beach. And those are some great bands. Connor, you've had some great performances out there at the US Open.
I've had moments of glory and moments of absolute disaster. That's a pretty whirlwind event for me. But yeah, no, I've definitely had some moments. I feel like it's funny. It's one of the only events on the Challenger Series where you actually really feel like a professional surfer. You know, people yelling at you from the pier, second wave of the set.
Yeah.
Your board looks horrible. Like, just scream and abuse at you. Yeah.
You're like, awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're surfing good. Keep it up.
Yes, I know.
No, it's cool.
It seems so fun. Like, it just seems like one of those events where you've got to do it at least once, kind of thing.
It's the truth. Huntington Beach is a really eclectic city. Like you'll be walking down for your heat, and there's a guy with a parakeet, and then there's somebody with a huge anaconda snake over his shoulder, and then there's just all these people protesting, and then you get down there, and it's like this surf scene there is actually really strong. Like it's a crew of people. The surf gets phenomenal. Everybody knows it for the Huntington Hop, which is tough when you're a bigger guy on your surfboard dealing with that, but.
Yeah, really lay off the carbs and bump up the liters and
no
go
in and out for Connor.
Yeah. When you get there, and then you're not allowed it until after the event.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. No, it's so cool to have music returning. This was a wave during the break. Came through as a 4.27 here, Tanner.
Yeah, I've always liked the aggression in Lakey Peterson's snaps. She comes from Rincon, which is a point break as well, and I feel like she finds a way of dancing through turns to create emphasis, and then she delivers, and I think that that's kind of the sweet spot there that we just saw. That first turn had a little spice on it.
And it feels like Tyler's just kind of cruising in this, obviously surfing so well, but just not trying to force anything. A lot of those sections are coming to her, where Lakey's having to push a little bit harder to create some moments for herself. So I love the fact that she could get those 2 turns in. She fell on her 2 previous rides, so just like subtly building. Right now though, needs an 8.46, so it's a big looking number. She's going to swing on the inside of Tyler right here with second priority. I don't hate this wave, looks fun. Big looking first section here for Lakey Peterson. Up and in for that second, a lot of water to deal with. So again, another 2-turner, but she claps it, she likes it. Connor, we've seen a couple of scores come through for 2-turners, and it feels like that first one for Lakey had a good amount of venom and viciousness to it.
Yeah, I mean, it was, she, like Tanner said, you know, the best surfing that we see from Lakey is when she's attacking, and she really attacked. It looked like she was a bit angry nearly coming into that wave, like, okay, I'm going to give this berries and give this first section everything I got and then deal with everything after. And yeah, she timed it perfect, and then pretty much just went, okay, well, this is all I got in front of me, just click and finish and make it. And yeah, I mean, she needs an 8.4, but to be honest, like, in the lead up to this event, you know, the warm-ups and things, like, we've been on the same rotation as Lakey in the free surfs, and I've been watching her surf a bunch the last few days, and she's been one of the standouts. She's been ripping. Like, she did this double hand layback carve the other day that was nearly one of the best women's turns that I've ever seen. So yeah, I mean, she's behind the 8 ball, but needing an 8.4, I don't think, you know, a couple 7s for her is pretty easy. Just a matter of if there's some opportunity for her to grab it, and yeah, it's going to be a good heat. It's going to be a good back end.
And Tanner, for someone who knows her really well, I mean, we don't get to see a lot of Lakey in the off season, but you get to see her when she's over in America and not at her husband's country back in Australia. But for Lakey, is it just all systems go even on the off season as well?
It is. She's so disciplined. She's so committed. She really has, like, what I think from Lakey has a very optimistic approach to things, and she sees the glass half full, and so she's committing. She's given us so much in her career. It's been so long, and there's a couple girls like her. Tyler Wright is one of them, Chris Amore another, and they're finding this steam they have a why, and it might be a new why. And I think with Lakey, it seems like after the win, she's kind of unlocked whatever combination that was. And so, yeah, she's behind the ball here. She needs a pretty good score. She might be looking to break that down into 2 scores, because Tyler Wright has done a great job of continued pressure through this heat. And that's what puts us in the situation we're in now.
Like I mentioned earlier, they've got an incredible head-to-head record. Obviously, Tyler with the jump on that right now, but they've met up 17 times so far in their career. This dates all the way back to their first head-to-head in 2013, but there's so much history between these two surfers. I mean, if you look at even some of the max heat scores they have against each other, they're both 17 plus, and one of their head-to-head matchups was actually in a final over at Karamis, and Lakey got the win on Tyler, and Karamas felt like one of those stops on tour where if there was any way you wanted to win, Karamas seemed to be one of them. It's just such a perfect wave, and Lakey got the win on Tyler there, Connor.
Yeah, I mean, that chair up that they got when they won was still the cool. It probably will never get any cooler than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that would have been a good one to win. I lost in the first round, but yeah, I watched them all cheer up. It was sick.
I love just the honesty, Connor. It really is amazing. Tyler, having a look here, goes for a straightie. Oh my goodness, loses the grip there, but she really is just having so much fun this season. And Tanner, obviously you've competed at this level, you've known Tyler for a long time, and I feel like as surf fans, even watching the season, I don't think there's been a year where we've seen Tyler look so loose and free so far.
Yeah, like, I mean, to be honest, she looks like what you were saying, Connor, earlier. She's having fun. She's like re-centered about joy, and she's had such an arc, and I wonder sometimes when you have such a vibrant moment in your career, getting to a world title, and then you feel like the inspiration is less, how do you create that emphasis to come back again? And maybe like you're saying, it's around just having a good time. Like she's just throwing away his airs now. She's still not necessarily like locking down this heat. It looks like she's just enjoying the moment.
Yeah, I mean, she's battling a lot of injuries. You know, she came from a pretty big, she didn't surf for 7 months or something. She didn't surf the whole off season, battling an injury that she wanted to get better. And then she came back, went to the Oz leg and was just kind of battling the injuries and then battling that, you know, the demons of, you know, am I good enough to keep up with this level? Do I want to do this anymore? Like, you know, this hurts too much. Like, why am I doing this? And and she kind of went through a bit of a dark few events where she was like, oh, this hurts too much. It's too much like pain on me, and I don't think I need to do it. And yeah, it was actually funny. Like, I was telling her, we had one free surf at, I think it was Snapper or something, when she thought she was surfing a lot worse than what she was, or it was maybe Bells, and I was kind of like, in her mind, she's obviously set these expectations of herself that she, as everyone does, you know, you want to surf better, you always want to surf the best, and you always think you're never surfing good enough. And for me, looking at it, I was just telling her, you know, you're surfing pretty good, seeing as though you're saying you got all these injuries and you're in this pain and things. And I think it kind of like took her a bit of a moment to go, hey, like, once she might have watched herself surf back on the heat analyzer or whatever, and kind of went, oh, you know, actually I'm surfing pretty good. I'm keeping up, and I've got these injuries. And I think that just set that expectation of herself to try and be better than what she's doing is enough, and what she's doing is great. So just run with it and enjoy it, and, like, you know, back that. And it's sick to see her now, like, enjoying surfing and enjoying wanting to be here and enjoying the space that she's in. So it's cool.
I feel like it's crazy as well, just getting to know everyone on the tour and obviously being quite close to a few of them, the amount of imposter syndrome that comes in, because it is quite a lonely sport sometimes, and there's so many incredible surfers on this tour that you just automatically end up comparing yourself to. But I feel like to have someone like Tyler who feels that herself but is also the first person to tell you the exact same thing that you've told her, I feel like that's just such a beautiful person to have in your corner. And Lakey seems to be that for a lot of that next generation as well. Obviously there's been this really fun storyline so far this season, the vets be the new school, but the vets have been dominating this season, and Tanner, I'd love just to pick your brain on why you think that is the vets are doing so well.
Yeah, and it could be a thing of perspective, you know, like Connor, you're kind of lightly mentioning as well, like a little bit of mentorship comes in later in the game where you're attached to this greater family of the tour, and you're in a crew, right? Let's call it the dog crew, and you're all together and you're all helping kind of pseudo family energy because you're on the road all together, and you want the very best for the people around you. And I think sometimes we've all kind of come through that group as the young rookie there trying to prove yourself, and wherever you are in that crew, I think you get a benefit from it. But for you, I feel like it's been really epic, honestly, to watch you this year, and so many people communicating about the level of surfing that you're pushing, backhand surfing, and it's just insane, man. And I'm curious, like, your perspective genuinely of where you're at right now in your career and within this year. Like, what are your goals and what are you hoping to achieve into the back part?
Yeah, no, it's been great. You know, I've definitely had snippets of great things, and I've had a lot of inconsistency this year, which has been frustrating the absolute hell out of me and frustrating the absolute hell out of Dog, to be honest, and everyone around me, you know, because I feel like for him, you know, especially for this event, leading into this event, you know, I felt so good, everything felt so right, and then, you know, the heat of the moment, you know, made a few errors and it went so wrong. And, you know, like for me, for the first time this year, I was so deeply disappointed in myself. I wasn't even frustrated. I was just like disappointed in the fact that I couldn't perform at the level that I was performing into the lead up and, you know, run with that confidence. And yeah, it's just the inconsistency that's frustrating me at the moment. But it's back to, you know, having the support crew around you that are telling you, you know, it's all right. It's a process, you know, like it's a long year. Trust that the skill that you have is capable of winning world titles and being in the contention. So yeah, it's just our year is such a roller coaster. And we just got to ride it and make the right choices when things are bad, you know, because there's two choices at the end of the day. So yeah.
Absolutely. You're a world title contender. The surfing you've done this year is
So glad I did that.
crazy. Like, my goodness, what you did on the Gold Coast, I think it like broke the internet. Like, it was just so wild. So, Connor, thank you so much for coming in. Honestly, it's been so
Thank
cool
you.
just to chat to you, get your perspective on things, but also learn a little bit more about Tyler Wright. Are you going to stay around and hang out in El Salvador for a little while?
Yeah, I'm here for I guess the duration of the waiting period. Obviously Leo and Tyler are still in the comp, so I want to be there to support them and hopefully cheer them both up at the end. And yeah, hopefully just find some good waves around and yeah, just feel the energy and move into Brazil with, you know, a reset and a positive mindset.
Love it, love it. So hopefully you do get to do that chair as well. Careful of the rocks. It's a little bit scary.
I'm pretty used to it at home, you know, Lennox.
That's
on the
so
rocks,
true.
yeah.
Of course. Well, we'll let you go and soak up this win with Tyler and just pick her perspective on everything. Tanner, do not leave. We have a big heat coming up and we welcome back in Mitch Salazar.
Estamos en Playa El Zonte, a unos 15 minutos manejando de Punta Roca. Es una playa perfecta, es como un pequeño paraíso. Tiene una energía propia a donde se siente la cultura de El Salvador. Está el océano, pero también están las piedras y si ves hacia la montaña puedes ver las cordilleras. Soy un entrenador holístico y ahora entrenador olímpico y me encargo de plantar semillas en las personas para que sean su mejor versión. Tenés que tener momentos en los que te liberes y te relajes y dejar de hacer, que es en el mundo en el que vivimos ahora, es hacer. Brian lo tiene bien presente porque es disciplinado. Para ser un atleta de ese nivel también hay que aprender a parar.
Fun looking heat on our hands right now. Katie Simmers, Bella Kenworthy, we're rolling straight in. Bella, she's gonna take this first one, checks up over this first section here. She had such a great first heat already earlier in the competition. Let's see if she can create more momentum. Gets the fins out the back there for Bella. 3 turns, but loving the energy, the speed that she was bringing to that wave. Katie, clean looking canvas out the back. Beautiful bowl. Oh my gosh, draws into a good first carve here for Katie Simmers. Loving the transition between those last 3 maneuvers. So quick, so light-footed, just so reactive. Katie Simmers, she's a world champion, and that is quite the way to open up a heat right now. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Mitchell Salazar and Tana Gadauskas, and that is exactly how you want to start to heat. Back-to-back waves right now. 2 really good friends and 2 people you know pretty well, Tana. This is going to be a fun-looking matchup between these 2 girls.
100%. This will be very, very competitive. These girls surf together all the time. And you know when you have a friendship thing going and it reaches the CT level, it's for pride. There's a deeper level of competitiveness, and off to a great start, right?
Yeah, it was an incredible start for both of those 2 girls. So we'll see and wait and see where those scores are going to filter in at. Fun looking theme park down the road, by the way. Didn't know that was a thing. I must go and check that out. Bella Kenworthy on her second ride. Lovely looking wave here. She feels a little bit bigger, a lot of speed under her feet right now. Bella comes around the corner. She's into it for a second turn here. Feel like she wanted to connect just slightly better. That's a better looking finishing turn here for Bella Kenworthy. So a lot of energy, a lot of speed right now from both of these women. So it's going to be a fun 35 minutes right now. Scores, they're starting to filter on through. So Bella Kenworthy, her first score, it comes in. It's a 5.33. Let's break down this wave. Mitch? I love this for the start of the heat. Fun hassle for priority there too.
Yeah, as Tanner was saying, they're frenemies. They know each other super well. They know their strengths and their weaknesses. And get a flow right here from Bella, especially that last turn. They didn't necessarily allow her to get one more in at the end, but still strong work on the outside. Huge fan of this wave right here. When we talk about flow, Tanner, I mean, no lack of it on this one for Katie.
Her timing is literally impeccable. Up into the lip, and then bam, that is so hard to get your tail to get your toes engaged there, to get up to the lip again. We've seen a lot of surfers having trouble with that last hit and the timing of it, and she just crushed it.
Outside 101 right there, Jess. You're looking at north side of Pier Bowl for Katie Simmers on this one, especially with all that froth. So many days you're surfing in the summer and in the winter time over there at no side. But these last 2, I mean, transition, quick, well done on the Chris Sports designs for Katie Simmers.
She was on her tippy toes through those 3 turns. That was so fun to watch. Bigger looking wave here for Bella. You can see intensity is at the max for her right now.
Definitely liking the speed that she's using on the majority of these waves so far. Feel like she wants to be on a better and more quality type of wave. This last turn really strong as well for young Kenworthy. I mean, it's going to be her backup as of right now. Her brother Waylon on the channel with the backup board as well. So she's on the board, but considering, you know, the score that we're probably going to see from Katie Simmers, she needs to be on a way better wave at this moment.
It's a big number. Let's start off with excellence. Why not? Katie Simmers dropping in an 8-point ride for that first wave. The judges loved it. Just how technical and how quick the transitions were between all of those turns. Her reaction time was through the roof there. Bella Kenworthy, like I mentioned, had a 5.33, had a 3.83, but there's the spread on the IC scoreline. A lot of judges going above an 8-point ride. So 2 8.5s, 2 7.5s, and an 8. We drop out the highest and lowest. We get the average, which is the 8-point ride, and that feels just right there, Tanner.
Oh, it feels just right. I think there was a clear distinction between the 2 scores, and
yeah,
we do have to say, you know, you would approach it as Bella is the underdog in this heat. Katie Simmers is a Goliath as a competitor. She's a world champion. She links together her maneuvers a lot as if they become one big maneuver. You know, she's really well known for drawing these massive arcs back into the foam, setting up directly into turns. And so to break this down a little bit more, this to me feels like one major maneuver.
All together, right?
Exactly. Top turn, bottom turn, top turn, bottom turn. And the way that she just goes directly into the lip there, it's really difficult. It's not an error, but you come at that lip with so much speed, it almost wants to launch you out of the pocket. So really great ride.
That feeling of, oh, here we go, like it just never stopped. She didn't really have a beat to reset, and the fact that she kept all that flow with just having to be so on edge, because that wave was coming at her with a lot of speed and a lot of intensity. So I just think the judges also really appreciating the fact of how responsive she was to that wave. For her to open up like that, I feel like this is a really fun moment for someone like Bella, who these two have spent years competing against each other all through the junior series. This is going to push Bella to level up even more, obviously getting her first heat win of the season here at El Salvador, and you can tell she's hungry for more. She wants to be getting deep into those rounds to start just changing the narrative of her year so far, Mitch.
Yeah, no, and there's a small amount of distance between Oceanside and San Clemente, and you know, just us that live in Southern California, we all know that Oceanside has something to surf 365 days out of the year. A lot of surfers from San Clemente go down because there's so much consistency. So they've known each other from competition, but also from the free surfing aspect of things. And same thing from everybody from North County, San Diego. They go up and surf lowers, they surf uppers. So there is a big connection in that sense. But these are the heats that deep down, Tanner, you know you want to win. They're your competitors from back home, and with all that history between your close rivals, these are the ones that at this level, you know, there's no way that you're losing this one.
Well, I think you tap into that rivalry aspect, and to Jesse, to your point with Bella, she just made her heat yesterday. And I think that when you're held down competitively for so long, she grew up in this group of girls, right? So you're going to talk about Caroline Marks, you're going to talk about Sky Brown, Erin Brooks, Katie Simmers. This is like almost the momentum generation of the young women's progressive surfing, and Bella's been right in that mix since the very beginning. She's a dual sport phenom. She can skate at the highest level, she can surf at the highest level. I hope she embraces that spirit of like, I've been down for a while, it's gone, it's behind me, and this is my chance to get the win. Because if you beat Katie Simmers here, everybody's going to be talking about you having that rhythm, and it's going to be really easy for you to start making more heats. So Bella, I think, should focus around big maneuvers. Like when she's surfing lowers, I feel like that's what she really offers, is just big stabbing forehand maneuvers that are really massive. So hopefully she's got priority. She can slow herself, get onto a set wave, and surf big.
Can we talk about that a little bit more? Because I feel like we're seeing a lot more women kind of transfer between the two sports, between skating and surfboarding. Bella has a real definition of skateboard in her style, but she was a part of this really cool group of young girls called the Pink Helmet Posse that you got to see and witness of them growing up, Tanner.
Yeah, so progression is super important, I think, in nowadays, right? And so if you're starting from the very beginning and you're growing up, you have to be incorporating aerial surfing no matter what. It has to be a part of your arsenal, and all of these girls have done such a great job with that.
Yeah, I just love just the trajectory that both of these women are on, and that we're seeing so much overlap between skating and surfboarding, even with Sky Brown and that new Red Bull Nowadays film. As I mentioned in that last heat to Connor, I love a good eavesdropper on these two, so we're going to listen into the post-heat breakdown between Tyler and Dog.
I have no defense at the point, and when I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's got pole. It could be, but on a wider point. I'm not familiar with identifying that wider point good wave, and so when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's not a bowl. It had like a run, but then it had the back of it, and I fucked that. That's on me.
That one you just had to just go, okay.
Do you know what I was hoping?
Unless it's a bomb, I'm not done. You had to be in that frame of mind. Unless I can see a 7 on it, there's no use me even looking at anything.
Yeah. Well, I saw a 7 with my hand. My double gun.
Oh my god. Okay.
Don't laugh, Tyler. Give us some more airs. That was so sick to watch. Katie Simmers with an incredible air game herself, but her rail surfing is just so smooth to watch. Full roundhouse into a finishing turn here. Katie goes jam, jam, jam with so much style, flair. Just her creativity is just mesmerizing as soon as she's on her feet and putting together yet another beautiful wave there, Mitch.
Yeah, no, totally, and has one of the best roundhouse cutbacks in the business too. That's male or female as well. She did one in Abu Dhabi a few years ago that was just superb, and right here to do it at a point break that's moving so fast down the line, not easy to do at all. That should be her backup score. She's going to take the lead, and she's back on the boards too, guys. Prodan just texted me a while ago, back on the boards, so this will impact the surfboard empire shaper rankings presented by Vea, so got to keep an eye on that. She had been trying the sharp eyes a lot, Jess, and also over there on Oahu for the pipe challenger looked great on a couple T&Cs as well.
Yeah, and Tanner, just the flow on this wave, it's beautiful.
I mean, not just the flow. That first turn is out of the top of the wave. It's spicy in every direction, and I'm stoked she's back on the board. She did look really great on the sharp eyes, but her relationship with Chris Borst is so interesting. It's been for as long as she's been in the game. That was incredible. Chris Borst, he's known for working with Taylor Knox for quite a while. He was working with Taylor Knox when he was at Channel Islands. And so Chris has been in the high performance game for a minute. And him and Katie have pushed this design forward. Her younger brother Timo as well rides for him. And it's cool that she's brought him to this stage. Like Mitch, you're mentioning the shaper rankings, and it's of prestige to be in that group of shapers. And her boards still look phenomenal for her.
Yeah, they do.
She's not lacking in any way off of the board, so I'm stoked that she's back on it. Maybe it's a little bit of a nostalgic feel.
Yeah, she actually did bring the Borst all through the Australian leg, and she rode a couple heats of snapper on a Borst as well. So she was kind of chopping and changing between the sharp eye and the Chris Borst design. But I also think that it's so cool that they have such a strong relationship that she can dance around and try a couple of different equipments. Even talking to Gabe yesterday, you know, he's like, I'm having fun trying different boards. And I think you can really tell that she's enjoying getting on different equipment in the Red Bull Nowadays film. Not to be a massive spoiler, but some of her boards didn't arrive to J-Bay on time. So she has a part of the movie where she rides Molly's DHs, and they look great as well. So I think it's pretty cool to see so many people on this tour getting creative and not being afraid to like try a lot of different boards and see how they feel. I mean, Toledo was on a 2+1 in Raglan. There's been a lot of creativity drawn this year from the entire tour, Tanner.
Oh, for sure. And it's cool when the shapers are open-minded to allowing their athletes to try a different vocabulary in a design with another shaper. Chris Borst is actually my neighbor. He's yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's really well known for the CNC Shape 3D world of reproduction of highest level surfboards. He's always kind of within the Channel Islands realm. It was like you knew if you're getting a Borst, it had that, like the rail was just going to be a certain way. And he's a mild character. So I feel like he's taking it as an example of Katie expanding her palette, and they can continue to work together.
Bella Kenworthy here, looking good on her boards as well. Good, nice first connection for Bella. Heaps of spray off that second turn there as well. Drives really hard through this third. I like the look of this wave. Has a nice amount of tempo to it. Dropping the wallet on the last section there for Bella Kenworthy. Again, this is one of those moments where you see Bella getting pushed by her friend and Katie getting pushed by Bella as well. So you can see now Bella, who is a really creative surfer, but I feel like has been struggling to find that momentum this year, is looking the most loose and free we've seen all season, Mitch.
Yeah, at times all it takes is one wave, even one maneuver. I think Anat's 8 earlier today is a perfect example of that. Plus, it's just slightly harder on this wave right here, especially on the second turn, as he said. Not only pushed the rails out of the water, but also with these last 2 turns, fully engaged. I love the way how she brought that maneuver just back a little bit more and made sure to stay on her feet right here. So could be a chance of not only getting her best score right here, but also psychologically, Tanner, you convert on a wave with priority too, especially when your opponent already has something excellent. You're looking pretty much for 2 scores right now at this point of the heat.
It's so good to see her lifting right here in these turns because she knows she has to. Katie's got an 8 and a 6, and she's the apex predator. So Bella is clawing her way back in with rhythm, and she's looking good doing it.
I love just that kick of the tail. You can see just put the arm back, drifted that tail up and over, and then gave it just a little bit of oomph at the end there too. She pushed just that little bit harder. Right now she's looking for an 8.67 there. We're waiting for this last score to drop in for Bella. It's going to bring the requirement down ever so slightly, but it's still going to leave her chasing for more. It comes through. It's a 5.77, so still looking for an 8.23. The judges keeping that one relatively under the scale of things. Obviously, Katie 6 had a really incredible first turn. Do you think maybe, Mitch, lacking that emphasis on that first section on that last wave is why it kept the number down?
Yeah, and I think just the comparison with the first maneuver, as I was saying, there's a lot more commitment right there on the 6 of Katie, and the combos of majors, no disruption of flow on the 8 right there. So there is a clear difference right now in the best scores of the heat between the 2 of them, but that still doesn't mean that Bella doesn't have the potential to get the low 8, right? But she needs to be, once again, on the right wave, and now she truly does have to go hard on the first section, but the only way she's going to do it if she finds the right wave up at the top of the point. And another thing to really point out, too, not only have these two competed against each other for a super long time, they've been competing themselves for a super long time, and that's a big point of emphasis right now with this generation. We've seen a much younger generation come through the rankings since they were 12, 13, pursuing the QS. I mean, Caitlin Simmers won the U.S. Open when she was 15. She denied her spot on Tour, Jess, went back to Snapper, won the event over there, eventually qualified, and guess what? A couple years later, world champ.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see. I feel like she has a really similar story to what we saw from Carissa Moore. I mean, had a really impressive first year on tour, which we saw Carissa have too, had a win on her rookie year on tour. Then the next year came back and won a world title, won 4 events that season. Carissa Moore and Katie, as far as their first 2 years go, is exactly the same. They really do mimic each other. So Katie, for me, seems like the type of competitor who should win multiple world titles, and I feel like with surfing like that, Tanner, it's kind of hard to deny that.
It's really hard to deny it, and I think when you look at the track record and the history of both of these surfers, I'd like to zero in on Bella for a minute. Her father, Jason Kenworthy, was behind the scenes at Nike 6.0 and the surfing team when they had that going, and they made the movie. Jesse, I know you love this, Leave a Message. It is a great movie, all-female movie that at that point pushed the level. So Bella would have been super young watching that and being a part of it. So then comes this next generation, and Jason would shepherd this crew to places like Pasquale's, to places that had barreling waves, and they were very thoughtful. It was like skating was incorporated to become a well-rounded world-class World Tour surfer at a really young age. They really filled the gaps of question, because when you get on this tour, you're not just exposed to perfect point breaks, you're also exposed to really heavy conditions, and you need to be well-rounded. And I think Katie Simmers, in my opinion, is fantastic. She's so progressive, and she pushes the air game forward, but she's also charging in a way that she has that grit, and that comes from confidence and exposure to those kinds of conditions. And I think this crew's done such a great job of putting themselves in those types of waves, and you can see it. And that's why I think, Jesse, when you're saying we will see more from her, I believe it.
Yeah, and I think obviously that Leave a Message movie left an impact on our entire generation and generations after. There's still these new young girls coming into the scene who are still watching the Nike Leave a Message movie, and it really had an impact on my sister and my life. Speaking from personal experience, like that was our hype up movie before we were going to surf or go to training or we're going out for competition, and so it was like a dream to even have a movie like that yourself one day. And then now we look to the Red Bull Nowadays film, and it's so cool to see yet a whole nother film come out that is going to impact yet another generation mixed.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of them right now, and you know, the cool thing about this too is that they're still super young. There's still a lot of room to grow and you know, be exposed to a lot more elements. But as you said, it has to start early on. And another big thing too, it exposes you to travel early, and that's a lot of things that people don't experience until they're in their mid-teens. And the fact that they were able to do it when they were that young, it's having a large impact on them, Jess.
Yeah, I just think these women and this crop of talent that we are witnessing at the moment, we are some of the luckiest people on this planet to not only watch these girls grow, but see what the vets are doing as well. We got just over 13 minutes to go in this heat. Katie, she's gone excellent. Let's see what she can do in the back half, and if Bella Kenworthy can answer back. welcome back to the show. It's the final 2 heats of the round. We've got Katie and Bella Kenworthy battling it out right now in heat number 8. But in heat number 7, we saw one of the vets, Tyler Wright, take it out. She went for a straightie in that heat too. She's with Chris Cote on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, team. Tyler, a tale of 2 heats. And you tell me if I'm wrong. First heat, you came in, you looked like you were relieved. You were excited to make it through, but it felt like relief. You came in from this heat, you were laughing, throwing shakas, you went up to the camp, quick download. What was the difference between those 2 heats?
Honestly, Leo, Connor, and Tommy and Dog were all here, so it was pretty funny. No, they bring such good energy. They were pumped for us because I think they know more personally the struggle that the last couple months has been, and even getting me here. So I think they're just pumped. They're just like, quarterfinal, you're kidding. So no, it was good energy, and yeah, it's a hard heat. He's been ripping all year, so it's a tough draw. Both heats were tough draws. So
You and Lakey have gone together 17 times now. Do you prefer going up against people you surf against a lot, or some of these fresh-faced rookies?
I don't really know. The rookies are always fun, but when you do surf against someone that you've been surfing against for 15 years, you're like, all right, I know what you're gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. There's no real secrets here. And so it's just sort of one of those ones, but both are fun. Yeah.
Well, you know what people love to see you do, right? Big airs. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty much an air girl now. I'm absolutely getting rinsed from the team. Yeah, honestly, my perspective was I already kind of screwed up, and I was like, oh, well, I haven't done one of these for a while, so, my make rate's really high at the moment. I haven't done one in about 7 years, so, no, it was sort of just a bit of a flyaway at that point, because I think I did realise pretty quickly that the wave didn't have a 7 on it, and I'd wasted priority. So part frustration, part excitement. I still love going to the air, even though I haven't done that in such a long time. Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much fun are you having?
Actually, a lot. It's so enjoyable. Being in the team with Dog and having such good energy and everyone working on themselves and trying to get better is great. Even heats like that, did surf really well, made a couple of errors. I'm about to get mansplained because Dog's about to tell me what I did wrong, which I've been doing this for 16 years, but he's still going to point it out, which is fine. That's what we pay him the big bucks for. But obviously, I'm loving this. This is so much fun for me. It's been such a long time since I've enjoyed it this much.
Oh, good luck with the mansplaining and good luck moving through.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Tyler and Chris. It's so cool to see those guys just have such a fun, upbeat bond between all of them. I think you can really tell when just the way that Tyler is this season, and the fact that they've got such a close relationship that they can say mansplaining and stuff like that, and it's not going to annoy anyone. They just respect each other so much. We got a couple of waves during that interview as well from both of the ladies. So we're coming down to the back half of the heat right now. 8 minutes to go. Katie Sim is here, Mitch.
Yeah, this is incredible. There are few people on the planet that can surf this wave the way she did. Really big carve, but this second turn is outstanding. I mean, you talk about committing yourself to an end section, riding out with the whitewater there, and that's a wave that is easily overhead for Caitlin Simmers too. She did one a few years ago on a smaller wave just like this, but we are talking about excellence when it comes to maneuver selection and execution, gentlemen. Wow.
That was brutal.
Ladies.
That was insane. So I have to mention
Sorry.
here.
The mansplaining, I guess, rubbed off on me over there.
When we watch this, you guys, there are a lot of people who have accrued her as a Dane Reynolds style figure in her approach.
Yeah.
They make that comparison. And it's turns like these. So what you're taking away from that is that you never really know what she's going to do, but it's going to be progressive. It almost seems like she pushes her own level in these heats. And that's a great example of taking a pretty ordinary section with a lot of power and applying that simmer sauce to it. And then it's just an extraordinary maneuver.
I love your vocabulary. I'm such a fan of it. Simmer sauce. That is
Simmer sauce.
so true. You know, I have such a hobby of watching and commentating longboarding. It's something that I really enjoy and love. And they say a good longboarder, you can take a photo at any single time and it looks beautiful. And it could be a cover of a magazine. I feel like Katie Simmers has that for shortboarding. There was every single moment on that wave, you could have taken a snapshot and been like, cover of a magazine, especially during that last big end turn. Judges are rewarding it right now. Of course, it had to go there. It goes excellent, an 8.5 for 2 turns. And I love the fact that even though it's a point break, if it's good surfing and it's gonna get rewarded. And that's what Bella Kenworthy in combo right now, but an 8.5 and an 8-point ride for Katie Simmers. And she's kind of living up to the standard that we saw Gabby Bryan set this morning, Mitch.
Well, I still think, you know, I had a pretty large opinion a few years ago when she won her world title. I said that she was the most important surfer on the planet. As we see the score right there, the 8.5, nearly unanimous too. You don't necessarily see that all the time. But I said she was the most important surfer in the world. If it came down to me only selecting one person to say that is the face of surfing right now when it comes to elevating the game, I think Caitlin Simmers is that person. I mean, just the progression, Tanner, the age at which she's done it, the success that she's already had in her first few years on tour. You see the top 5 heats of the event so far. She has the best one, but we talk about elevating things like Danny Reynolds did back in his day. We're seeing it on the women's side with Katie.
And the way she competes is so fun. So right here, this heat, we spoke about her timing. It looked like she was in rhythm with the ocean in some way. That first 8 was relatively hard to surf, and she was able to compact all those maneuvers and make it happen in a really stylish way. She backs it up well. Then she's feeling confident, and when you get Katie Simmers in that corner pocket where she's just relaxed, she knows she's had a great total already and she has time, and she's on a wave that she likes, then it's kind of like, okay, the ceiling's blown off, so what's going to happen next?
There is no ceiling, right? Like at this point, like she single-handedly has changed the criteria pretty much, Jess. That's what the point has gotten to right now with Katie.
Oh, I agree. I feel like that 8 and that 8.5 is some of the best surfing we've seen all event. Just so much style, and I just think Katie, you're so right. She really is like rewriting this script, and there's so many pinnacle surfers in history where I feel like a lot of people look to them and want to surf like them. Think guys like John. For us back at home, a lot of people want to surf like Mick Fanning or Parko, Steph Gilmore. I mean, I feel like Katie is one of those new women on the tour where everyone kind of wanted to surf like Steph or Carissa, and now there's Katie Simmers. And a lot of people want to surf like Katie Simmers, and it's performances like that totally makes sense to me, that young girls and boys all around the world can be like, yeah, that's what I want to surf like. And Bella Kenworthy, she kind of holds that same kind of essence in herself where she has this really cool style, and what she can do between surfboard and skateboard is something that I know inspires someone like Katie Simmers to be able to push harder. And I think these two have such a cool relationship, but to have competed against each other from so young and to push each other all the way now to be on the championship tour at one of the funnest right-hand point breaks in the world, this is a pretty special moment for these two girls here, Mitch.
Absolutely. I remember, you know, up until 4 or 5 years ago when they were still doing the prime events in the USA Surfing, you know, there were a couple of events in Huntington, big closeouts, and the afternoon, you know, you're looking at the glare the entire afternoon, Jesse, and you're just thinking to yourself, what are these young ladies going to do out there? Katie drops an 8 with just a single turn on the backhand. Bella goes right, drops an 8 the same way. So it's not like this is something new. They've been doing this for years, and once again, I think we're seeing a generation that has just really pushed the sport. It's only going to get better from here, and that's the scary thing about it. There's a lot more of these young women coming up from throughout the world.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm
excited.
so excited. Let's take a look at Katie's waves again. This is the 8-point ride here, Tanner.
And we spoke about her timing and the way that she was able to link all of these maneuvers together over whitewater, over ribs in the wave face. That last turn, even though it didn't throw a lot of spray, was super, super dynamic. And then she just started to she just took the brakes off the car, actually. She started to surf a little bit more electric and putting more emphasis into each and every turn like that. Mitch, come on.
Bro.
Talk to me.
Bruh. Have some patience, you know? Like, let that wave do a little bit of thing. Look at the reaction right here, too. Gabe Garcia, manager right there for Caitlin Simmers, even the rest of the crew too. Brett Merrick had to give the little golf clap in the background because of the CI with Bella Kenworthy under her feet. He's like, all right, I'll just give a small one. He deserves it.
I think when you're making the Red Bull Athlete Zone, entirely clap, you know you've done something
Oh,
right. That is a big moment where everyone goes, oh, wow. And I feel like Katie, she always just captures everyone's attention. Bella Kenworthy needs 2 waves
Good
here.
wave.
She's got under 2 minutes to go. I love the fact that she just will not give up till the very end. Good looking wave. You're so right, Mitch. Into it here for that first section for Bella. You can see frustration, of course, and there's so much respect between these two, and there'll be no love lost after the hooter goes with 90 seconds on the clock right now. But Bella, her results this year aren't reflecting how good she's surfing. She really has had incredible warm-ups, and it's something that Barron said, you know, you can be feeling the best you've ever felt, and sometimes it still doesn't go your way. But she's one of those surfers where you feel like it'll click soon, Tanner.
It has to click soon. She has so much to offer, and it is, you know, it's a disservice that you can look so good outside of the competitive jersey, and then you're given 35 minutes to perform, and sometimes you're still doing the best that you can, and as somebody like Katie comes in with just a little bit better ride, clicks the gears a little harder, and it's really going to be hard for her to turn it. But look, the thing is, she's looking at Sakurama. That's great. She's going to come home eventually, which is going to be amazing for her. She's going to go to South Pacific. She loves getting barreled. So we know, game on, all good things for Bella Kenworthy in the future.
Yeah, this is only her 2nd year on tour. Let's remember that too. She's so fresh to it still, and it feels like she's going to be battling for wins and big moments like this for a really long time. So Katie Simmers just putting on an absolute clinic so far in this heat. She, if we look forward to the quarterfinals, is going to come up against Tyler Wright, who seems to be having so much fun. And I'm going to say that's arguably one of the, probably the quarterfinal with the 2 surfers who have more fun than anyone, I want to say.
Yeah, truly, and both of them products of their environments. They come from great surfing areas themselves, but I just think the standard was set right now in this round right here with this performance by Caitlin Simmers. Going to be seeing another world championship in the near future, Jess.
I'm getting excited for this whole season. Storylines starting to unfold, rankings are changing, points are coming into it. Katie Simmers with a big heat win, the highest heat total of the event so far, 8.5 and an 8-point ride. She's moving through to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, we lose Bella Kenworthy out of the draw, but such an incredible surfer, and we know that she's going to come back swinging in Brazil. We have a really fun afternoon of surfing coming up. Although that the competition is over, we do have the Corona Cero post show. We're going to bring in Joe and chat about so much fun surfing. Mitch, thank you so much for hanging out and chatting to us all day today. And let's get excited for this Corona Cero post show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, wrapping it all up after this.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Cero post show for a fun day of action here on a nice Sunday here at Punta Roca. Fun Southwest swell. We had a dropping tide and basically bottomed out during that last superheat with those two young superstars. Katie Simmers getting the highest combined heat total, 16.5 points, couple of big eights. Excellent range. It's an excellent day. And the two good friends are just chatting it out, just like they did in the U.S. Championships in the Amateur Series. They've been friends for a really long time. It's got to be those like pinch yourself moments when the jersey changes from your amateur to a championship tour jersey and you get to share the lineup uncrowded here at Punta Roca. Katie Simmers finding an incredible rhythm and form. Hopefully you guys had her as your power surfers. Yeah. Joe Trappell, Jesse Starling, Tanner Gudauskas. Oh, I didn't mean to bring that up. It's her time to shine. Really stoked to see Katie just kind of make this world title race really, really fun here at stop number 5, Jesse.
Oh my goodness, hasn't she what? She is just surfing so well, and I feel like we were talking about a lot in that heat. She's just such a mesmerizing surfer, and I love watching her and just feeling kind of on the edge of my seat, not knowing what she's going to do, but we just had some incredible women surfing today, and I feel like every single event, the bar just keeps getting risen and risen.
You know what? Cheers for that.
Yep.
I like that.
You know what?
Cheers.
What a great day.
Surfing wins.
Surfing wins.
And I think the fun part about it, it was buzzer beater moments, a lot in the mix today. And one of those mornings, Tanner, where we weren't quite sure what we would accomplish, but now we're in a really good spot. This early in the waiting period, we're already setting up the quarterfinals for the women.
I mean, if you're not booking a surf trip to El Salvador after watching this first 3 days, I don't know what you need. This is crazy, honestly. And the fact that we've rocked up for the last 2 mornings and the conditions have been unkempt, let's just call it. And then through the day, it gets better and better and better. And the surfing has been on fire. I feel like everybody is just bringing their best and guns are firing, and it's just been amazing.
Well, we start off the morning with a big heat. Gabriella Bryan, world number 1, once again defending champ here at Punta Roca, taking on the fired up Yolanda Hopkins, one of the funnest rookies on tour. She had an interesting game plan, Jesse. Her idea was keep Gabby off waves, so I'm going to paddle her deep. She actually thought they might be close to a restart with 10 minutes off the clock, but in a 35-minute heat, it's actually 15. She learned something today and maybe threw her off a little bit with her strategy.
Yeah, I feel like it's an interesting strategy to have, and I think that speaks more to how good of a surfer Gabby Bryan is. If you're trying to keep a surfer off waves, then I feel like that really screams volumes to that. But Gabby, it's a hard task considering how consistent Punta Roca is, and as soon as she was on her feet, she was already dropping big scores. I mean, if you want to talk about power surfers, this lady is mine, and she was just surfing just quietly, so incredibly well. And I think I love that Yo-Yo identified the fact that she's a hard competitor to draw no matter where you are across the world, but especially on a right-hand point break, and thought, let's keep her off waves, but you can't with this woman. She is just too good, and she looks fabulous in yellow as well.
I mean, Tanner, I don't know how you stop the rhythm and the form of Gabby Bryan, winning bells this year, defending champion to this event. 8, you know, in conditions like that with a promising forecast to showcase more power with bigger size this week.
That heat was so fun to watch. Yolanda really did the best she could in the very beginning of the heat, but you cannot cage the lioness. Gabriella Bryan is the peak predator right now, and she's surfing phenomenal. Like the way that she is able to just have so much power on the rail and make so much excitement out of these right-hand points, it is perfect.
Yeah, spot on, and she's mixing it up with coaching, with I think is really awesome. You get a little bit of notes from legends across the tour and in different regions as well, and talking a lot with Jason Shibata in the lead up to El Salvador as well. So she's just going through these powerful surfing minds and going from strength to strength this season.
She also has her dad here with her as well, and I feel like she's also has this really cool kind of inconsistency of working with different coaches, but she's making it a really consistent thing for her. But in the same breath, she's got the same travel team. You know, she's traveling with Nick Christie, incredible filmer, Carissa Moore, of course, as well. So as she's trialing all these different coaches, she also is keeping that home environment really similar. And obviously it's paying off for her in a great way this year.
You know, we're back to finishing in the Pipe Masters, you know, and Tanner, we've got stories with Katie Simmers, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, you know, winning that event at Pipeline, and the some of the new school movement there that, you know, Gabby Bryan's been maybe left out of. You know, how important it is for her to really clean up a lot of the big points here early before we get to the final stage.
That's actually really an interesting point. It could be why she has so much emphasis. It feels like there's an urgency to what she's creating. She wants to lock away points throughout this year early, but she is creating a rhythm for herself. And when she walks around the competitive scene, everybody is looking at Gabriela. What is she doing? What is she riding? She is the conversation point. And so she keeps the narrative about her. So, you know, I don't know. Personally, she could go out and have a great pipe contest, but she probably wants to get the job done earlier, make it as easy as she can on herself throughout the year so that it's not as much pressure at the end of the year.
Gabby Bryan moving on, still world #1, but the other stories were for surfers that are trying to get their world title campaign going, and that was with Caroline Marks, who brought some backup, always working with Luke Egan, but brought Mike Parson as well, along with her mom, and got all that love behind her to put on a great show against Betty Lou today.
Yeah, little sisters here as well, and Caroline and that Betty Lou heat, I was really looking forward to watching that. And just when you think about power, evenly matched between those two surfers, obviously the only thing changing is their stance. They stand different ways. And it was interesting having Connor in the booth for a heat. He was saying, I actually feel like it's an advantage to be a goofy out there. There's a couple of bowls that you can find that give that extra exclamation point. And Caroline really proving it in that heat, because Betty Lou is such an incredible surfer. She's won on a right-hand point break before, but Caroline's backhand is no joke, and it cannot be taken lightly.
Yeah, two-time champ out here, semi-final before that. This is a very special wave for Caroline Marks. She took that long break, you know, from the tour. Went on a boat trip, was kind of just finding her feet again, and she's like, yep, I'm ready for Punta Roca. Went right into a semi-final. So I feel like this place has some magic behind her, Tanner.
Even in the post-heat interview today, you could feel a sense of ease with how she was communicating. And that's kind of dangerous. You know, like, we know that she had to click the gears here in this event and turn around the energy within her season, and it definitely well and truly looks like she's doing that.
Yeah, when you look at the schedule for Caroline now, Jesse, you know, how important is this event to get 10,000 points out of it when you consider the world title race as well?
I see it being a really important event. Obviously, Brazil, she's got such a strong backhand that she could find those corners and attack it, but I see women like Katie and Molly doing really well at Brazil because they've grown up surfing beach breaks and things like that their whole life. So then when you look to the next half of the season, she is known for doing well at places and getting barreled on her forehand. Obviously, Trestles is a really great event for her, but as far as getting the campaign started, this is crucial. The time is now for her to get a big win, to be able to back herself and maybe take a little bit of pressure off to if she has a couple mishaps at some of those events coming up. So yeah, I would say Caroline, she'd love a third title here, especially now going into that world title story in the back half of the year.
Love it. Live rankings, you can check that out on WorldSurfLeague.com. Caroline inside the top 10 now, up to 8th as she moves into the final series. We've had some really great whispers, kind of loud whispers, about what might happen tomorrow. Surfline, thanks for the reports. Tomorrow feels like it's getting better and better with a talk around the contest site on some sizable surf for Monday, Tanner.
Well, it's hard to believe that we're going to get another potential run day, but everything looks good. There's nothing but energy coming at us. In fact, after tomorrow, things start to heat up a lot in terms of weather and what we'll be dealing with. So we're going to come down here, we're going to check it out and see what it is. But look at this forecast. That's definitely not 4 to 6 feet. No, you're looking at 8 to 12 foot, goes to 15 to 18 foot, and it arcs back down. The lowest I'm seeing there is 6 to 10 foot. That's insane. So 4 days we have swell.
Yeah, just thrilled to see those numbers. Thrilled to see that color green tomorrow morning, which should be, hopefully, fingers crossed. We're always scared to jinx things, aren't we?
Yeah, so scared.
Fingers crossed it's clean, but gosh, look at the quarterfinals we have set up. A big mover for Anat Leilior has moved all the way up to world number 15. That's 6 spots jumped, creating some big upsets today and in round 1 as well. Jesse?
Yeah, I love Anat and just the damage that she's been doing so far in this event, and we were lucky enough to commentate that hit. It felt like she got frustrated and then just came out the gates and went boom, 8-point ride. How you like that? And then backed it up again with a 6. I was like, okay, wow, and that means business. And you have to have that type of energy to come up against someone like Gabby. But I really love the look of quarterfinal 2. Luana taking on Carissa Moore. Carissa's air today was next level, and Lulu's been so consistent this year, so I feel like that's going to be a really fun matchup between those two women.
Traffic traffic jam of world champions in the bottom half of the draw. You add all those up, that's 5 world titles within quarter 3 and 4. Well, hang on a second. 5 world titles on the top half of the draw with one human being, Carissa Moore, Tanner. This is big.
This is huge. I mean, this is exactly what we want to be seeing at this stage in the game. It's like every single one of these quarters is phenomenal. Like we've mentioned all day today, the Red Bull movie nowadays, Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks in that film pushing the level, and now they're going to clash right here to make their world title run happen. And underneath that, you're talking about such an intricate dynamic to see Tyler Wright go against Katie Simmers. Tyler in a sweet spot. She's laughing, she's giggling, she loves what she's doing in the jersey now, and Kate looked absolutely on fire. So gonna be a massive run day.
Katie Simmers, best heat total of the day, having a chat with Bella's dad, Jason Kenworthy, longtime family friends. They've spent a ton of time together over the years, so that was classy for Jason to come down, give Katie a high five. He loves great surfing. He's been around it forever, making that Nike movie, Leave a Message, which still has a special place in the heart of all of us, but especially JJ here.
Changed my life, that movie. I'm not even kidding. I still listen to the songs. Like True and I still listen to Misery Business by Paramore to get all excited, or Hunting for Witches. And I feel like even then, watching the Nowadays film so recently, I downloaded songs from that film, because then you think about the section, it gets you hyped up as well. So it's so cool. I caught up with Jason. We spent so long talking about that movie as well and what it was like. And I was like, I am the luckiest person in the world to talk to someone who made like my favorite movie. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
So cool. Carissa was in that movie. She's actually moved up to number 4 in the world with this run into the quarterfinals. So top 4 still standing in the final series. What's always great, a part of all the events on tour, is the WSL Rising Tides program, where we get to see the youth take on the lineups of the world-class venues on tour and get to meet their heroes.
We are at the 5th stop of WSL Rising Tides in our kind of expanded program, which is so cool. We're in El Salvador. We've got the top girls and boys in the Federation in El Salvador who are already competing. They're in the ISAs, World Juniors. They get to meet their heroes, and hopefully we see the next pro on tour in a couple years.
I'm excited to meet them because they're like the people that I admire. I want to be like them one day.
We got Caitlin Simmers, we have Steph Gilmore, Brian Perez, Alan Cleland, Luke Thompson, and we've got Nadia Irisarbe.
It's amazing to give them a little bit of our knowledge and of our time, so they can dream about it and hopefully someday be here with us.
So excited to see so many young girls still involved in surfing, and the numbers of women in the surf around here in El Salvador is growing rapidly.
Every year it's been growing, more girls, and I'm so happy to help them, and it's amazing that we can do it now that we are so safe in this country, you know.
¿Qué consejo le daría a ti misma hace 10 años atrás?
Enjoy it, be passionate, and be grateful.
Erin Brooks has done something that's absolutely incredible. She has donated a Lost surfboard at every single stop on tour this year in partnership with Lost Surfboards. The kid not only gets a board, but a custom surfboard to their dimensions. So we're really excited to give a girl here that board and kind of give her that next step into her career.
I feel so excited for this obsequio for Erin Brooks. She's one of my favorite surfers.
The goal is that every single one of these stops is to have the next World Tour surfer in our event. We want to see an El Salvador Rookie of the Year, an El Salvador surfer on tour forever. I mean, we hope to make that impact at every single stop, and yeah, we'll see her on tour soon.
Such a rad program, WSL Rising Tides, presented by IC Sunglasses. Jesse Starling, can you imagine if you had that program while you're growing up in North Narrabeen? I mean, it's a hard place to catch a wave. If you had your heroes there to push you in and get you psyched, how cool would that be?
It would be pretty cool. I think I was, maybe 17 when the tour actually came home, and I worked the merchandise store when we had that one CT event at Narrabeen. I remember like watching all my heroes walk past, and I was like, oh my God. Like, it's so cool that they're so integrated into that next generation coming through. But to answer your question, it would have helped a lot.
The boys have been getting involved too, Tanner. There's been some young boys getting in the WSL Rising Tides this year as well. How rad is that?
What I love about the Rising Tides is it takes the event location and it integrates it to the local community. We had Lower Trestles, so I was kind of the same. Like, I grew up watching all my heroes come through town and surf, but actually having a day where I could have interacted and surfed with them, it would have been huge for me. I mean, over time, you get that connection, but it it puts them on a super highway to believe in themselves that they have that run to become on tour, and it just will go. It'll just blossom from here. You're already seeing it here in El Salvador. There's a bunch of kids ripping, so I'm super stoked on it.
Great to see. Well, we saved the best for last. Katie Simmers' best combined heat total, 16.5 of the event, is hanging out with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. 16.5 heat total. Well, the Simmers family Instagram described your trip to Australia as a funathon. Is the funathon continuing here in El Salvador?
Yes, I'd say so. In that heat, I had a lot of fun on surfing just because I love surfing, and I've been feeling really good, and I've like just really connected to every wave I'm on. And it's just been really enjoyable to like actually like get a lot of waves and surf how I want to surf and work on different kind of little things. And that heat was kind of sad because it was like one of my good friends and like before the heat you're like thinking about both outcomes of the heat, and both outcomes were kind of sad because I was like, if I win then I beat my friend and she doesn't win, and then if I lose then I lose, and that sucks too. So it was kind of like a weird emotion going into that heat, but I guess sometimes you have to like, it's kind of brutal, but you kind of just have to be like ruthless and not attach yourself to your emotions to that person that's in your heat, and you kind of just have to surf as good as you can, and that was kind of what I did, and I'm really happy I did. But yeah, there's some weird feelings of that heat for sure.
It's almost like you gotta leave your heart on the beach and go out. But it looked like you guys had a little moment after the heat when you were free surfing, I guess, at that point. Did you guys talk about anything?
I was just like there was like 2 minutes left in that heat, and like we kind of made eye contact, and I was just like, we just started laughing, kind of like uncomfortable laughs in a way, you know, like weird uncomfortable laughs, but and like, oh, that kind of sucked. But I feel like Bella is like been learning a lot this year, and I think it's her second year on tour, and so I don't know. I think it's just like, hopefully she bounces back and gets like some crazy results, because she's like one of my best friends, and I want her with like alongside me in this tour life, because like I stayed with her in Gold Coast, and yeah, she's like one of my homies. So hopefully Bella can. I mean, even when there was 2 minutes left, I was like, don't say good job to me, like go on this wave to an air and get another set, and you got it. Like, she's been surfing so good these last couple days. I've been like very impressed by her surfing this kind of lead up to this event, and so it just sucked that we were against each other this early. But
well, you know what you could do as a tribute? Win this contest.
yeah, in honor of Bella. This one's for Bella.
All right, well, good job. That was such a fun heat to watch. Can't wait to see more from Katie Simmers.
Thank you very much, Chris. That was cool to hear from Katie, learn more about the relationship that she has with Bella Kenworthy. Probably completely different feels when like you'd beat your sister in a heat, you know, like where you're like, take that, you know. But yeah, I mean, when you're that close on.
How did you know that?
You know, just a wild guess. But it's great to see Katie put on that type of rail work, the purity, the soul of her lines. They're not trackable. Only in her mind, you know, what she sees. Total artist. And to see her in this kind of flow is great because, you know, even when she has a late start to maybe winning events in this season, she's not someone you ever really worry about, is it, you know?
No, not at all. I feel like Katie's just that type of surfer that everyone's always looking over their shoulder, like, what is she going to do? Because she has this incredible bag of tricks. And I think when I mentioned it earlier, just so on the edge of your seat when you watch Katie surf because you're not sure what's going to happen. And I think that's a major threat for a lot of the competitors because they don't know the type of heat that Katie's going to surf. And that adds this other amount of pressure where you're like, okay, how do I go up against someone like Katie because she's so unpredictable? But it works in her favor. I don't think she means to be like that. It's just who she is. Yes. And I love that about her. And she's someone that I just really enjoy watching surf.
Tanner, it's like someone you don't worry about heading into pipe. You know, if we keep that theme going as a world title, she's going, yeah, stoked. 15,000 points for the Pipe Masters, where she's done so well in the past. Last thing her title threats want is her to get catch fire early, especially with a lot of points on the line here.
She charges. We talked a lot about that in the booth when we commentated her heat, that she has taken an outside-of-the-box approach to becoming a world champion, which includes a lot of heavy water training and a lot of aerial training. So we've already seen her charge a pipeline. She could definitely consolidate a world title there, especially with those added points. But just seeing Kate Simmers catch heat at any point in the year, I'm sure people start to freak out a little bit. She's hard to chart, you know, and I think as a surf fan, it's so fun to watch because even that, you never can look away because she might go super dynamic and click into gear at any point in any wave. So she keeps your attention on her the whole time.
Awesome. Katie Simmers giving us the highlight reel at the end of the day. Let's now focus on the best moments of the day. Top 5 coming up next here on the Corona Cero Post Show. Starting at number 5 on the list, Molly stays undefeated over the Australian legend Sally Fitzgibbons. 3 straight wins here in 2026.
Yeah, I love this for Pickles. It's so funny growing up. Molly and I would look at women like Sally and be like, yes, we want to surf like her. And now she's competing against her. And no matter what or where you are or what stage of life you're in, if you're coming up against Sally Fitzgibbons, you have to bring your A game. So Molly working with Chris Bond, they make a great team.
Yeah, they spent some time together last year as well through the pool and other events. Number 4 on the list, Gabrielle O'Brien. Excellent range with those power hooks, Tanner.
I honestly can't tell you how enjoyable it was to just watch these waves come in and her belt them. She did such a great job. She had a slow and quiet start, and then she unleashed on both of these rides. That last turn specifically was such a treat to see.
Well, Gabby Bryan has a lot of fans. She's trying to go back-to-back here at Punta Roca. And then we saw an all-goofy foot battle. And our good friend Tanner there working with Sawyer. It was a not lately oars day. She beat Steph Gilmore in the opening round. Now beat world number 5 Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, this was the heat where, sorry Tanner, that really did just catch fire. And it felt like Sawyer started so well. She was placing her turns perfectly, and that looked like she was getting frustrated. And then she came out of the gates with this wave and I was going, what the hell is going on with the Nat? She is just surfing so good. That was her 6, and then she got this 8 that was honestly incredible. The end turn was so high risk and she laid it all on the line, and she's definitely feeling a lot at home with so much Israeli support on the beach here in El Salvador.
1 spot behind Nadia Aristarba in the Rookie of the Year race now, as we see number 2 on the top 5. And a surprise, surprise, Katie Simmers, so smooth today.
So smooth, but also not lacking in radicality. Like, her turns look dynamic, and she's just charging into each and every section. We're thinking definitely Katie Simmers will be going deep into this draw as she comes up against Tyler Wright tomorrow if we run. Look at that turn. You kidding me?
That was the definition of flow, of precision, and you can tell she's just having a whole lot of fun. That's a fun conversation with Tommy Witz as she'll prepare for quarterfinals. And then a buzzer beater from one of the all-time greats, fresh off the win in Raglan, and when she thought she might be going down, she pulled this off.
I was screaming at the TV in this. I was going, are you kidding me? Just the amount of pop, tail lift that she got on that. She got 2 turns out the back as well, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, she's racing for an air. She's gonna go for an air, and Carissa Moore has landed arguably more airs in competition than anyone on the women's side, and coming in clutch with a crazy air reverse at the end there. And bring it on. Let's see more of it. So Riss, I'm loving the mama energy that she's bringing this year.
You know, for watching Carissa for a long time, I don't remember too many up and down kind of results. Usually when she catches fire, her confidence is there. She has that Carissa glow, and then she just creates moments for herself. When the champs are challenged, they rise, and we got a little taste of that today, Tanner.
You know, we talked I got to call that heat, and it was fantastic. It was so fun to watch because she kept going and going, and Brisa was having a really great heat. You could tell that she was competing her way to that opportunity to then solidify at the end of that heat. But we talk a lot about her mom energy. She's doing it with a different purpose, and I feel like she's always identified as a world champion. She's in that conversation, and now she's had such a life-changing moment. Is she defining herself as a mother, world champion? And what was that like for her to step back on tour? And now you see her catch that fire after Raglan, and it's so beautiful to see her like keeping that heat. That was a challenging heat today, and she just did not give up.
Yeah, that was magic. Well said. That's just exactly what champions look for, how to find purpose when you've done this a long time, and that's Rissa's purpose now. She's doing it for her whole family, and she's bringing more fire.
I genuinely get goosebumps when I think about what she's doing. Her win at Raglan, it was one of the most incredible things I've witnessed. Obviously, she won, but to win after creating a life is crazy. Like her body would have changed so much over the last 2 years, and the fact that she's come back and wiped everyone out of the water on a new stop on tour and found this incredible just connection with that place, and then now is coming here and pushing the sport yet again, going progressive. I'm just like, girl, I can't get enough of you. Like, she's just the coolest person ever. And then you talk to her on land and she has time for everyone. I'm like, you keep getting better and better. I don't understand. And she's such a role model. I love it.
Said you guys.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Oh,
cheers.
Yeah,
Corona Cero, 100% natural ingredients, 100% refreshing taste, 0 alcohol. We are so stoked to be in your company. Remember, we still have men's round 3 to enjoy. There is a sneaky little Jack Robinson Medina clash to look forward to in that round, and also the quarterfinals for the women. We'll leave you with today's highlights, and join us tomorrow morning for the call at 7:30 a.m. local time. Salud. Cheers, you guys. Who needs another? This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.